Hey guys. This is part 4 of What If Naruto Was in Marvel Universe. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start. Chapter 20, Path of the Righteous Man. Location: Manhattan, New York City, New York. Date: March 24th, 2015. Inch, what do you mean you let him leave? Tony sighed as he leaned back in his chair, running his finger over his temple in mild irritability. In what scenario of me trying to force a guy like Naruto to stay anywhere work in your or my favor, in any way? The kid does whatever he wants because he can do whatever he wants. I've got a list on my nightstand upstairs full of things I want to see him do, just because I'm sure he could do it. A look of contemplation came to his face. You know, last I checked, I'm the reason you have your job in the first place, what with your predecessor taking up the vice president seat. You should be thanking me right now, not jumping my ass for not doing something you never explicitly told me to do. Secretary Ross huffed with heavy agitation. Just because you helped shift some things around in the White House after your feud with AIM doesn't mean you're the reason I got my job. I was made the Secretary of State because I'm good at handling people like you and Banner. People like this Uzumaki character. Taking a breath, he straightened out his ruffled tie. Looking back, his voice was a subdued one as he said, I'm trying my best to be patient with you, Tony. I've been patient with you. I've been patient with Banner roaming free with little to no surveillance. I've been patient with you allowing Agent Romanoff's lack of respect when it comes to this country's authority. I've been patient with you and Banner's projects, especially considering one of them is to be used to subdue him should he have an episode like he did 7 years ago. I've been patient with the fact that you lost a weapon used by the man that led the invasion of our planet to the very same group that is responsible for the disassembly of our most important intelligence network. But this is not something I'm going to look the other way on. The man is a danger to not just our national security, but global security as a whole. From S.H.I.E.L.D.'s descriptions of his abilities, he could do more damage to the world's governments in an hour than Banner could do in a week. At any moment, he could transform into the president of Russia and order a nuclear strike. He could assassinate any important figure in the world for that matter. Hell, he doesn't need to order a nuclear strike, he has that kind of firepower on his own. He's a dangerous alien. For all we know, he's a scout, and we're about to be invaded by 1 million more just like him. And you wonder why I'm uncomfortable just letting him wander around? While I appreciate your lackadaisical approach towards me and my team, I can't help but wonder if there's another reason that you want to talk to him. Tony said. Because let me warn you, Fury tried to put a few things over that kid. And sure, at first, everything was peachy. But eventually, and I mean eventually, he'll find out if you're fucking with him. And I doubt he'll be as nice to you as he was to Fury, and he almost caved the director's head in. The secretary shook his head. If there's anything my 40 years of military service has taught me, it's that one must learn from past mistakes. I've learned to deal with Banner, just like how I've learned to deal with Uzumaki. Don't poke the bear, as some might say. Then what do you want with the kid? All I want is to set some ground rules. Ross answered. Tony raised a curious brow. Ground rules? I know they're a foreign concept for you, Tony, but our government feels that the best way to deal with him is to set in place rules so that neither one of us oversteps our bounds. We don't want him blowing up a city just as much as I doubt he wants to be chased around the globe. The older man explained. Tony nodded. Fine, I'll talk to him. Getting up from his seat, he continued. But if he agrees to a meeting, I'm going to be there, along with Captain Rogers as the kid's representation. That's fair. Getting up as well, Ross reached over to shake Tony's hand, saying as he did, You and Rogers will be hearing more about future guidelines anyway, so it wouldn't hurt to sit in on what some of that may pertain to. Excuse me? Tony said with as his hand clasped over the other man's. Ross smiled. Didn't you hear? I've been pushing for sanctions to be placed on your team since I came into office. With the fall of S.H.I.E.L.D., you lack oversight. While you're officially an independent task force, you still operate within our borders. You're viewed as an asset to the United States of America by every other outside nation and group, no matter how much you claim it to be otherwise. That means that as far as I'm concerned, the Avengers are my responsibility. You're acting like we're doing anything but helping people. The only damage done is done by the bad guys, and if it weren't for us, there'd be a lot more than just a few buildings getting knocked down. I'm sorry to tell you, Tony, But one of these days it's going to be more than just a few buildings getting knocked down. Do you really want to be the one held accountable for that? Ross argued back. When it comes to work like this, it only takes one screw-up. How long before that screw-up happens? Tomorrow? Next year? Next decade? As far as I'm concerned, the Avengers run on nothing but luck. And luck always finds a way to screw things up. Always. Tony simply stood there, his eyes serious as he said, "I'll keep that in mind." "I'm sure you will," Ross said with a nod. Heading towards the open door, he stopped just as he made his way through. "Don't forget, Tony, one mistake." Tony, watching as Ross walked into the hall, mumbled to himself. "One mistake." Pulling out his phone, he said aloud, "Now how the hell do I get a hold of him?" Naruto scrolled through his new phone, something people call the burner, for whatever reason, entering in the phone numbers he could remember from his previous device. Which were about two. One of which being Shield, though thanks to it being shut down it was no longer in service. The other was Natasha's number, but he doubted he'd be calling her anytime soon. Finishing off the third contact in his phone, he nodded in satisfaction after he'd entered Alias Investigation's number, something he guessed was just a woman's personal number considering he hadn't spotted a home or business phone anywhere within her apartment. Next, he'd have to get Tony's number somehow. It was a shame he had no idea where he'd left his last phone at, but at least this one was cheap. That was always a bonus. Sighing with exaggeration as he leaned back in his, or rather Jessica's, chair, thinking. "So bored," he drawled. Looking over at the still comatose woman in the room next him, he said, "She's like a goddamn corpse over there. Why don't you just leave then if you're so bored?" Kurama asked. "Go find a woman or something, that'll pass the time. One that isn't a daytime drinker. I've had my fill with this termagant." "What?" "Termagant." Naruto filed through what he knew of the English language, trying to remember if he'd ever come across that word before. Kurama, feeling the proverbial smoke coming from his container's ears, sighed as he said, "Never mind." The blonde sighed in relief. "Thank you?" Looking over at the woman, he thought. "And she's not that bad. Sure, she has the temper of a dragon, but you'd get used to it. You're just saying that because she reminds your teammate." Shrugging, he thought. "Maybe. Though, I'd say she's more like Tsunade than anyone else, what with the drinking and cursing. It doesn't defeat the argument that you're projecting ghosts onto this woman, ghosts she will never be able to live up to. Ever," Kurama warned. Naruto mulled over his friend's words, trying to come up with an argument against them when a knock came through the door. "Jessica! Jessica, are you home?" Recognizing the voice of the woman from yesterday, the blonde quickly got up out of the chair so he could walk over and open the door. Swinging it open, he had to swing his hands up into in a submissive manner when he saw her reach into her purse in her shock at seeing him. "Whoa, whoa!" he called out. Quickly recognizing him, Trish blinked in confusion. "You!" Taking her hand from her purse, she continued, "What are you doing here? Where's Jessica?" Naruto put on a weak smile as he said, "She's asleep. It's 2 in the afternoon. Well, after she helped me out we had a couple celebratory drinks," the ninja admitted. Trish eyed him suspiciously. "A couple drinks? What did you drink, gasoline? Because that woman's tolerance for alcohol lets her drink all day and keep her wits about her." Shrugging, he said, "I might have played down how much we drank," he admitted. "A couple bottles each." She shuffled around awkwardly. Did you know?" Naruto chuckled. "From what I've seen from that woman, she'd rip me apart before I even get to first base." Not really, but this woman didn't need to know Jessica's strength was the norm for him after spending so long with his teammate and Hokage. The blonde woman's eyes widened when he mentioned her friend's secret. "Then why are you here then?" she asked with a slight edge to her voice. Giving his patented smile, he said, "If you're worried I might have stuck around to abuse the knowledge that your friend's got superpowers, don't. I've met my fair share, and trust me when I say she probably won't be the last. My luck just won't allow it." "Why then?" "A woman came over this morning with a job from Ms. Jones. I figured I'd be here when she woke up so I could relay what she said. She's been passed out for a while though. Hell, I had time to go get a new phone and stop by my old apartment to get some stuff I left behind. The only thing I haven't gotten to do is get something to eat." He said the last bit as an afterthought, rubbing the back of his head as he realized he hadn't eaten anything all day yesterday either. Trish gave a long sigh. "May I?" she asked, motioning with her head towards the inside of the apartment. Naruto blinked. Oh, yeah, sure. My bad. Stepping aside, I let the pretty blonde into the room. Jessica! Trish yelled as she rolled through the apartment. Jessica, I swear to God, if you don't get up, I'm going to throw out all your booze. Don't think I don't know where you keep it stashed. Jessica, her head buried into her pillow, mumbled out some kind of incoherent gibberish. Fine, I'm calling Hogarth. I'd say this calls for a house call, she said flippantly. Jessica remained quiet for several seconds before the sound of her screaming into her pillow out of pure unadulterated frustration came from her room. Like a zombie rising from its coffin, the woman sat up as she threw her hair out of her face. What time is it? She growled. 2:13. Trish answered as she began to walk out of the bedroom. I'll be back in an hour. You better be up and at M before I get back, she called out as she walked past Naruto, grabbing him at his elbow in order to drag him along with her. Getting the gist, Naruto pulled his arm back so he could walk on his own, following the woman as Jessica called out in confusion. Where are you going? Lunch. Naruto held back a sigh as he read through the menu in his hands. Of course, he thought. What? Kurama drawled. There's no ramen on the menu. I wonder if they'll make it if I ask? He pondered in his head, flipping through the pages as he did. Kurama fought urge to roll his eyes, though the task proved too difficult as he said, You're on a date with a beautiful woman, and this is what's coming to mind? If it were possible, I'd slap the shit out of you. Naruto gave a mental shrug. I've got a hankering, that's all. And this isn't a date. This is lunch. I don't understand the difference. Well, there is one. Kurama shook his head. I'll never understand the intricacies of your convoluted mating dance. All you monkeys seem to follow it. It's redundant. He then gave off a warning growl. And if you ask them to make you ramen, I'll make you regret it, I'm not kidding. Fine. Naruto relented. Looking over at the woman sitting across from him, he asked aloud, Have you been here before? A few times. Trish answered. Looking around the average-looking diner, she said, I like to come here by myself most of the time, though. Why? He asked. She smiled hesitantly. I don't know if I want to tell you. Shrugging, she said, You're the first person I've met in a while that hasn't figured out who I am after a few minutes. Am I supposed to know who you are? Naruto asked with a raised brow. How old are you? Trish asked curiously. 24. Naruto answered. Trish raised a brow of her own. That's it. You look more around my age. And that is? Trish raised a brow. What's that trope about asking a woman her age? Naruto smiled. I'm not asking how old you are, I'm asking how old you thought I was. Smooth. Trish said with a smile. 29. That's it. You look more around my age. Naruto said back with a knowing smile on his face. So why am I supposed to know you? Well, even though you're younger than I thought, you probably still watched it. Seeing his confusion, she sighed in defeat. Giving a quick look around, she leaned forward to say, It's Patsy? Who? Trish blinked. You really don't know what I'm talking about. Naruto shook his head. Nope. Am I supposed to? You've never heard of It's Patsy? Of Patsy Walker? She asked in genuine surprise. Why should I have? The blonde asked, growing more confused as the conversation went on. She leaned forward more as she practically whispered. It was a TV show in the late 90s. Super popular? You're telling me you've never even heard of it? If it helps, I'm not from the U.S., Naruto said. And I'm gonna guess that you're Patsy? I was Patsy, Trish said. I don't do that kind of stuff anymore. Shaking her head, she said. I can't believe you haven't even heard of it. I've had men from the Philippines send me fan letters. Isn't that a good thing? He asked. Not having someone recognize you for once? Yeah, I suppose. It's just a little weird. She shook her head. No, weird isn't the right word. Well, novel. Naruto blinked. What? Trish had the decency to look slight abashed. Sorry, I thought of the word. Novel, it's a novel experience. Oh, Naruto said lamely, not really knowing where to go from there. The two sat in their booth in a newfound silence, an awkward one that resulted in Trish playing with her silverware and Naruto swirling around the iced tea in his glass. Thankfully, the waitress came to their rescue, pulling up to them at a slow pace, her thick Queen's accent practically slurring her speech. Watcha wan? Oh, I'll have a deli club, please, Trish said politely as she handed the waitress her menu. Side? Fries. Her eyes shifting over to Naruto, she asked. You? Yeah, do you have dash? Hearing his partner's aggressive growl echo through his head, he sighed in defeat as he said, Just a cheeseburger and fries, I guess. If the waitress had a problem with his shift in attitude, she didn't seem to care as she took his menu before walking away towards the kitchen to place the orders. The two continued where they'd left off for nearly another minute before Trish finally asked, So, what do you do? Naruto scrolled through the jobs he could think of that made sense before finally shrugging in defeat. Nothing. Trish raised a curious eyebrow. Nothing? Nothing at all? Well, I only just got back, so I haven't really found anything to occupy my time with, Naruto said. Probably something here in New York. Or maybe not. Well, what did you do before? You have to have done something to pay Jess. Freelance stuff, I guess you could say. You guess? She asked in confusion. Like freelance photography or something? Naruto smiled at that. Yes, something like that, sure. Trish nodded, resting her elbows on the table as she said, Well, I know some people over at the Daily Bugle if you're really desperate. I've heard the publisher is a piece of work, but they're always looking for freelance photographers, so I'm sure you could get some work. Nothing great, but it'd be something. I'll keep that in mind. Naruto answered. What about you? Have I seen you in anything recently? She gave a short laugh. No, I haven't acted in anything in years. I'm only just now getting back into it with my talk radio segment. Seeing his slightly confused look, she went further. It's like a talk show but on the radio. Like a podcast but with a wider audience of viewers. Oh, so you have like celebrities on and stuff? Anybody super famous? A few, she said with a smile. Though my favorite guests are a little more boring than someone like Simon Williams. Like who? He asked. People like Randolph Cherry, Stan Ori, Mariah Dillard. I really just want to dig into their policies, what makes them right for their positions, put them on the spot for some of their less popular decisions in office. I just don't want the things our politicians do, even the good ones, be swept under the rug. Stuff like that needs to be public domain. Trish explained, the passion she clearly felt for her work seeping through as she went on. I don't know, Naruto said with a shake of his head. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. And sometimes that ignorance comes back to bite us in the ass. Just look at S.H.I.E.L.D. If we'd have known about half the stuff that was going on over there, do you really think Hydra wouldn't have been flushed out quicker? Sometimes, keeping people in the dark is the only option, Naruto said back. After a moment of internal debate, he continued, There's this village, a long time ago halfway across the globe, that was created out of several once warring clans that all agreed to a unified peace. A peace that lasted nearly a half a century with no issues from any clan. If anything, the village had begun to prosper, with several other clans forming their own villages after them. That is until one of the founding clans decided that they'd lost their standing amongst the village, and that the only way to reclaim it was to overthrow it entirely. When the village leader found out about this, he tried to convince the other side to back down, that a peaceful resolution could be made. But the clan would have none of it. They'd committed to their plan. There was no backing down from it. So in secret, in the dead of night, the village leader had the clan exterminated. Every man, woman, and child was killed in their sleep. That's terrible. Trish choked out. Naruto nodded. It was. In one night, he ordered the execution of 173 people. But in the end, he had saved thousands by avoiding a civil war. Even then, could you imagine the village's reaction had they known what was going on? There'd have been nothing but chaos. But that's a rare example. Nothing like that has ever happened here. Trish argued back. That you know of. So what, we're supposed to just take it? Let them lie to us and keep us in the dark about everything? She asked incredulously. No, you shouldn't. Past experiences in American politics should have shown that even the most outstanding can overstep their bounds. That's just the fact of life. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Naruto said. How would you handle it then? The blonde man smiled sheepishly. I'm just an average guy as far as this goes. I wouldn't know how to fix any of it, just bitch about it. The sad thing is that that's how most of everyone else is. Here you go. Their conversation found an intruder in the waitress as she placed Trish's food on the table. Setting Naruto's down after with a resounding clink, she walked off without another word, allowing the two to lean back in their seats and ponder their food. Sighing, Trish reached for the bottle of ketchup that was at the end of the table as she said, "This conversation got a little heavy, didn't it?" Sighing in exasperation, she continued, "Honestly, after Black Widow released all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s and Hydra's files, all I've done for the past year is talk about the stuff that wasn't encrypted. I can only imagine how messed up that is. So, this is the last thing I want to talk about on my day off. We can go to a lighter topic if you want," Naruto offered. "How long have you known Jessica?" "Most of my life," Trish answered. "She's my adopted sister." "Really?" Naruto asked curiously. "I'd have never thought that. You're nothing alike at all." "Well, we're not blood-related," Trish said before she took a bite of her sandwich. The blonde rolled his eyes. "Yeah, I know. I just mean that you'd think being quasi-siblings you'd have a few shared quirks or something," he said before taking a bite of his own. "Like what?" "The drinking for one." "Well," Trish started with a laugh, "I'll admit to drinking a glass of wine every few nights dash, or the cursing." "Do you want me to curse?" she asked with another laugh. "Or the heavy amount of contempt she carries for the overall populace of the world?" "Well, that's just Jessica." A look of melancholy reached her face. "She's actually gotten a little better after dash." Her mouth then snapped shut mid-sentence, her face now filled with regret. "After what?" Naruto asked, wondering why she'd stopped talking so suddenly. Trish shook her head. "I shouldn't say. It's Jessica's business to share, not mine. I just got caught up in the conversation." The blonde ninja eyed her for a while before saying, "She lost someone, didn't she?" The woman's face shifted into shock. "What?" "She's got the same look in her eyes as a friend of mine once had," he said as he thought. "A look I've had." Shaking his mind clear, he continued to say, "I've seen it enough times to know what it means." Smiling disarmingly, he finished, "Well, let's change the subject, huh? No point going over something either one of us should be talking about, right?" Trish couldn't help but smile back, finding the man's attitude infectious. "All right." Naruto and Trish walked at a calm pace towards Jessica's apartment, heading through the building's halls as they talked. "I can't believe you know Krav Maga," Naruto said in disbelief. "That's some brutal shit." Trish shrugged. "If someone's attacking me, am I supposed to use something weak?" The man shook his head. "No, you just don't come across as the kind of person willing to snap someone's arm," he said with a laugh. She laughed back. "Well, I'm not that good. Yet." Giving him a side glance, she said, "I could probably kick your ass, though." "Oh, really?" Naruto shot back. "Are you challenging me to a spar, Cobra Kai?" "If anyone's the Karate Kid in this scenario, it's me," Trish challenged. "And that's if you can even fight." "That was a very Cobra Kai thing to say. You two seem pretty chummy." Trish jumped at the sound of Jessica's voice behind them, while Naruto simply turned to look at her with a raised eyebrow. "Sup?" he asked. Seeing that Jessica either hadn't heard the blonde or, the more likely of the two, had ignored him, Trish asked, "What are you doing?" Jessica raised up the cup of coffee in her hand as she grumbled, "Morning coffee. It's 3 o'clock." Trish deadpanned. "The shower wasn't enough to wake me up," Jessica said. "This was, well, it's your own damn fault for drinking so much. You're lucky Naruto was there with you. Who knows where'd you be right now?" Motioning with her head to Naruto, she asked, "What do you say?" The dark-haired woman rolled her eyes. "He's the reason I drank so much in the first place." Though when Trish's look didn't go away, she sighed in annoyance. "Thanks, Whiskers." Naruto's eye twitched at Jessica's nickname. "Real original. I'll come up with one better if you want. I'm sure I'll think of something." "You act like we're going to be spending more time with each other," Naruto said, smiling while feeling slight confusion over the woman's words. Reaching her door, the woman began to unlock it as she said, "I saw that you got me a job while I was asleep, a job I'd have refused otherwise. So, because you felt the need to stick your nose in this, you're going to help me deal with this woman. I've never met her, and I'd rather avoid the awkwardness of me having been unconscious while she was here, with you as a buffer." "Huh," Naruto said. "You gonna pay me?" "I'll pay for lunch," she said with a fake smile. "I already ate lunch." "The cab fare then?" she haggled. The blonde shrugged. "Fine. I wasn't really doing a whole lot anyway." "Jessica," Trish said with what Naruto would call a mix between a smile and pointed look, "mind if I talk to you in the bedroom for a second?" Jessica groaned. Do I have to? Yes. Groaning again, she pointed at Naruto. We're leaving in 2 minutes, don't go anywhere. Dragging the other woman in the room, Trish said in a hushed tone. What's going on? What? Jessica asked in confusion. Why are you bringing him? Trish clarified. You've never done anything like this. What's the angle? There's no angle dash, there's always an angle with you. Trish insisted. Anytime you do anything you normally don't, there's some kind of angle to it. I know you, Jessica. Jessica put on her sweet voice as she said with clear sarcasm. Well, did you ever stop and think that maybe I have a crush on him? Jessica. Trish ground out. Seriously. The woman shrugged nonchalantly. If I swear that I don't have anything planned, will you drop it? Trish nodded confidently. Swear to it then. I swear. What? Rolling her eyes, she continued. I swear I don't have any kind of angle or scheme planned for him in any way, shape, or form. If I break this oath, may I be struck down by the power that be. Happy? Not really. Jessica began to walk out of the room. Just do what I do then. Not everyone can afford to drink no matter the time of day, Jess. That's not what I'm saying. Jessica said as she began to walk out the room, spotting the blonde man leaning against the apartment's doorway. Noticing what looked like white smoke dissipating around him, she shook it off as she walked over to him. Let's go, Blondie. Location Kathmandu, Nepal. Naruto sighed as he thought. How pissed do you think she's gonna get when she finds out I'm not actually there? Going off her stunning personality, I'd say quite a bit. Kurama answered. The blonde man shrugged. She'll get over it. I think she'll be more put off that I can make clones of myself than pissed at said fact. Fair enough. The fox said before he sighed. How long are we gonna have to wait here? Walking through the garden of Kamar Taj, Naruto thought. It is a little weird to not see anyone walking around. This place was always bustling when I was here. It was as he walked towards one of the several dojos that he heard a commotion going on through the paper walls. Sliding the door open, Naruto found himself in the middle of what looked like a spar. At least that's what it sounded like, going off the sound of flesh smacking against flesh. This proved hard to see, however, considering the massive crowd of people that filled the dojo. Wading through the sea of students, Naruto elbowed his way to the front of the mob. Squeezing past the last of the throng, he blinked when he saw Ileana get hit in the face by a vicious palm strike. As the blonde woman stumbled back, the man that hit her shook his hand in clear pain. Taking in his appearance, Naruto could see he was wearing the standard Kamar Taj training uniform of gray robes. His black hair was a little shaggy, with specks of white wisping along his temple, and a rugged beard sitting on the underside of his face. Finally shaking off the sting from his hand, the man slid back into his stance, waiting for Ileana as she spat out a glob of blood. Narrowing her eyes at the man, she charged at him with a tornado kick to the face, only for him to duck down underneath and back off to give himself some space. The woman dubbed Magic tried to close that space, but he was doing an admirable job keeping the distance. Naruto could tell Ileana was getting frustrated, the sweat building along her brow as she sent jab after jab at the man opposite her, all of them blocked and deflected as he kept on the back foot. Finally, she let her exhaustion take hold as she let her form slip for just a moment. That moment was all the man needed as he grabbed her extended arm before using her forward momentum to help him flip her over his shoulder, the woman landing on her back with a hard thump. Pressing his body weight on Ileana's neck with his knee, he quickly raised his hands up to show he was about to throw a jab as he said, "Yield." Ileana choked for breath as she looked up defiantly at the man, coughing out, "Fuck off, Strange." The man named Strange narrowed his eyes, ready to bring down some punishment when a voice cut through the room. Enough. Looking up, Naruto saw that Mordo had stepped up, a stern look on his face as he waited for the two to separate. Getting up off her, Strange reached out with a helping hand. Glaring up at him for a second, she finally conceded as she took his hand, allowing him to help her up. Now on her feet, she stepped away from him as she waited for Mordo to speak. Mordo, however, waved his hand with a sweeping gesture at the two, giving a silent signal as he waited on them to comply. Knowing what he wanted, the two students turned to each other before giving the other a deep bow. As they stood straight, the master looked around the room. "Return to your duties. The show is over." As the crowd dispersed, all that remained was the four of them. When they realized someone had decided to stay despite Mordo's command, the two students turned to look at the dog to see who dared ignore the word of a master. At seeing Naruto, The man could tell she wanted to speak to him, but seemed to know better as Mordo began to speak. Both of you have improved in your technique tremendously. However, I think we can all agree you have much to learn. Rasputin, you wasted your energy on your frustrations, allowing yourself to fall to exhaustion much sooner than you should have. Strange, you're too focused on your hands. Stop allowing their brittleness control your fighting style. Stop fearing the pain, but rather move past it. Understand? Yes, Master Mordo. The two students chorused out, though Strange came out a little more forced than Ileana's did. His eyes moved to Naruto, his face shifting from serious to relaxed as he said, "Now how may I help you, Uzumaki?" Naruto stepped forward. "What's the matter, Mordo? Don't tell me I'm not allowed to visit a few friends," he asked with his classic smile at play. "I'm sorry." Naruto turned to the man dubbed Strange. "But who are you?" Naruto looked the man up and down for a second before saying, "Where I'm from, it's common courtesy to state your name before demanding someone else's." Strange scoffed. "And where I'm from, common courtesy is for the mentally stagnant." Laughing, Naruto said, Well, Mordo, your student's got a mouth on him. I'm surprised you haven't beaten it out of him yet." Mordo sighed. "Here at Kamartage we do not beat insubordination out of our students. We are to mold the mind and body, not break it." Gesturing towards said student, he said, "This is Mr. Stephen Strange. He has been studying under the Ancient One for over a year now." "It's Dr. Stephen Strange." Stephen corrected, turning his attention to Naruto. He asked again, "And forgive me for being curious, but I can't help but wonder what an Avenger is doing here at Kamartage." "So, you do know who I am?" Naruto said. "I know of you. Who you are still remains a mystery. My name's Naruto." The blonde introduced himself. "And I'm not an Avenger. I just joined in on the fun." Ileana scoffed. "And by fun you mean an alien invasion?" Stephen nodded. "You were all over the news. The Mystery Avenger they called you. You had quite the fan club. But unlike the rest of the Avengers, you never popped back up again. Even the guy with the hammer showed up in London 2 years ago. Once again, not an Avenger." "Then what are you?" Strange asked. "Just a guy that wants to talk to your master." Turning to Mordo, he asked, "She around?" Mordo nodded. "Always." "Follow me." Naruto grunted in annoyance as he was shoved up against the alley wall. Sighing, he said, "You know, if you wanted to have your way with me, this seedy alleyway next to your apartment really isn't the best place for it." Jessica only pressed harder, giving her usual glare as she said, "Shut your mouth, Todd, I know what you are." The blonde blinked. "Todd?" "Fox and the Hound." Jessica answered quickly. "Don't dodge the accusation." Scoffing, Naruto said, "That's really the best you could come up with." "Kinda pathetic dash, shut up." The woman yelled. "Just shut up for once in your fucking life." Naruto paused at that, giving the woman a moment to take a calming breath. "What am I then?" he asked. She shook her head. "You're not just like me, or the other freaks wandering around this god-forsaken city. You're not even like the Avengers. You're him," Jessica answered. "The Mystery Avenger, the Man of Fire. You're the goddamn Maelstrom." Laughing, he said, "You looked me up, didn't you?" "I'm a PI," the raven-haired woman said with a roll of her eyes. "Looking you up took almost no effort at all. You're all over the internet. Pictures, sightings, stories from the people you've saved, descriptions of your abilities. While you and the Avengers fought throughout Manhattan, you had hundreds of doppelgangers saving civilians from the destruction they caused. Whatever happened with there not being an angle to you bringing me along?" Naruto asked rhetorically. "And I suppose you knowing about that ability will make the news easier to break." "What news?" Jessica asked, only for it to then quickly dawn on her, her eyes growing dull as she said, "You're a doppelganger, aren't you?" "I prefer clone," the Naruto clone corrected. "And don't get too pissed at the boss. He's a little busy today. I'm not the only clone he's got wandering about. Hell, he's got hundreds of us going to each country's major cities to place a Horatian marker there dash." The clone was cut off by Jessica's fist slamming into his jaw, the clone popping in a puff of smoke. Said woman stood in shock as she swatted away at the lingering smoke. "The hell?" she asked aloud. Now alone she scoffed as she looked around for the man, wondering if this was one of his tricks. When he failed to reappear, she cursed. "Well shit." She jumped when another Naruto suddenly appeared out of nowhere, a scowl on his face. "Don't do that." The boss made another clone, and I'm a bit tougher than the last one, but if you hit like you did him, I'll pop for sure. If you pop me, you don't get another one. Jessica rolled her eyes. That was a love tap. If I were anyone else, you'd have caved my skull in, the clone shot back. You seriously need to learn how to control your strength. What's the point of having it if you're constantly having to worry whether or not you might accidentally kill someone? I have control, Jessica argued. I've made sure of that after. As she spoke, her cold mask began to crack as her face began to tick. Taking a few steps back, she began to take several calming breaths as she muttered. Birch Street, Higgins Drive, Cobalt Lane. Birch Street, Higgins Drive, Cobalt Lane. Birch Street, Higgins Drive, Cobalt Lane. She repeated this over and over again, like a mantra as she tried to calm herself down. The Naruto walked up to her, concern on her face as he walked up to her, resting his hands on her shoulders. Jessica, are you alright? After taking a few more breaths, she seemed to have calmed herself enough to brush the man off, walking past him as she said, I'm fine. Let's go, we're late. Watching as the woman walked out the alley, Naruto sighed as he said, This is gonna be a long-ass day. Location, Washington, D.C. Another Naruto clone sighed as he felt the memories of a dispelled clone come flooding in. And another one bites the dust. I wonder if boss will send in another clone to babysit that woman. Walking down a wide sidewalk, the clone trekked through the park as he scanned row after row of gravestones, trying though not yet succeeding at finding the one he was looking for. The clone kept looking for nearly 15 more minutes before finally spotting the one he wanted. Looking down at the bouquet of flowers in his hand, he then walked up to the stone, kneeling into a catcher's stance as he looked it over as he set down the bundle of flowers. It was a rather plain-looking headstone, the face reading, Colonel Nicholas Fury, 1948 to 2014. Reading aloud he said, The path of the righteous man The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who, in the name of charity and goodwill, shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness. For he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. Ezekiel 25 verse 17. Naruto didn't bother turning around when the voice spoke up behind him, rather closing his eyes as he sighed out. I knew it. Standing up, he asked, Kinda hard to believe this meeting is a coincidence. Fury smirked down at the blonde. I'd been waiting for a moment where you were alone, but you were always walking in a crowded area or were gallivanting around with Ms. Jones. Then I got a tip you were wandering around Washington. It wasn't too hard to put two and two together. Laughing, he continued, and I figured you wouldn't believe it. Did anyone give it away? The man wore rather plain clothes consisting of a dark brown hoodie and a ball cap over his bald head, aviator sunglasses covering his eyes. Steve. Sage bless the man, but he's nowhere near as good of a liar as Maria or Natasha. Flinching at his own words, he looked up at the man. I didn't take you for a religious man, Director. Or did death open your eyes to it? Not so much religion as the wonders of cinema. Fury answered, now standing next to the man. For a while, every time I watched that movie, it always tickled me to think that it applied to me, that I was the shepherd. I took in the misfits, the freaks, sheltered them from the outside world's prejudice and evil, and led them to greatness. Tony, Rogers, Hill, Clint, Banner, Romanoff, just to name a few. I put them on the path that they're on now. Sighing, he took his shades off, looking Naruto with his one good eye as he continued. I realize now that I am not the shepherd, and no matter what you might think, I'm not the tyranny of evil men either. I am the weak, and no matter how hard I tried, I could never be the thing I knew I needed to be. Call it destiny, the hand of God, or just plain bad luck, but you and I both know what it was. It was weakness, plain and simple. That weakness allowed Hydra to fester within S.H.I.E.L.D. It allowed me to consider using the Tesseract as a weapon. It pushed me to make Natasha spy on you, to betray you. And whether it really mattered in the end, it convinced me that keeping you here was more important than telling you the truth and allowing you to go home. A pause came when he took an almost shaky breath, almost. For that, I'm sorry. Naruto sighed, calming himself as he said, What did she really dash? He hesitated, trying to form the correct set of words. Was there ever a moment where she didn't want to? Did she ever hesitate? All the time. Nick answered immediately. One of the few times she ever did. That's why I tried to convince you to break it off. She'd been compromised. For the first time since she came to work for S.H.I.E.L.D., I questioned her loyalty. and that scared me. Laughing, he said, "So if you're as weak as you say, if you represent or are a part of the weakness of humanity, what does that make me? The shepherd?" "No," Fury said, shaking his head. "And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who would attempt to poison and destroy my brothers. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee." That's the second half of the passage. "And you think that's me?" "No, but it's something you can become," Fury offered offhandedly. "Then what?" Naruto asked. Smiling, Fury answered as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. "The righteous man, of course." Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a plain-looking flash drive that had the words "secret stuff" written on it. "I hope you consider this my first step towards redemption," he said, offering it to the blonde. Eyeing the flash drive in a moment of hesitation, he slowly reached out and took it gingerly in his hand, looking it up and down as he said, "I'll keep that in mind." Placing his hands in his pockets, he began to turn away. That flash drive contains all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s encrypted information and files, minus the encrypted part. Walking away, he waved lazily as he said as an afterthought, "And give Natasha a second chance, will you? You'll need as many friends as you can get. Call it intuition." Placing the flash drive in his pocket, he thought, "What a day!" Then, another flash of memories began to flood into his mind, causing him to flinch at recalling the clone's death. Processing the information for a second, he sighed once more before flashing away towards his master. "Yep, what a fucking day." Sliding off his shoes in front of the door, Naruto entered the Ancient One's meditation room, his entourage of sorcerers following after him. Behind him he could hear Ileana whisper to Strange, "Why are you even here? You don't even know Naruto. In fact, you were trying to provoke a fight out of him not 5 minutes ago." "I wasn't trying to provoke a fight," Steven defended himself with a whisper of his own. "And excuse me for being curious why a total stranger wants to talk to the master. Don't you think it's a little odd?" "How is it odd?" spoke up the Ancient One, clearly hearing the sorcerer in training. "It's been nearly 7 years since we brought him here to Kamar Taj. We made quite the impression during his stay here, so it is only natural that we're overjoyed when he comes to visit. Isn't that right, Master Mordo?" Mordo nodded. "He certainly isn't a stranger. And it was Uzumaki that sponsored Ms. Rasputin's apprenticeship here at Kamar Taj." Looking to the two students in the room, Mordo nodded his head towards the door. "Come, I'm sure that they have much to discuss." Both Ileana and Steven looked ready to argue, but the blonde woman calmed down after receiving a reassuring look from Naruto. Seeing Strange's hesitance to leave, the ninja said, "Perhaps your time would be best spent working on controlling your fear, Dr. Strange, rather than hovering over a conversation you're not privy to." Strange narrowed his eyes in confusion. "And what fear would that be? Pain?" Naruto gave him one of his patented megawatt smiles. "Maybe one of these days I'll tell you." With that, Mordo pushed Steven out of the room before softly shutting the door behind him, though the two could hear the master reprimanding his student through the thin walls. Smiling softly, "You have me curious, Naruto, as to what you believe his fear to be." The man shrugged. "I've got the ability to detect negative emotions, fear being one of them. If I really concentrate, I can pick up on what is driving that sense of fear." Smirking, he said, "Even yours." Her surprised look faded as soon as it appeared. "So, what have you picked up from my latest student?" "He fears the same thing as me," Naruto answered. "Failure." "How poignant," the Ancient One said. "Now then, what is it I can do for you? Is this really a good idea, brat? Considering the fact that what you're going to ask her revolves around her fear, I'd say this could go bad fairly quickly," Kurama warned. Naruto ignored the voice in his head, powering through as he said, "I came here because I'd encountered something strange during my fight with the sack." "And that would be?" the Ancient One asked, sipping at her tea. "Death." The sound of her sipping ceased as soon as the word left his lips, her eyes widening a margin before she collected herself, lowering the cup as she said, "Excuse me, but I must have misheard your dash. I meant the physical manifestation of death. It wasn't a dream, or a hallucination. She was as real as you and me." Naruto interrupted. "She?" Naruto nodded. "I was just curious if you'd ever heard of anything like that before." "I can't say I have," the Ancient One answered slowly. "I've seen and experienced many things, but to me death itself is beyond even my scope of understanding." "What was it like exactly?" After a moment of thought he said, Cold, devoid of anything except for my senses. It was like floating in a survivable pocket of space, where its vacuum couldn't touch me. Then she was there, and it was like I'd known her my entire life, but I just hadn't seen her for a long, long time. She made it sound like she was connected to me, more so than usual. Did she elaborate on the source of that connection? He shrugged. Something about my seal. Nodding, she asked. Perhaps then you need to explore the inner workings of your seal. You say that it's like a tunnel system. Have you ever tried exploring it? Moving past Kurama? Naruto shook his head. I'd never seen the point. Scratching his chin, he said. It's worth a try, I suppose. Returning to her tea, she said. Well, I believe Ms. Rasputin wishes to speak with you. I think I've kept you long enough, Eyeing the woman up and down, he nodded as he said. Well, thanks for the advice. I owe you one. Pausing. I'm gonna have to figure out your real name. Calling you Ancient One to your face always seemed really weird, he said offhandedly. Giving a respectful bow, he walked out of the room. Missing the woman's calm facade began to break as she looked down at her now shaking hand, gripping it in a tight fist as she tried to calm her nerves. Ileana looked up from her couch as she felt another presence enter her apartment, quickly spotting Naruto, the man looking around as he said, Nice place. I didn't know Kamartash let students come and go as they please. Shrugging, she said, My abilities make any complaints about where I live a moot point. Fair enough. Naruto answered. What was up with that strange guy? She rolled her eyes. He's just got a chip on his shoulder thanks to his hands. Ileana answered. Seeing Naruto's confusion, she elaborated. He messed them up really badly about 3 years ago. Apparently, he was a world-renowned surgeon, but because of his injury he was forced on medical leave. After throwing away all his money on surgeries, he came to Kamartaj penniless about a few months before I showed up. He's the latest prodigy in magic, the last one since Caecilius. Recognizing the name, the blonde asked. Isn't that one of the masters of Kamartaj? Former master. Ileana corrected. He went rogue a year before I joined. People still talk about him though. Not surprising, since he killed the librarian the day he defected. Damn. Naruto said, remembering the librarian as a nice, if strict man. He'd have to keep an eye out for this Caecilius guy. Ileana raised an eyebrow at the man. Is this why you came here? To grill me about strange traders I don't even know? Chuckling, Naruto answered. No, I'm here because I have a proposition for you. She blinked in mild surprise, a variety of thoughts flying through her head before she asked. Proposition? Like what? Scowling. You better not ask if you can stay here. I don't mind, it's just this place isn't exactly made for two. She finished with a tinge of a blush on her face, something Naruto ignored. Sitting next to her on the couch, he sighed as he tried to come up with what he wanted to say. You know why I was gone for so long, right? About my deal with Thor of Asgard. Ileana nodded. You're looking for those gem things. Infinity Stones. Naruto corrected. During the fight in New York, I met the guy behind it, and he's fucking fierce. He's dead set on causing as much damage to the universe as he can, and he's looking for these stones to help him do it. I've managed to get my hands on 2 of them, and I know that 2 more are here on Earth, but the last of them are out there somewhere for him to get whenever he wants, and he only needs one to do an unspeakable amount of damage. But if you have 2 yourself, you can fight him off, right? Ileana asked. I could, but I can't say for sure if I'd survive. And even if I did, we'd cause a lot of damage wherever we were. I almost destroyed a planet with one of these stones, and I wasn't meaning to. Naruto sighed. But it doesn't matter that I have 2 of my own, because I don't have full control of their power. I mostly just use it to bolster my own abilities and use a bit of the power they provide. But this guy has a weapon that gives him full control of the stones. Something he calls the Infinity Gauntlet. What does all this have to do with me, Naruto? All of this is going a little over my head. Magic admitted. Naruto nodded. When I was out there, I learned that I'm not a fan of working on my own. And now, after my last fight, I've realized that there are people out there that I'm not gonna be able to take on by myself. I need a team. Realization dawned on Ileana. And you want me on this team? Does it have a name? The Uzumaki smirked. I was thinking of something like Infinity Watch. Something badass like that. Leaning towards the woman, he asked. So, thoughts? Ileana seemed to be thinking it over when the two felt another presence invade the room. Looking over to the bedroom, they saw another Naruto walking into the living room. The clone gave a lazy salute as it said, "How's it going, boss? I'm kind of in the middle of my sales pitch here." Naruto said in annoyance, "What was so important you couldn't have just popped to tell me?" The clone reached into his pocket. "You were right that Fury was looking for you. He came with this." Pulling out a flash drive from his pocket, he tossed it to the original. "That's all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s unencrypted files." Naruto blinked in surprise. "Wow. That's helpful." He turned to Ileana. "You got a laptop?" The woman nodded before getting up to retrieve her computer from her bedroom. When he saw the clone was still there, he said, "Anything else?" The clone nodded. "One of my globe-trotting clones got popped before he could place a seal in the capital of the country it was in." "Okay?" The original asked in confusion, wondering how that was important. "He was popped in a third world country while fighting a group of women wearing red and silver armor. None of its kunai could pierce their armor, not even when it was applied with wind chakra. But they weren't the ones to kill it," the clone explained. "It was a man dressed in an all-black body armor." It caught the clone by surprise. This got Naruto's attention. "What kind of third world country has stuff like that?" "A place called Wakanda." Chapter 21 Under African Skies. The clomping of boots clapping against tiled floor echoed through the vast halls, their owner taking hurried steps towards the set of double doors in front of him. Pushing the doors open, the man stepped into the council chambers, stopping just in front of those gathered. The chambers were incredibly large, its circular shape held up by the sleekly designed pillars, their gold motif decorated with shining Wakandan runes. In the center of the room were 6 chairs made of pure vibranium, the chairs forming a half circle all facing the regal throne in the center of everything. And there, resting in the throne, sat the king himself with a squad of Dora Milaje scattered around him. "Baba," the man said, bowing low to his father. Chaka smiled softly. "Hello, my son." Standing straight, Chala's smile faded to a look of stoic seriousness. "I bring news from Jidaka village." Chaka raised an eyebrow. Jidaka village was one of Wakanda's many red herrings, the outside world believing it to be the country's capital. Resting just along the outside of Wakanda's forest wall, it was the last line of defense against outsiders accidentally entering the true capital city, Zana. Leaning forward, the elderly king asked, "I'd heard there was a confrontation just outside the village, though I figured it to be an overzealous poacher coming a little too close to the wall. We haven't had an incident outside of that in nearly 20 years. The prince shook his head. "Our war dogs stationed in the village reported a colonizer asking questions about key cities within Wakanda, and asked for a squad of Dora Milaje to be sent to further investigate. I happened to be with the closest set of Dora Milaje in the area, so I volunteered to go with them." Nodding, the king asked, "What did you find?" The colonizer looked to be wandering the village to gather as much information as possible. He stuck to big crowds, and made an effort to visit all of the major places within Jidaka. After leaving the Shrine of Bast, he somehow deduced he was being followed and snuck off to a secluded section of the village. After calling us out into the open, Ao led the charge to apprehend him. Chala answered. "Have you questioned him of his motives?" Chaka asked, assuming the Dora Milaje had captured the possible spy. He was forced to hold back his look of disbelief when his son shook his head to say no. "You captured the outsider, correct?" "No, Baba," he answered, mild shame in his voice. Ao and her assisting Dora were overwhelmed by the colonizer. "He was strong and fast. More than myself. More than you ever were. He used weapons that could withstand their vibranium-empowered spears and, according to Ao, could almost pierce through their armor. I was forced to step in when it looked as though he was about to deliver a finishing blow. My claws managed to catch him off guard and wound him, but..." Confusion marred Chaka's face. "But what, my son?" Chala's face was that of confusion as well. "When I hit him, he disappeared." "Disappeared?" Chaka asked with a blink. "The only way I could describe it was that he popped." Chala explained. "One second he was there, the next he explodes in a puff of white smoke." "How strange," the king surmised. "Has there been any other sightings of this man?" The prince shook his head. "I contacted the border tribe to see if there had ever been another sighting before or after, but Wabi could find nothing." Chaka stood from his throne. "Tell him to continue, make it his top priority. A man as dangerous as this must be found. Up security around Zana and all other legitimate cities in the country, and increase all of their patrols within and outside their walls. Give all war dogs in Dora Milaje any kind of information we have of the outsider, and tell them to keep their ears to the ground. What of me, Baba? Walking up to his son, Chaka rested his hand on Chala's shoulder. Sadly for you, dealing with the outsider will have to wait. I have a mission for you. Chala bowed his head. Whatever you ask of me will be done. Shan is taking Shuri to Abodo Aga to show her the facility there, despite my protests. The former Black Panther began. As you know, a small militia group from Gadaza has begun to crop up just a few miles outside the village, and are showing signs of advancing into our territory. I've informed Shan of this, but the man insists that Shuri must begin to work on designs she's drawn up and that Abodo Aga is the only place to do it without outside interference. I've been very vocal in my protests, but Shuri has managed to convince Ramonda to take her side. And you wish for me to watch over her? Chala asked. The king nodded. I'd send Okoye, but I need her to assist in the search of this outsider, her and most of her Dora Milaje. He patted his son on the shoulder. You have many gifts, my son, but none of them would add anything to the search of this man. They are, however, quite useful in protecting your sister from harm. Can you do it? Chala nodded as he stood ramrod straight, crossing his arms over his chest in a Wakandan salute. Of course, my king! He proclaimed. Chaka began to walk past his son, a duo of Dora Milaje opening the chamber's doors for him as he called out. Wakanda forever! Wakanda forever! Chorused all other occupants of the room. So, where's this Wakampa? Wakanda. The Shadow Clone and Ileana corrected. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yes, sure, Wakanda. Where is it? Eastern Africa. The clone answered. From what my clone could see, it's what most would call a third world country, though there doesn't seem to be any kind of starvation, lack of jobs, or rundown health care. If anything, they seem to be prospering considering the fact they have almost zero outside assistance from anywhere else around the world. The only thing this country seems to lack is any kind of modern infrastructure and technology that isn't decades old. Their most modern city is their capital, Jadaka Village, which is about the size of your average suburban city. There's a handful of government buildings there, a university, and a few shrines dedicated to some of their gods as well. Nothing special. The clone was about to place a few seals around the Capitol building when he found his tail, and engaged them. The original blonde nodded, where he fought the African Amazons and the cat guy. He sighed as he leaned back in his seat. Something's off here. The clone nodded back. It all seems a little staged. Like we're supposed to see this and brush them off. But almost that entire time the clone was there, he felt like he was being watched. Then, anytime he asked questions about the country, people got really skittish. Suspicious even. They're hiding something then. Ileana concluded. And clearly you made them nervous enough to send out a squad of whatever it is they are. Naruto fiddled with the flash drive in his hand. If anyone would have known, it'd have been Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. The clone smirked. And whatever S.H.I.E.L.D. knew, we know. That's only if Fury didn't edit out a few bits from the leaked data. Naruto offered. Which isn't exactly his style. But it wouldn't hurt to look. Ileana said. Naruto shrugged. I didn't say I wouldn't look. It's too juicy not to. Don't tell me he's gained even an inkling of your trust back, brat. Kurama growled out. Giving a mental scoff, Naruto thought. Hell has yet to freeze over Kurama. It better not have, brat. I thought you'd gotten past your blindly trusting phase. I'm going to be pissed if it's still lingering around somewhere in the void you call a skull. So, what are you going to do? Ileana asked. About Wakanda? Well, I can't lie when I say that my urge to snoop around is pretty high, Naruto admitted. The best move would be to go back and get some information. He looked to his clone. How's that one technique coming along? That'd make the whole thing go a whole lot smoother. The clone rubbed the back of his neck. Well, to be honest, we still kinda suck at it. How the hell do we still suck at that move? We've been working on it for like a year and a half. It hasn't exactly been top priority. The clone offered. The original scoffed. And whose fault is that? Yours. Oh yeah? Idio dash. Poof! The clone was cut off as it was dispelled by its creator, leaving a small plume of smoke in its place. Asshole. Naruto muttered. So when do we leave? Ileana asked. We? The ninja asked. The woman smirked. You're forming a team, right? Well, I think it's time this team had its first mission. Fair enough, Naruto admitted. But Wakanda can wait a bit longer. I want to check out this flash drive first. As Naruto extended his hand out for the laptop situated in Ileana's hands, the woman tossed it over to him with a roll of her eyes. I'm gonna get changed, have at it. The blonde on the couch ignored her, slipping the flash drive into a slot on the side of the computer. Clicking on the icon as it popped up, a window came up asking for a password. Shit. Naruto cursed, leaning back into the couch as he tried to think of what the password could possibly be. His eyes panning over to the flash drive, he shrugged as he took a shot in the dark by typing what was written on the face of the cartridge. Secret stuff, he said aloud as he typed it in before hitting enter. A ding was heard, signifying the password was a success, followed by another pop-up, this one containing several dozen files in a single tab. Scrolling down as he skimmed through the file names, he raised an eyebrow at some of the titles he came across. Known Hydra agents, known Hydra supporters, Project Raft, the Ragnarok prototype, Project Negative Zone, the watch list, he read aloud, both eyebrows shooting up after reading the last one. Clicking on the file, he read the first name on the list. Uzumaki, Naruto. He rolled his eyes. Of course. His eyes landing on the name right below his, he started again. Rhys Owen. Born August 21, 1991. Born with the ability to manipulate molecules, Rhys has been under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar since birth. Raised solely by his mother, Rhys grew up with very little understanding or training of his abilities. It wasn't until the passing of his mother that his powers truly manifested, the at the time 9-year-old boy bending everything around him in his emotionally compromised state, killing several dozen people. Imprisoned for the safety of Rhys and anyone around him, he was held in solitary confinement for the entirety of his 13-year prison sentence, where he trained to control his powers. Deemed a non-liability by Director Fury and Secretary Pierce, Rhys was released into the world under severe monitoring. Currently classified as a threat level, Omega. After reading the Owen Rhys's threat level, Naruto muttered, "Wow, haven't seen one of those in a while." Scrolling down to the next name, he read, Murdoch Matthew. Born December 15, 1982. Blinded by a radioactive substance at a young age, additional side effects being the improvement of all other senses. After further investigation, signs show that these improvements have reached superhuman levels. Deemed as a non-threat, though further monitoring is advised, possible recruitment recommended. Scrolling down, he read the next. Van Dyne Hope. Born August 3, 1980. Daughter of Hank Pym and Janet Van Dyne, aka S.H.I.E.L.D. agents Ant-Man and Wasp. Acting board member of Pym Technologies. Skilled in hand-to-hand combat and distinctly intelligent, it is highly likely that she will either inherit or recreate her father's coveted Pym particle suit. Deemed a possible threat, further monitoring is highly recommended. Naruto continued to skim through the dozens upon dozens of names: Stephen Strange, Carl Lucas, Frank Castle, Darren Cross, Bill Foster, Elektra Natchios, Pietro and Wanda Maximoff. The list went on. Even Jessica and Ileana were on the list. But there was one that really caught his eye. A name, a person he'd come across before. Walters Jennifer. Born on March 3, 1982. Paternal cousin of Dr. Bruce Banner. After suffering a fatal gunshot wound, Walters was placed in emergency care, near death. Due to her mother's passing a decade earlier, her only matching blood relative was the conveniently present Dr. Banner, who reluctantly transferred over his blood to save her life. It was after she was released from hospital care that she experienced her first episode, transforming into a lesser yet still very much Hulkish form. After further observation, we can confirm that she can transform in a manner similar to Dr. Banner, though what it lacks in overall strength is made up for by Walters keeping her state of mind. Deemed a possible asset, recommend immediate recruitment. Naruto read over the file several more times, slower and slower each time before he muttered out, "Well shit." What? Naruto looked up to see Ileana dressed in what he could only guess was her mission gear. Wearing a pair of black cargo pants and a dark brown hoodie, with a black traveling strap to her back. Sighing as he scratched his scalp, Naruto said, "It's nothing." Well, not nothing. Just something I really need to handle soon. Shrugging at the other blonde's confusing answer, Ileana asked, "So, what did you find on Wakanda?" "There aren't any files on it, so if Fury bothered to share, it's buried somewhere in the clusterfuck that is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s dirty laundry. And it's probably not anything we can't find out with a little reconnaissance." Getting up with a grunt, he asked. Think you can handle it? The woman smirked, pointing a hand in front of her as a disk of light formed. Taking a step into the portal, Ileana looked to Naruto rather cockily. Are you coming? Naruto raised an eyebrow. You've been to Wakanda? Ever heard of Google? Oh. Arms crossed behind his back, Chala walked down the spiraling staircase heading into the research and development lab, a duo of Dora Milaje at his rear. Reaching the last step, the prince looked over his shoulder. I think I can make it from here, he calmly dismissed. Giving a stiff salute, the two women turned on their heels before making their way back to the top. Beginning his trek into the head lab, he calmly nodded at the row of Dora Milaje lined up against the corridor. He barely stepped foot within the lab when a sharp shout rung out through the circular room. Brother! His stoic facade breaking for a moment as he allowed a smile to cross his face, looking down at the 13-year-old girl as she ran up to him at full speed, barreling into his stomach as she put all her weight into a bear hug. He coughed out. Prying the girl off of him, he chuckled out. Hello, Shuri. Chen told me you're coming with us to Abodo Aga, is that true? She asked. Shuri stood just under his chest, her bright smile in play. Her hair tied into a topknot, she wore a loose purple set of Wakandan robes. Well, of course I am, Chala confirmed. I can't have my sister wandering the streets of Abodo Aga alone, can I? Stepping back, Shuri grabbed his hand, dragging him further into the laboratory. I've been training how to fight, just like you did. I can take care of myself, she argued. It's stupid we have to leave at all. Who do I have to worry about here? Chala frowned at his sister. There are people in this city who don't agree with Shan's progressive views, or how he's spread these beliefs over to you, the princess of Wakanda. Some of your ideas challenge tradition, Shuri. Like what? She challenged. Mass-producing traditional Black Panther armor for all military forces, for one, the prince argued. Or developing low-tech medical packages to be distributed among the rest of Africa. And then the idea to create nanotech-lined armor dash. How is the nanotech suit a breaking in traditio dash? Shuri interrupted, only to be cut off herself by Chala. The armor of the Black Panther is a tradition. Well, they won't have time to complain about my Black Panther designs, because they'll be too busy shitting themselves once they see it in action. Shuri exclaimed confidently. As soon as the princess finished her sentence, a thick baritone voice echoed through the lab. What have I said about that kind of language, cousin? Shuri had the decency to bow her head in mild shame. Sorry, Chen. The man, despite his thick voice, was shockingly frail in stature, standing just a few inches taller than Chala, with his body lacking greatly in both muscle and fat, his bones practically visible. Wrapped in purple robes, the elegant cloth hung off his body as Shen gave a quick salute. My prince, he greeted. Chen, I assume you've been told I will be accompanying you on your trip, Chala said to the older man. I have, and I can't thank you enough for agreeing to come along. Now, Shuri can continue her work unperturbed. Patting the girl on the shoulder. She truly is one of a kind, this girl. Chala nodded. So she likes to tell us. No, Chen said, wagging his live finger negatively. Shuri isn't once in a decade, generation, or even a lifetime. If your father were to allow us to show our research to the world, her name would stand among Archimedes, Da Vinci, Einstein, and Stark as some of the greatest minds to walk this planet. And I hope I live long enough to see the day it happens. Chala grunted out as he shook his head. Father would never allow the outside world to know what we're doing. He, more than anyone, would love to see Shuri's intelligence be recognized around the world. But in Wakanda, unlike in America, an inventor's goal isn't fame dash, it's the betterment of the people. Shuri finished. Shan nodded. Of course. Our king is right in his indisposition. But perhaps one day Wakanda, and the world overall, will benefit from such a revelation. Perhaps, Chala said noncommittedly. Walking past the duo, he asked, How long were you planning on having us stay within Abodo Aga? A month, at least. The head of research and development answered as he followed after the prince. That should be more than enough time for Shuri to get some work done, I'd say. And you have heard of the encroaching group of militarized bandits as well? The prince asked. Of course, it was something our king made sure to remind me of. Several times. And you don't think it risky to stay for so long knowing they may try something soon? Chala wondered. No, I don't. Shan answered. The only reason they haven't been exterminated by our war dogs or Dora Milaje is because the rest of Africa would immediately be aware and responsive. They're only allowed to breath so long as they know their place. Once they step foot in Obodo Aga, however, they'll no longer be an issue. His smile grew larger as he finished. And how can I be nervous when the Black Panther is our protector? The thick chorus of men laughing, drinking, and telling tale rung through a large campsite that sat in the wide open African valley. Sitting within the center of the encampment was a long canopy, it being the main source of noise and debauchery. Outside of the canopy was a hive of movement, with several boys going in with a plate full of food and drink, and just as many walking out with empty plates ready to be refilled. One of said boys was walking into the tent dedicated to prepping the meals, confusion on his face as several boys his age brushed past him, all of them clearly knowing what to do. "Boy!" called out a gruff voice, looking over to one of the several guards stationed in the tent. The boy froze up when the guard pointed his assault rifle in his direction. "Move now!" he warned. He needed no other motivation, following after one of the boys that brushed by him. Entering the long line, he stood up on his toes to look over the shoulders of the several dozen in front of him to see one of the guards handing out a set of glasses filled with wine and other kinds of booze to the boy at the front of the line, his young arms barely able to hold up the tray as he began his trek into the main canopy. Stepping up as the line moved forward, the boy almost jumped as a voice behind him spoke. "Are you new?" About to look behind him, the voice whispered harshly. "Keep looking forward." The boy did as he was told. "Sorry." "Well?" Remembering the question, the boy answered. "Yes." "What's your name?" "Bobo." The boy answered. "What's yours?" "Issa." He answered from behind him. "You are from the Abdemi tribe, right?" Bobo nodded, his voice shaking as he said. "They told me I would get to fight." Looking around, he continued. "I was told to prepare for the worst, but this isn't what I expected. This is what they make us do when they haven't gotten the chance to teach us how to fight for them," Issa said. "They'd rather have us work than sit around and stew. That, and we get used to taking orders." "Well, at least it's not as hard dash." No, it's not," the older boy interrupted. "If you make a mistake, they'll punish you. And their punishments are random and brutality. They could just beat you one day, then kill someone else's entire family the next for doing the exact same thing. Just because they pay you to fight doesn't mean you're safe from them." "Oh. Hey! Pay attention!" Bobo blinked when he realized he'd reached the beginning of the line. After he was handed a large plate, he braced himself as the guard loaded a very large pitcher, around 2 gallons or so, of wine. Now using both arms to hold up the plate, he turned around, seeing Issa for the first time. The boy, who was 3 or 4 inches taller than him, gave him a wary nod. Slowly, he walked out of tent and weaved his way towards the canopy. Stepping through the thin flaps that acted as the large tent's wall/door, he blinked at the overwhelming amount of people in the room. There had to have been over 50 people sitting at the long dining table, with several dozen others loitering around them. Several were drunk, others were feeling up the women in their laps, and some were gorging themselves on the food handed to them by the kids that were all around Bobo's age. Swallowing the lump that had begun to form in his throat, Bobo tried to find an empty spot along the table to stand. Swerving through person after person, he found himself lost in the chaos of activity. Finding a light at the end of the tunnel when he spotted an opening out of the crowd, he pushed his way through, sighing in relief as his bout of claustrophobia came to an end. Taking a moment to gather his bearings, he realized he'd made his way to the head of the table. Unlike every other part of the table, this area was rather sparse, with only one person sitting at the end. This man was strange. The man was obviously from African descent, his head shaved with golden gauge earrings hanging within his earlobes. He was tall, with a thin frame that was wrapped in a loose blood-red tribal robe. His posture was straight, and he ate with a civility not shared by anyone else in the room. None of that, though, was what made Bobo uneasy. It was his smile. His lips seemed to be permanently stretched out as far as physically possible, maybe even a little more so, with almost every single one of his teeth showing as a result. Bobo's attention was taken away from the man's mouth, said man raising up his glass to signify its need to be filled. Noticing that he was the only one around with a pitcher of wine, Bobo knew he had no choice but to step forward. As he walked past the man's guards over to his side, he took a hand out from underneath the plate, the boy reaching over to grab the heavy pitcher. Both arms now shaking from the strain, Bobo did his best not spill a drop as he hefted the thick flask to where it was just over the man's glass. Pouring the rich red wine into the clear glass, sweat began to build along Bobo's brow as the swirling drink came close and closer to the brim of the cup. And just as he lifted the pitcher up to stop pouring, a muscle in his arm spasmed, causing him to reflexively bring the pitcher up a little too fast. His heart practically stopped when he heard the liquid drip onto the man's arm, splotching the intricate robe in the process. But his heart didn't stop for long, because though time seemed to freeze over, he could still hear his pounding heartbeat ringing through his eardrums. The man turned his head slowly to look Bobo in the eye, forcing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand up as the man still had his smile in place. My oh my oh my! It seems we've made a spill. The man spoke calmly. I. Bobo stuttered out. Seeing Bobo's fear, the man began to chuckle. Oh, don't worry, we all make mistakes. Don't we? Yes. Yes, sir. Well, what's the point of making mistakes if we don't learn from them, eh? The man said lightly. You've learned from your mistake, right? Of course, sir. Bobo forced out. Prove it. Bobo blinked. I'm sorry. Slowly, the man extended the hand holding the glass of wine before dramatically spilling the contents onto the floor beneath him. His glass now empty, he put his hand back to where it originally was. Prove it, he repeated, though this time his voice held a clear undertone of danger to it. Gulping, Bobo picked up the now slightly lighter pitcher of wine, his arm this time shaking from fear. Wine swished and sloshed as he moved the pitcher closer and closer to the empty glass, coming to a stop as it came to hover over it once again. Closing his eyes and taking a breath to calm his nerves as best he could, Bobo slowly poured the wine into the glass. His nerves weren't calmed enough, however, the creeping feeling of dread spreading through his body as his arm began to involuntarily shake, causing the wine to spill out of the pitcher enough to miss the glass, the red liquid landing on the man's hand. Pulling the pitcher back, Bobo waited for the man to speak, sweat beading down his face. Huh! The man sighed out. Looking over his shoulder to one of the guards behind him, the man called out while pointing at the guard's sidearm. Abayomi, if you'd please? Abayomi withdrew and presented the pistol without hesitance. Here you are, Mr. Achebe, he said before stepping back into place. Achebe looked over the pistol as he said, A Vector CP1, very effective Abayom, thank you. As he did, he flicked the safety off. Bobo fought every instinct he had not to run away, knowing that no matter what that if he ran he was dead. He could only pray that Issa was right when he said punishment was fickle in this camp. His stomach nearly flipped when Achebe raised the gun in his direction, pointing it directly at him as the older man stared into Bobo's very soul. He practically collapsed when Achebe spun the gun around so that the grip was facing him. Take it, Achebe offered. Where do I put dash? Abayom, take all this off the boy's hands, will you? He asked pleasantly, motioning towards the boy's handful of wine. His hands now free of the tray and wine, Bobo wrung his arms out as he was finally given a reprieve. Seeing Achebe motion for the gun in his hand, the boy gingerly took it, cradling it as he asked, What do you want me to do with it? You know who runs this camp, right? Seeing the boy shake his head, Achebe continued. His name is Daki. No one knows who he is, where he's from, why he does what he does. Very few even know what he looks like. The only thing we know about him is a story, a tale told and passed along to any that follows him. Would you like to hear it? Yes. Achebe's smile somehow grew. They say that Daki was a holy man, who lived a quiet, prosperous life with his beautiful wife. That is, until war came upon his village. After 2 days and nights of fighting within and around the village, a group of tired and wounded soldiers came to his doorstep asking for shelter. While Daki wanted nothing to do with the bloodshed, he knew it was his responsibility, as a holy man, to not turn a blind eye on those in need. So, he let the soldiers stay in his home, and ride out the battle until it subsided. He healed them, fed them, clothed them, and sheltered them, asking nothing in return. And after several days, the fighting finally stopped, and Daki bid farewell to the soldiers. But as his back was turned, the soldiers stabbed Daki 32 times. They then took his wife, razed his home, and left him for dead. And so, he lied there, crying out for help. Crying out to anyone who would listen, pleading for vengeance. How did he survive? Bobo asked, enthralled with the tale. Some say he sold his soul to the devil. Achebe answered. Imbued with a new sense of purpose, and gifted with attributes from the devil himself, Daki hunted down and killed the soldiers who had betrayed him, stabbing each of his victims 32 times. But he didn't stop there. Their families, acquaintances, neighbors, even Daki's wife, none of them were spared from his wrath, all stabbed 32 times. Wow! Bobo muttered. That's dash. Daki is a very firm believer that mistakes are human nature. He made one, and now he's learned from it. So long as we learn, the mistake can be forgiven. Sadly, it doesn't appear that you have learned anything from your mistake. Now, I understand that spilling wine is a minor offense. Incredibly so. But still, how would it look if I let it slide? Then, everyone will think it's okay. Daki can't have that. I understand, sir. Achabi nodded. Good. Now, point the gun to your temple, and pull the trigger. What? I thought you understood? Achabi asked. Rubbing his chin in thought, he continued. Perhaps this will better help you understand. You're from the Abdemi tribe, correct? Yes. Bobo practically cried out. Well, fine then. Achabi said with a nonchalant shrug. His smile still in place, his eyes gained a hard, angered edge to them. If you don't shoot yourself in the temple right now, I'm going to send every soldier I have to that village, and they're going to raze it to the ground. They will tie up and gag all the men they find, and force them to watch as every single child is murdered in front of them, and as all of their women are raped and defiled until they are unrecognizable. Every possession they own will be eradicated, their gods and shrines destroyed, and their homes used as firewood. And as the men quiver and beg for death, watching as everything is taken from them, I will tell them why this happened. Because some sniveling, useless, waste of breath boy couldn't do one simple thing. Bang! The crack of gunfire silenced the room, all its occupants jumping as they watched one of the new recruits shoot himself in the head, spraying his own blood all over the man at the head of the table. The quiet lasted only a second longer before going back to normal, all conversations continuing as though nothing had ever happened. Achabi sighed as he wiped a glob of blood off his face, turning back to face his meal as a couple of guards began to cart off the corpse at his side. Raising his glass for the third time, the man said, Wine please. Issa walked forward, taking the half-full pitcher of wine off his tray, slowly pouring the liquid into Achabi's glass, using all his effort not to spill a single drop. The glass filled, Issa placed the pitcher back on the plate, waiting for Achabi to speak. Taking a sip of his wine, Achabi seemed to notice Issa still lingering around. Waving him off flippantly, he continued to sip at his drink. Knowing he was dismissed, Issa nodded before taking several steps back, ignoring the large puddle of blood at his feet as he did. The next day location, Jidaka village. General, are you all right? Okoye looked over to her subordinate, an eyebrow raised as she said, Yes, Baya, why do you ask? The general fought back the urge to flinch at her icy tone, her eyes softening on her fellow Dora Milaje. Baya hesitated for a moment. I apologize, ma'am, but you seem preoccupied. The general sighed as she turned back to the surveillance screen. I am fine, Baya. I just want to find the outsider as soon as possible so that I may assist our prince. The situation he has found himself sets me on edge. She then pulled at her leather coat. That and these clothes we have to wear makes me feel naked. Baya smiled. I understand. Even if these clothes are woven in vibranium, it is still uncomfortable to be outside of our armor. And Chala can more than handle himself. How many times must he prove that to you? His ability to take care of himself is not being brought into question, Baya. What's questionable is why those militiamen are so close to Obodo Aga. They've become too brazen. Okoye sighed. If I had my way, we'd have obliterated them by now. But the council wishes to be a bit more cautious in handling this slightly renowned militia. They fear if we interfere too soon the world will be more likely to notice. Well, in the end it doesn't matter. Once they step foot on our land, they will cease to exist. Baya said, Indeed dash. Okoye was interrupted by Edie barging into the surveillance room. Seeing her general's curious gaze, Edie gave a firm Wakandan salute before saying, General, I have news. Speak, Edie. Loosening her stance, Edie did as her general commanded. Soya has found the colonizer. On alert, Okoye said. Where is he? Take me to him. Edie walked over to the general as she fiddled with her kimoyo beads. Soya, send me the video feed. She spoke into the bracelet. Understood. A voice answered back before a hologram shot out of the center bead, showing a 3D video of the outsider sitting at what looked like a diner with a blonde-haired woman. most of her focus on the video, Okoye asked. Is this live? Soya's voice projected from Edie's kimono beads. Yes, General. Why do you ask? Edie asked. Because, Okoye said, her voice holding a dangerous edge. The outsider mocks us. The two other Dora Milaje looked down at the hologram, watching as the outsider looked directly back at them, waving cheekily as he did. Grab your weapons, Okoye ordered. This fool needs to be put in his place. Do you really think it's a good idea to antagonize them like this? Ileana asked, doing her best to look inconspicuous as she sipped on her tea. Naruto shrugged as he took a drink from his own cup of steaming tea. We need them to come to us, and we know they're watching out for us. So, why not make it easier for them to find us? And look at them, not even trying to hide that they're surveilling us. Disgraceful, he said, his eyes pointing at the woman standing a block away. Like the others that his clone had fought, she was bald with black tribal tattoos all along her clear scalp, though unlike the others that wore a more traditional-looking red and silver armor, she wore a black leather ensemble, with a decorative silver neck ring wrapped tightly around her windpipe. Whatever, I just want to know what the game plan is after this. Surely we're not going to fight in the middle of the street? The blonde ninja smiled. I'm sure we'll figure something out. Why do you have to be so relaxed about this kind of stuff? The sorcerer wondered with a huff. I don't know about you, but this is a little nerve-wracking for me. That's because you don't usually do this kind of stuff. After a while, the nerves go away. Don't worry, my first mission I was a nervous wreck. My teammate had to save my ass after we got jumped by the people wanting to assassinate our client. Naruto admitted nonchalantly, finishing off his cup of tea. Ileana blinked. Wait, what? Yeah, my first mission outside of my village, we were protecting a client from assassins. We got jumped, and I froze up. Naruto said with a shrug. But weren't you like 12 when you became a ninja or whatever it is you were? Uh-huh. Shaking her head, Ileana said. Don't you think that's a little fucked up? You were a kid being sent to fight off and kill other people. Naruto hushed her as he looked around. Not so loud, geez. That's why this doesn't bother you. Ileana harshly whispered. Because you've been killing people since you were a kid. I didn't kill anyone until I was 16. Definitively, you were still a kid. Maybe here, yes sure I would have been considered a child. But where I'm from, you became an adult the minute you put on that headband. It might have taken a bit for that to sink in for me, but it's true. Naruto said, growing tired of their current topic of conversation. Ileana sighed, sensing Naruto's agitation. Doesn't that make you sad though? Knowing you never really had a childhood? The moment I was conceived I was destined to never have a normal childhood. Naruto said before he paused, his features hardening. They're here. Blinking as Naruto calmly stood up, she asked. What do? We go over to them. He answered as though it were obvious. And what, talk? Ileana asked with clear sarcasm. Yup, wait, what? Scrambling up in order to follow him, the duo crossing the street in the direction of the four warrior women. Giving a charming smile, Naruto gave a lazy wave as they came upon them. Yo! Which one of you is in charge? Though he asked the question, he already knew the answer. Of the three newcomers, the one in the center with a golden neck ring, rather than silver like the other three, held an incredible amount of authority in her stance. Wearing a red leather jacket with black dress pants and a pair of comfortable sandals, she and the others were clearly trying to blend more into the crowd, something that would have been much more difficult had they been wearing their armor. I am. The woman answered. We are here to bring you in for questioning. Make this easier on yourself and your friend and do not resist, or we will be forced to use lethal force. Oh, and of course by questioning you mean see who I'm associated with, get as much on them as you can from me, and then kill me, right? Naruto asked. Well, how about I get all that out of the way? My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm not working for or with anyone. I'm only here out of general curiosity, so I'm really not in the mood to hurt any of you. But if you threaten to attack me or my friend over here again, I'll make you regret it. Putting on his classic smile, he finished. So, what's your name? The woman that had been watching him stepped up. How dare Soya? The leader cut off. Enough. Well? Naruto asked, ignoring the woman now named Soya. Lowering her arm, she raised her head, looking down her nose at him as if to say he was below her. My name is Okoye. I am the general of the Dora Milaje. I am here to bring you in for your curiosity, and I am not in the mood for your games. So, if I have to tell you to give up one more time, I'll make you regret it. His smile still in place, Naruto asked. Alright, where do we take this then? Eyeing Naruto for a moment, Okoye answered. Follow us. So, this totally doesn't feel like a trap, Ileana mumbled. The non-Wakandan natives looked around the large spacious park the Dora Milaje had taken them to. It was away from the urban part of the city, and was uncharacteristically devoid of people. Standing in a Mexican standoff, Naruto fought the urge to spit out a Western whistle. Looking around, Naruto reached out with his senses to see if anyone else was waiting around to ambush them. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto said, You think so, but we're the only ones here. Okoye ignored the two, looking to her subordinates. The man is mine. Do not interfere. The three behind her smirked, all giving a salute in unison. Naruto sighed as he pulled off his jacket. Applying chakra to the seal on his wrist, a puff of smoke surrounded him with an audible pop. The smoke clearing, the ninja twirled around his chikudo around, giving it a few test swings. Can you handle the other three? I think the general is wanting to take me on one-on-one. Ileana nodded as she summoned an eldritch Talmandala, a fiery circular symbol, to her left hand. I can handle them, she said with mustered confidence, though Naruto could still hear the nerves on the edge of her voice. Seeing the outsiders preparing themselves, the four Wakandans reached behind themselves, pulling out a metallic cylinder. Holding the object out in front of them, Naruto blinked when they extended out, turning into gleaming spears with a resounding thwang. If you can't tell me, there's no shame in needing a helping hand, Naruto said. I will only ask one last time, Okoye called out. Surrender yourself to Wakanda, now. If you do not, I cannot guarantee your survival today. Naruto frowned. All we want is to see what's going on in this country. We don't want to harm anyone. This fight is pointless. If that is the case, why don't you just leave, ignore what you've seen, and go about your life like nothing ever happened here? Okoye offered. We both know you'd never let us go like that. Something is going on in this country. And whatever it is, you're willing to kill for it. The ninja smiled. You can't dangle something like that in my face and expect me not to see what's going on. Enough talk then, Okoye exclaimed before sprinting over to the man across from her. Jumping into the air, she thrusted her spear downward towards his face. After a quick roll out of the way, Naruto was forced to get on his feet quickly to keep the spear tip from slamming into his kneecap. Swatting the next set of prodding jabs, the ninja positioned his sword to lock into Okoye's spear. Using his superior strength, Naruto began to push Okoye back. Feeling her step off balance, he snuck his foot behind her and pulled her legs out from under her. Grabbing her airborne body, he hurled her away from him. Flipping midair, Okoye drove her spear into the ground to slow herself down. Coming to a stop, she huffed as she dusted off her jacket. How have I not broken his sword yet? She asked herself. Hearing her, Naruto said, What is the thing made of anyway? I'm sure if I wasn't pumping chakra into the blade it'd have chipped by now. Okoye narrowed her eyes. Do you really think I'd tell you that, outsider? Well, most people do. Naruto admitted. It's a mix of my charm and their stupidity that gets them to blab about what makes their moves tick. Well, I can assure you, outsider, that I find you extremely lacking in the charm department. Twirling her spear around, she finished. And I'm most definitely not stupid. Charging forward to strike again, she was quickly forced to stop to reflexively parry. As Naruto had decided to throw his sword like a javelin, the blade covered in a thick sheet of lightning. However, as soon as her spear made contact with the sword, a violent jolt of electricity went through her system, momentarily stunning her. Jarred from the stun, she was unable to get her defense up quick enough to stop the fist that slammed into her face. Blood and spittle spraying from her mouth, she was too wrapped up in pain to notice the other uppercut that slid under her jaw, sending her up in the air, with a stomp kick finishing off the combo, forcing her to tumble to the ground. Ileana grunted as she used her Talmandala to block Soya's mighty swing, skidding back from the force of it. Sighing in frustration as she batted away another swing, the sorcerer forced to only have a fraction of her attention on the Dora Milaje in front of her, the rest of it on the other two prowling around her like stalking jungle cats. Summoning an eldritch whip into her free hand, she gave it a testing snap before whipping it at Soya, the fiery rope wrapping around her vibranium spear. Pulling her forward with a sharp tug, Ileana released the mandala in her hand in order to summon a portal, the bright disk forming right in front of Soya, enveloping the woman completely. Closing the portal, Ileana then summoned another portal, this one a couple hundred feet in the air, sending the Dora Milaje into a freefall. Soya! Baya called out, watching as her fellow Dora Milaje fell from the sky. Ileana, her face scrunched up in concentration, summoned another portal, this one directly under the falling Soya, before opening up one more, this one right in front of Edie, sending the still-moving Dora Milaje into her comrade at full speed. Baya scoffed as both Edie and Soya were taken out of the picture. Focusing her attention on Ileana, she twirled her spear around viciously before pointing the tip of her weapon in Ileana's direction, electricity sparking off it. Die! She screamed, throwing her spear as hard as she could. Ileana yelped in shock, ducking the spear just as it was about to drive its way into her brain. She quickly realized though that the spear was a distraction, figuring it out as Baya slammed her knee into her stomach, knocking the wind out of her, before taking a fist to the cheek, sending her to the ground. Walking away from the still coughing colonizer, Baya plucked her spear out of the ground where she'd thrown it. Get up! She yelled. We're not done yet, colonizer! Get up! To emphasize her point, she swung the blunt end of the spear into Ileana's side, putting her on her side as she cried out in pain. Finally getting back her breath, Ileana muttered out, If you want me to get up, then stop hitting me, you goddamn bitch! Only to take a hit to the face with the butt of the spear. Knowing she was fighting a losing battle, Ileana summoned a portal beneath her, swallowing her up. Baya looked around, watching as another portal appeared a few yards away, with Ileana dropping out of it. Quickly scrambling to her feet, the sorcerer said to herself, I really need to get a weapon of my own. A sword or something, that'd be nice. The Dora Milaje across from her looked her up and down. Are you some kind of witch? Is that where these strange abilities come from? The correct term is sorcerer. But yeah, pretty much. Ileana admitted. Come then, witch. My general will be most angry that I took so long to defeat someone like you. The witch rolled her eyes. I told you I'm a you-know-what? Screw it. Call me whatever you want, freaking bitch. Baya narrowed her eyes dangerously, dashing forward with her spear pointed out ready to impale the woman in front of her. Ileana quickly raised her hand up, summoning a portal disc in between her and Baya, or more specifically the spear. Her forward momentum too heavy, Baya was unable to stop in time to keep her spear from entering the disc, only able to stop halfway. That was enough for Ileana, however, as the disc closed, cutting off whatever didn't make its way inside, bisecting the spear's handle in half. Bringing up another portal, she grabbed the other half of the spear as it fell out. Summoning another disc, she drove the spear into it as a second one appeared right above Baya's foot, the spear leaving the second portal and driving its way into its owner's foot, the Dora Milaje screaming out in an angered pain. Releasing the second portal, she formed another, this time in front of Baya's face. Throwing the hardest punch she could muster into the first, she watched in satisfaction as it came out the second right into the Baya's temple, knocking her out. Naruto, seeing Ileana's fight from the corner of his eye, smiled in satisfaction at seeing his friend's clever use in her abilities. Quickly ducking under another jab from Okoye's electrified spear, he smirked as he said, Despite the fact you've yet to hit me, you're actually very skilled. Okoye, sweat sheened along her temple, said, So are you. I am one of Wakanda's greatest warriors, and never have I faced someone with such skill. It is unnatural. Unhuman. Attempting a kick as her spear was blocked for what felt like the 100th time, she asked, What are you? Palming her leg, he took a swing with the kunai he'd used to replace his chikuto and watched as it bounced off her jacket. I'll tell you what I am if you tell me what your clothes are made of. I would never betray my country's secrets. Okoye grunted out, trying out a backhanded swing to try and get him to back off for a moment. Jumping back, he reached out for his chikuto as he channeled magnet release, attracting the sword to him in a manner similar to Thor and his hammer. You're a good soldier then. Though I do have to question how great your country is if they react this way to every guy that asks a couple questions. There has never been anyone like you asking these questions. A man with gifts such as yourself is dangerous to our country. Precautions had to be made to ensure its continued safety. Okoye said, using the conversation to catch her breath. Naruto smirked as he thought, This place acts like a hidden village back home. These ladies must be their version of ANBU or something. Now isn't the time to make comparisons, brat. Kurama said. She's stalling. More than likely she's called for backup after your partner took out her help. The ninja scoffed. Don't you think I've figured that out already? I can never be sure with you. Fair enough. Naruto sighed as he said, Sorry Okoye, but But our little game is gonna have to come to an end. I let you take your shots on me cause I wanted to see how magic would do on her own. Now that I see she can handle herself, I don't have any real reason to keep this up. Okoye's face became marred in annoyance. How dare you, Prisook? Her tirade was cut off as Naruto appeared behind her, grabbing her in a sleeper hold with one arm and grabbing her arm holding the spear with another. Gripping her tight, he flinched as she backed to kick and squirm, sending sharp jabs into his side with all her might in a desperate bid to escape. It proved fruitless, however, as before long she went limp in his arms. Looking down at her, he sighed as he said, "Sorry." Gently placing her over his shoulder, he walked over to Ileana. "You ready?" he asked. Still catching her breath from the continuous use of her powers, she gave a thumbs up. "Ready as I'll ever be, I guess." Looking to the other three Dora Milaje, she asked, "What about them?" Naruto shook his head. "We only need the general. Anything they know she'd know, and then some. Grab on, I'll get us out of here." "Right," Ileana said, gripping his shoulder as she prepared herself for the jolt that was teleporting via Hiraishin. "Hold on," Naruto warned. And then, with a flicker, the three of them were gone. Location: Abodo Aga. This is impressive. Chala looked around the Abodo Aga laboratory, clearly impressed by the variety of different inventions loitering the warehouse-like area. From the experimental hoverbikes, the prototype Dora Milaje armor pieces, to the next generation of Kimoyo beads. As he walked around, eyeing a new vibranium Mendinka sword, the metal and the blade giving off a soft vibration. "I'm sorry, my prince, but I need you to step away from the sword. It is quite volatile." A stern voice called out from behind him. Looking for the source of the voice, Chala said, "My apologies." The man that spoke nodded, his heavy stature making Chala wonder why he was there to begin with, though his pure white ensemble showed that he was a member of the Technological Research Division. "That sword is still in the testing phase. If our prince were to find himself injured, I'd hate to think which one of my subordinates would take the blame for it." Chala's eyebrows furrowed. "I would take full responsibility, I assure you." The man grunted out. "Perhaps, but taking responsibility and taking the blame are two different things entirely. Baba, enough," Shan ordered, his face stern. Baba bowed to Shan. "My apologies," he grunted out before stalking off, giving Chala a warning glance as he did. "I don't think he likes me," Chala muttered. Shen sighed as he watched Baba walk away. "I'm sorry, Chala. That's Baba, he oversees this facility. He's a bit of a safety nut." As an afterthought he continued, "That, and he's not a fan of our current bureaucracy." "Why?" Shuri asked, knowing she'd be working with the man quite a bit. "He, like many here, believe we should share some of our technology with our fellow man. However, unlike myself, he's very vocal in his distaste." Looking to Shuri he smiled. "I wouldn't worry about it too much, young one. I'm sure once he gets to know you, the two of you will get along just fine. He might not show it, but he is very impressed with your work." Shuri smirked playfully as she began to walk away. "I'm sure if he causes me any trouble, the Black Panther will be there to show him his place. Right, brother? I thought you could handle yourself, huh?" Chala prodded. "Why handle it myself when I have the Black Panther nearby?" Shuri asked in exasperation. "Use your head, brother. I'll be too busy making sure no one from outside the city is trying to kill you to defend you from a schoolyard bully." As he began to walk away, he said, "I'm going to get ready. I'll be with you in a moment, don't bother waiting for me. One of these days I'm going to build you a suit that makes getting ready a redundancy." Shuri called out. Chala didn't bother to respond, instead waving his hand in a quick goodbye. Shuri looked at Shan. "Do you really think people outside the city are going to try and come after us?" "It's hard to say, child. To try and fathom the thoughts of those savages is a pointless endeavor, I find." Patting her on the shoulder, he said, "Focus on your work, Shuri. Let your brother worry about everything else." Shuri smiled at her mentor. "Right. Location: outside of Abodo Aga. Is this information true?" "Yes," Achebe answered. "It appears that the Black Panther is accompanying them to Abodo Aga. That will make things a little more complicated." Achebe nodded, his smile awkwardly in place. "Agreed, though I've been assured it will be handled. All that matters is that we get our hands on the package. If you misunderstand me, it is not Black Panther that worries me. The entire point of this is to force Wakanda's hand. No, it makes things more complicated for them. Yes, Daki, of course. Their conversation was cut off by a soldier entering their tent. Achebi, the soldiers have been mobilized. We'll be entering Abodo Aga in 2 hours. Achebi sighed. Captain, can't you tell I'm in the middle of talking to Daki? He asked, his voice holding a dangerous edge. Oh, the captain stuttered, looking back and forth between Achebi and Daki, clearly nervous. His eyes stayed on Achebi for a second, a shiver running down his spine from his crooked smile, before he looked to Achebi's hand. Or more specifically, the hand puppet that rested upon it. The puppet was rather simple, looking like a cartoonish version of Achebi, only his face was decorated with a vicious frown. I am sorry, sir. I just leave. Yes, sir. Captain? Achebi called out. The captain stopped. Yes, sir? You've learned from this, yes? Of course. Good. As the soldier left with his tail between his legs, Achebi sighed as Daki spoke, his voice as coarse as gravel against sandpaper. A little harsh, don't you think? I'm sorry, Daki. All I want is to follow your mantra. It's not my mantra, Daki corrected. It's ours. Achebi nodded. As you say. Walking behind his desk, Achebi sighed as he looked down at Daki, stroking his hair back into place before gently taking his companion off his hand. Opening a drawer, he lightly placed him on an impressively soft cushion. Locking the drawer, Achebi flattened out his robes as he said, Rest well, Daki. By the time you wake back up, we'll be one step closer. Sweet dreams, my friend. Location, outside of Njidaka village. You sure we're good here? Ileana asked, looking around the rundown warehouse they found themselves in. Naruto nodded as he created 2 chairs that faced each other from the ground beneath him. My clone found this place while he was exploring. I've got a gang of clones surveilling the area, and we can just go somewhere else if we get found out. Propping Okoye up on the chair, he molded chakra into it so that a few binds sprouted around her to keep the Dora Milaje in place. Taking the seat in front of her, he closed his eyes as he took a calming breath. Magic Dash, why are you calling me that? Ileana asked, grunting in annoyance, his eyes still close, he asked. That's your stage name, right? Well, now it's your superhero name. Congrats. A smile spread across her face. My superhero name, she muttered wistfully. Yeah, huh? Can I continue now? Naruto asked. When she nodded, he said, This move takes a lot of concentration, so I'm going to need you to be as quiet as possible. Understand? Yes. Nodding at her answer, he took another big breath in before saying, Ninja Art, Psycho Mind Transmission. Going through several hand seals, he paused on the last one, gathering up his chakra until he broke the seal with his right hand, though keeping the half seal in play. His free hand covered in a fiery chakra, he placed it on Okoye's head. Ileana watched as, seemingly, nothing happened. Other than the occasional facial twitch from Naruto, nothing happened between the two for several minutes. That is until Naruto's eyes swung open, gasping for air as blood began to leak from his nose at a steady pace. Grasping his head, he rested his hand against his nose to help stop the bleeding. Rushing to his side, Ileana asked, Naruto! Naruto, are you alright? I'm fine, it's just a headache. Naruto grunted out. God, now I have way more respect for Ino's dad. That move is ridiculous. What happened? The sorcerer asked. What did you do? Getting up, Naruto wiped the remaining blood off his face. I read her mind. Ileana blinked. Wow. Did you get anything? Naruto chuckled. Yeah, I got a bit. This whole place is a sham. What do you mean? Magic asked, confused. Wakanda. The whole goddamn country is a fucking sham. Half of their cities are a smokescreen, created to convince the world that they're a weak country with little resources. But they're not. They have a monopoly on the greatest metal around, and they've used to become the most technologically advanced country on the planet, and instead of using that technology to help the world around them, they hoard it like a bunch of misers. Naruto chuckled, though there was no humor in his voice. And they send people like Okoye here to take care of anyone that comes close to the truth. That's terrible. Ileana said. Naruto shrugged. They believe it to be better for everyone that they keep to themselves. And I can see their point. He admitted. How? If they're really this advanced, think of all the people they could help dash, and think of all the destruction people would wreak once they got their hands on it. I've seen wars that use weapons similar to what Wakandans are using, and it's not pretty. Naruto sighed. You share vibranium with everyone, you're asking for another world war. And it'll be just like the first one, more advanced weapons with old tactics, leading to nothing but more and more death. Looking to Okoye, Ileana sighed in defeat. Well, what do we do with her? Drop her off in the city. I need to come up with a plan, Naruto said. A plan for what? The ninja's frown made Ileana nervous, not use the man's more serious expression. I need to learn more before I go to Burnin Zana and talk to King Chaka. I need a different perspective. Whose? A panther's, I think. Ileana blinked. What? Naruto sighed in defeat. Never mind. Chapter 22, Wretches and Kings. The sound of silence was disrupted as someone rapped their knuckles against the door, the sound echoing through the dank apartment hallway, followed by the muffled acknowledgement of it being heard on the other side. The source of the knocking waited rather impatiently, tapping their foot hurriedly against the tile floor. After a handful of seconds, that impatience proved too much to handle, and another set of knocks slapped against the door, followed by another call of acknowledgement, this time much harsher. The door thrown open, Jessica Jones huffed out and agitated. What? Only to then blink when she realized who was standing opposite her. Giving his practically patented smirk, Tony Stark gave a quick and lazy wave hello. I'm looking for the kid, he said, looking past her shoulder into the apartment behind her. The kid? She asked. What kid? There aren't any kids here. Raising an eyebrow, she wondered aloud. Why are you asking around for a kid? Realizing the implications of what she was hinting at, Tony sighed. I'm looking for Naruto. Who? Jessica asked innocently. I know he's here, so you can drop the doe eyes, Tony said. Looking past her again, he called out. Naruto, it's me. Tell your girlfriend to let me in, we need to talk. An offended look crossed Jessica's face. Girlfriend? Tony? Naruto's voice called out. Tony made to brush past the woman at the sound of Naruto's voice, only to grunt as she shot her arm out across the door frame, effectively intercepting him from entering the room. Taking a few step backs from the surprisingly sturdy woman, he dusted off his suit in exasperation. Really? He asked. Hey kid, you gonna call off Videl Satan over here or what? Never watched Dragon Ball. I was too busy having friends. Jessica shot back. Tony straightened his shades. But yet you know who Videl is? Clearly those friends were imaginary. Naruto cut off Jessica's retort, putting his hand on her arm and forcing it down. He's a friend, you don't mind him coming in for a couple minutes, right? Jessica's narrowed eyes went back and forth between the two men before she shrugged. Fine, you can talk. Grabbing Naruto by the back of his neck, she pushed him out the apartment into the hallway. Outside. Blinking as the door was slammed in his face, Naruto rubbed the back of his neck with a slight laugh. She means well, every once in a while. Yeah, she's a real treasure. Looking back at the door, he read the cheaply made sign that read Alias Investigations. She needs a better sign. This whole rundown apartment look can't be good for business. After a moment of thought, he asked, she ever think about installing some frosted glass? Maybe some golden font? Why are you here? Naruto asked, trying to cut to the chase. Tony pulled out a phone. Here, this is your new phone. It has all the contact info of everyone on the team and a few others including Hill. Naruto took the phone in his hand, admiring the state-of-the-art tech on display. It's not a Yuta, but it'll do. What? Tony asked. Nothing, don't worry about it. The blonde brushed off. Is that all? No, there's more. Stark answered, stuffing his hands in his pockets as he said, the Secretary of State wants to have a powwow with you. I've volunteered myself and Rogers to act as your chaperone, so don't worry about them trying to stonewall you. That's if you even agree to it. They have no say over you, so there's really not a lot they can do to you if you refuse to talk with the dash. Sure, whatever. The man dubbed Iron Man blinked. Excuse me? Naruto shrugged. Yeah, I mean I don't really care. I'm sure the boss would want to do it eventually. The boss? Tony muttered only to scoff. You're a clone, aren't you? The Naruto clone gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. Sure am. Tony sighed. Fine, just make sure you get with the boss and have him get with me or Rogers. Yeah, I can't really promise you that he'll get back to you real quick. Stark raised a curious eyebrow. Why, what's he doing? Chala sighed as he crouched over the ledge of the railing within the R&D building, calmly watching his sister work on her upgraded kimoyo beads. Trying to keep as out of the way as possible, he kept to the upper levels of the facility, prowling around so that his sister was always in his view. He'd been on sentry duty for the past few days, and the monotony of it was just beginning to get to him. If it weren't for his decade of training, he knew he wouldn't be able to last a month. But no matter what, he would not fail. His pride would never allow it. Shuri sighed as she looked up to see her brother literally hovering over her, wiping the sweat from her brow as she turned her attention back to her desk, continuing to tinker with her kimoyo beads. Chala wasn't the only one hovering, however. Chen seemed to think he was her shadow, seeming as how he followed her every step everywhere she went. Unlike a shadow, however, he always seemed to have something to say. Question after question. Praise upon praise. At first, she admitted, the constant praise and questions helped boost her ego quite a bit. But it had quickly devolved into a nuisance. Luckily, Baba had plenty for Chen to look over, keeping the man busy enough that Shuri was able to fight the urge to not so kindly ask him to buzz off. He takes protecting you very seriously. Having just managed to shut off the world so she could focus, Shuri jumped at the deep voice of Baba. Don't do that! She shrieked out. Calming herself, she flattened out the ruffles in her shirt as she asked, Can I help you, sir? Baba hummed. What is this? Shuri turned her attention back to her work, speaking as she tinkered. New kimoyo beads. New how? The man asked. We come out with a new set of upgraded beads biennially, all of the individual beads upgraded as much as possible. It's new in that it's new. I'm not upgrading any of the previous bead models. I'm adding a new one. Shuri corrected. As you know, each individual bead serves a purpose. One for communication, one for video feeds, one for medical evaluations. One of them acts as a key to access vehicles and doorways for crying out loud. And? Baba asked impatiently. And? Shuri dragged out. I am working on a bead that will be able to provide first aid assistance to the wearer. From cuts, broken or fractured bones, burns, to even bullet wounds. It can be used by both the Dora Milaje and our war dogs, or just the everyday citizen after an accident at home. I'm trying to create a bead that go from its solid sphere state to something more gel-like so that it can cover the area that needs treatment, and to also be able to separate and expand if need be. There's a lot more to it that I need to work on, but getting the vibranium in the bead to turn into something more malleable is proving difficult. Baba hummed out, looking over her shoulder at her work. Have you thought of using something other than vibranium? Something that can be softened, but is held together by vibranium as a case of some kind. Shuri nodded. I'd thought of that, but I'm finding a hard time finding a material that is compatible that doesn't have to be imported heavily from an outside country. It needs to be able to be heated and cooled, expanded and separated. So why not make it yourself? The princess blinked. What? If you're having a hard time finding something to suit your needs, make something that will from scratch. You're a once-in-a-millennium genius, aren't you? Baba asked, sarcasm not so thinly veiled. I never sigh dash, this is impressive. With that, Baba walked past her, his arms folded behind his back as he went about his business. Oh, Shuri stuttered out weakly. Thank you? So, this is him. Okoye, a deep scowl on her face, nodded as she looked down at the screen in her hands. On it, a picture took up most of the screen showing a blonde-haired man in his mid-20s. The man wore a red leather jacket with a brown hooded jacket underneath. He looked like any other person, though Chaka could now attest to his unnatural power. I'm ashamed to say that he bested me in combat, my king. Okoye admitted, avoiding eye contact with her king as she did. I've never fought anyone like him before. It's like he isn't even human. Chaka sighed as he played the video of the outsider fighting his general. Perhaps. Not even my uncle, who was arguably the most skilled of all previous Black Panthers, could do anything like this. No, this man is something else entirely. Looking to the woman, he asked, Can you remember anything after your encounter? I'm sorry, my king, but after that fight I woke up in front of Njidaka's Capitol building. I don't know what happened in between. Okoye answered, clearly annoyed at not knowing what Naruto had done with her after their fight. The king hummed to himself and thought, more than likely, they took you to extract information. Either they somehow did it while keeping you unconscious, or they wiped the memory away entirely. Neither of those are good for us. What do we do then, my king? If he somehow managed to extract Wakandan secrets from me, this could prove to be disastrous. Okoye said. Chaka sighed after a moment of thought. Send out a message to all of our Dora Milaje and war dogs searching for this Naruto Uzumaki. Tell them not to engage, and that they are to inform him I seek an audience with him. He has proven too troublesome to kill, so now we must look for a more peaceful resolution. And if he refuses? He won't. If his words are true, he's only curious. If the opportunity to speak to me were to arise, he wouldn't refuse. It would be his chance for answers after all. Chaka answered, folding his arms behind his back as he said, I too find myself curious as to what his intentions are. And what better way than to speak with him face to face? And if he plans to assassinate you? Okoye asked, clearly not a fan of this plan of action. The man kept you alive, General, when he had every opportunity to kill you. If he sought to kill us off, he'd have a head count by now. Smiling at the woman, he said, and if he were to kill me, he'd have the entire military force of Wakanda clawing for his life for the rest of his days. Okoye could only nod, clear trepidation on her face. Naruto yawned as he sat perched on a rooftop, night having come several hours ago. Does this guy ever take a fucking break? He's been watching over this place for days. The only time he ever took a break was when he went to bed, and even then, he had several security systems throughout the building watching out for anyone while he rested. Ileana fought the urge to yawn herself, blinking away the urge to nod off as she said, Can we call this off then? I don't think this Panther guy is going to give us an opportunity to use your mind-reading thing on him for a while. You barely get away with having your clones transform into objects and animals inside and around the building to look for an opening. One of these times, someone is going to notice a bird popping into a cloud of smoke. Naruto rolled his eyes. I'm not stupid. These clones don't pop into smoke. 1 second they're there, the next they're not. They just take a bit more concentration to make, so I usually don't use them in battle, just to avoid the distraction. And don't get me wrong, I'd love to end this now. In all honesty, I could just barge in there and get it over with, but I've made enough of a commotion in this country as it is. If I keep it up, they're gonna put me on a list or something, Naruto said, rubbing his chin in thought. Really, there's a lot of ways I could go about it. Transform into one of the people that works there for one, and as long as you're holding on to me I could cover you in the transformation as well. But he's always out in the open, or in his room which is as secure as a vault. And waiting for him to go to the bathroom breaks my code of interrupting a man while he does his business. It's happened to me, and trust me it sucked ass. Look, obviously we've hit a roadblock. Why don't we give up for the night, and brainstorm in the morning? We got a hotel for a reason, I say we actually use it. Ileana offered, clearly done with the day. Naruto sighed. You go ahead. I'm gonna stay a little longer. His response was the sound of a portal opening and closing, signaling Ileana's exit. Silence soon reigned, the blonde sitting from his perch, waiting for the next wave of memories to come. Now that the woman's gone, when do you plan on going in there? Kurama grumbled, clearly having just woke up. Your window of opportunity is coming up. Naruto shrugged. Well, now I don't really have a choice in the matter. These guys are forcing my hand. Looking around, he frowned as he spotted several people stalking around the building, looking around intently as they loitered around. From what his clones could glean from them, their bulky clothes hid the fact they were packing submachine guns and assault rifles. In the few days I've been here I haven't seen a single person use a gun, so they're not Wakandan. That and a clone just told me that several armored cars are coming this way. I'd say we got a few minutes before this place is swarmed with fighting. So, that means you either go in now while it's quiet, or use the chaos to get to your target. Kurama surmised. That's cold, even for you. The blonde shrugged. I'm more than sure that they can fend off a squad of regular goons. Their clothes are armored and their weapons and tech outguns Tony by a mile. They don't need my help, they're more than tough enough. I'm just gonna sneak in and get out as soon as possible, maybe save some people if I have to. Not very hero-like, brat. Kurama muttered. When silence was all he got, he rolled his eyes. You're going to stick around and fend off the attack, aren't you? Naruto smirked. You know me so well. That makes getting out as soon as possible a bit of a stretch then, huh? I'm sure I can make it work, Kurama. The blonde said, waving off his partner. Kurama scoffed. And what about your new teammate? Are you really going to leave her to fend for herself? You saw her, or heard her, you somehow noticed that she was about to pass out here on the roof. I'm not gonna let her get caught in the middle of this like that. The hotel we got is across town, so even if the fighting wakes her up, she'll probably stay out of it. It's one this to fight a duo of spear-wielding Amazons, it's another to go up against a battalion of soldiers. Naruto answered, getting up from his seat as he saw one of the men speak into a radio. The show is about to start. And if she decides to join in the fighting? The way the woman spoke, she's never had to take a life. She's not ready for this kind. Oh dash, I'll protect her, Kurama. Naruto said firmly. I have half a dozen clones looking out for her. I'm not gonna let anything happen to her. She's my comrade. I'm not going to fail my comrades ever again. Now either focus on the upcoming fight, or shut the hell up. Kurama sighed. Fine. But just so you know, it's not the woman who worries me. It's you, should anything happen to her. You tend to spiral, Naruto, and you barely made it out of it the last time. Pausing, the Biju shifted in the seal as he began to focus on the world around him. That's the last I'll say about it. Let's get going. Closing his eyes, Naruto fought back the guilt he felt bubbling up in his chest. His body going completely still, he began to gather natural energy into his body. Opening his eyes, the signs of his sage mode activating appeared. Let's go, he said, jumping down into the street as the soldiers surrounding the building stormed in. Shuri sighed in exasperation as she hacked into the security system monitoring her room. It's insulting how simple this was to get into. A few more clicks into her hollow keyboard and a quick swipe was all she needed. And done. Getting up, she opened her door, grabbing a duffel bag that was resting in the corner of the room as she did. Stepping out, the girl took a careful look into the hallway to make sure no one was walking the halls. As Shuri stepped out into the open, she winced as her shoes made a squeaking noise. Waiting for someone to notice the noise, she silently sighed in relief. Taking off her shoes, she began to tiptoe through the hallway, making her way towards the lab. Avoiding the random passerby, Shuri slowly crept into the lab. Turning on the lights, she smiled as she took in the fact she was the only one inside, marveling at the stark quietness that filled the air. Placing her shoes back on her feet, she made her way to her working station. Reaching her desk, she moved her kimono beads out of the way, opening up her duffel bag and pulling out a set of vibranium gauntlets that resembled roaring panthers. Setting them on the desk, she sighed in satisfaction as she looked at her work. Grabbing her toolbox, she was about to open it when a familiar baritone voice snuck up behind her. What are you doing? Shuri shrieked, feeling her heart jump up into her throat. Turning around, she swung her hand to give a firm slap, only for her wrist to be caught by Baba. Baba glowered down at the girl. What are you doing? He repeated. I am a dash. Baba cut her off, stepping into her personal space, towering over her as he said, Do you have any idea how stupid it is to come down here by yourself? What if whatever it is you were working on blew up in your face? What would you have done then, Despite your intelligence, your blood, or whatever Chen tells you, you are a child. Never work on something down here alone, especially something that from what I can see is clearly a weapon. If I ever catch you doing this again, I will send you back home. I don't care what you, Chen, or your father says about it. Do you understand? Yes. Shuri stuttered out, tears forming around the corner of her eye, doing her best to avoid eye contact with the clearly furious man. No, Baba said. What exactly are you working on? What? The princess asked, confused by the man's shift in attitude. You risked angering your brother coming down here, so I can only assume what you're working on to be interesting. Baba answered, looking over her shoulder to see the pair of gauntlets on the desk. Well, Shuri started. They're vibranium gauntlets that I'm trying to design to shoot blasts of sonic energy. Sonic energy, huh? Baba hummed out. So they're non-lethal then? Well, I plan to put in a way to up the level that the energy is fired, but yeah, for the most part they're non-lethal. They're purely for self-defense. Shuri shrugged. My brother isn't going to be able to protect me all the time, not that I'd want that to begin with. I want a way to protect myself without having to rely on my brother or some Dora Milaje. I understand the feeling, Baba said, walking past Shuri to give them a closer look. My brother is the leader of Jabari tribe. When I was a child, I came to the conclusion that my tribe's need to stay out of Wakandan society was foolish. My brother, who even as a boy had the strength of a gorilla, protected me from the people who disagreed with my beliefs, but after a while, I realized that just as I was tired of being protected, he was tired of protecting me. So I left. I came here and learned as much as I could about Wakandan technology. Wow. Shuri muttered. I had no idea you were Jabari. Baba shrugged nonchalantly. Most don't. While not something I'm ashamed of, it's not something that gets spoken about often. People around here mistrust the Jabari just as much as the Jabari mistrust them. Still, it's very impressive. Shuri admitted. The princess finds me impressive? The Jabari native drawled out. Stop. I'm blushing. Shuri sighed. Well, can I get to work? Please? I promise I'll be careful. Dash. No. The princess deflated. Oh, come on, Dash. No. Baba repeated. It's late, and I'm tired. I'm not going to stay up watching over you, sacrificing my health, just so you can sneak behind your brothers, my princes, back. I actually like my job here, believe it or not. Sighing, Shuri nodded, though from her face she clearly wasn't happy. Fine. I'll stop. Baba nodded, watching as she packed her things. Good. Walking to the lab's doors, he spoke to the girl trailing behind him. And don't think about sneaking down here again. Now that I know you can sneak through our security system, I'll have to set up something a little extra. Extra? Guards. Baba clarified. Maybe with tasers. Oh, come on. Shuri pleaded. Baba chuckled. I dash. Boom! Shuri screamed as the wall to her left exploded inward, smoke and debris filling the room, quickly followed by gunfire as bullets spilled through the air towards them. On reflex, she covered her head with her arms out of self-defense, though after a moment of feeling no pain she looked up to see Baba stumbling over, clutching his side in pain. Baba! Shuri cried, running to him as he fell to the ground. Kneeling at his side, she gasped as blood began to spill through Baba's hand, slipping past his fingers and dripping onto the floor below him. Coughing out in surprise and pain, Baba muttered out, How? The princess quickly reasoned out his confusion, she herself confused how a bullet could pierce his vibranium-laced clothes. She wasn't able to respond, as a hand grabbed her by the scruff of her shirt, pulling her up before dragging her away. No! No! She pleaded, reaching from Baba as she was pulled away roughly. Thrashing her legs out, she tried to fight for freedom, only to get a backhand to her temple, dazing her as a voice called out. Don't kill her! Achebe said he wants her alive! Yelled the man holding her. What about the other one? The man that hit her called out. Shuri's struggle came to a stop when a third voice was heard. Kill him! He's of no consequence. Looking to the door, Shuri's breathing grew erratic. What? She breathed out. Chen stepped more into the lab, his arms folded behind his back, strangely calm as he came upon the scene. Hello, princess. What? Why? Shuri stuttered out. What's going on, Chen? A soft smile on his face, Chen answered. I'm sorry, Shuri. I truly am. But I'm gonna need you to leave with us. Us? She asked. Them? Yes, them. Chen answered calmly. The easier you make it, the less likely they'll be forced to hurt you. They've been ordered to bring you in alive, and for the most part unharmed. But I can't promise they won't ignore the unharmed part if you make their job harder than it should. What are you doing with them? Shuri screamed out. Well, they wouldn't have been able to get into the city undetected, or been armed with vibranium-tipped bullets, or even gotten a chance at you to begin with, without me, Walking up to Baba, who was silently bleeding out next to them, he kneeled down as he said, I'm sorry, my friend, out of everyone here, I'd hoped you would have been spared. Baba could only grunt out. You can't. Chen slowly sighed. I already have. Getting up, he looked to the man that was holding Shuri. I suggest you leave. The prince will be here any moment once he realizes she isn't in her room. The man nodded, dragging the now screaming Shuri away into the hole they had created. As they left, the remaining man looked to Chen. I thought you said you had the Black Panther taken care of? Smiling, Chen answered, I'll take care of Chala, don't worry about that. The man nodded. Good, we only brought enough of the vibranium bullets for a few of us. Well, with all these people storming the building, I'm sure we'll hear the screams of the ones who don't have the vibranium bullets not long from now. I've heard he's quite the vicious fighter. Shuri! Chala called out as he stormed out of his room, panicked as he headed for his sister's room. Fastening his helmet on, he kicked down the door, only to find the room empty. Shuri? He called out as he looked around frantically. Shuri! His search was cut short by a trio of men barging into the room themselves. Chala eyed them for only a second, taking in their appearance, the three clearly heavily armed militants storming the building. It was after that second of thought that he withdrew his claws with a vibrating thurring. That sound caused the trio of soldiers to try and raise their guns and open fire. They weren't able to, however, as Chala had closed in on them before they could get their guns up. Slicing through the first person's gun, he kicked the next in the chest hard enough to almost put in him the wall, leaving a thick dent behind him. Swiveling around, he backhanded the third man in the face, knocking him to the ground, his neck giving out a resounding crack from the force of the hit. Turning to the now disarmed militant, Chala grabbed him by the neck, lifting him up off the ground, the man kicking his feet frantically as he gasped for air. "Who are you?" Chala growled out. "What are you doing here?" The man gasped out, choking for air as he continued to kick around. Sighing, the prince loosened his grip enough to allow the man to speak. "Speak, fool," Chala growled out. Coughing for a moment, the man wheezed out, "We're here for the princess dash." Chala didn't bother waiting for him to finish, slamming him into the door next to them, sending the man through with the dual sounds of a thundering crack and sick snap. Walking through the now open doorway, the prince looked to his right at the sound of stumping feet. Rounding the corner, a quartet of men came to a halt at the sight of the Black Panther. The four of them quickly opened fire on the armored man, bringing upon him a barrage of gunfire. Chala simply stood there, allowing the bullets to bounce and ricochet off of his armor. He resisted the urge to tap his foot in impatience as he waited for the soldiers to run out of bullets. Finally, the clicking sound of their empty guns came around, and not soon after Chala charged forward as they attempted to reload. With his advanced speed, he was on them faster than they expected. Driving his fist into the stomach of the first one he came across, the man was now barreled over his fist, gasping for breath. Backhanding him off his hand, he then stomp-kicked the second in the chest. As he lowered his leg, the third soldier rushed him, a knife held in a reverse grip. Deflecting the knife with his forearm, he grabbed the man by the collar of his shirt, lifting him off the ground and shoving his head into the ceiling light fixture before dropping his limp body to the ground. Turning to the final soldier, we sighed as he watched the man begin to step back in fear. Looking him up and down, he saw that he was a young man, his late teens at most. At this, Chala shook his head as he turned his attention away from the soldier, giving a limp shooing motion with his hand as he began to head for the stairs. The soldier didn't need to be told twice, fleeing from the Black Panther, counting his lucky stars as he did. Chala was quick to rush down the staircase, running from floor to floor until he reached the bottom. Throwing open the door, he entered the main laboratory. "Shuri!" he called out, looking around the room. It didn't take long for him to see the large hole in the wall, along with the body lying on the ground not long after. "Baba!" Chala yelled, sprinting to the downed man. Sliding down next to him and cradling his head, he asked as calmly as he could, Baba, what happened?" Baba grunted, sweat trickling down his face as he looked up to his prince. "Titi Chala?" "Yes, it's me, Baba." Looking over the man, he put on a brave face as he ignored the gaping bullet wound in the man's chest. "What happened here?" "Sh Shuri," Baba gasped out. Chala felt his heart drop. "What about Shuri? Where is she?" They took her." The prince tried to keep calm as he pressed his hand against Baba's wound, instigating a grunt in pain from the man. Holding the pressure as blood seeped around his hands, Chala asked, Who took her?" Baba choked on his next word, his body shifting upward. Shan? Chala asked in shock. "Shan took her?" "And no," Baba choked out. "Shan, behind you." Chala blinked in confusion before looking over his shoulder to see Shan standing in the entranceway, a calm smile on his face. Slowly, so as not to disturb Baba, Chala stood up, flexing his claws as he asked, "Where is she?" "No, why?" Shan asked. "Usually in a moment like this the hero demands the villain explain himself," he surmised. "There's no need for you to explain yourself," Chala said just as calmly. "You took my sister. I don't care why. I don't care about anything but seeing your corpse at my feet after I pummel my sister's location out of your traitorous mouth." Shan shrugged. "That's fine. I can tell you later." Chala blinked. "Later? What are you going on, Abuhch? The Black Panther screamed in agony as a sharp volt of electricity ran through his entire body, purple lightning running across his armor, smoke billowing off his form. As pain racked his body, Chala fought against dropping to his knees with all of his possible willpower, refusing to kneel before his traitorous cousin. However, even his ironclad will couldn't stand up to the next wave that hit him. the force of his agony dropping him flat on the ground. Lying there, he blinked away the haze that had formed along his vision to see that he was lying face to face with Baba. While his breathing was shallow, Baba was still alive, though the pool of blood wrapped around his body was a good indicator that he'd bleed out at any moment. As Chala twitched and spasmed, the sound of someone walking up next to him caused him to look through his peripheral to see Shan was standing over him and Baba, a handgun in his hand. Pulling back the hammer, Shan muttered, "Sorry, old friend, let me put you out of your misery." Chala growled in pain and rage, grunting out a hoarse "No dash." Bang! Flinching from the sound of the gun going off and the blood that splattered his face, Chala sputtered, "And no. I'm sorry, Chala. I really didn't want him to die," Shan said, kneeling down next to his cousin, a shocking amount of sincerity in his voice. "I didn't want any of this to happen. I had hoped you'd have been kept out of this, cousin. I had also hoped there would be less security in the city. But circumstance has made what needs to be done necessary." "And needs to be done?" Chala sputtered out. "We need an escape," Shan explained. "And there isn't enough manpower to hunt us and manage damage control." Pulling out his kimoyo beads, a quick tap on the center left bead sent another jolt of electricity through Chala's body, this one worse than the other two combined. The pain was so great that Chala couldn't even scream in pain, only thrash and squirm in anguish until consciousness left him. Naruto scoffed as he looked down at his jacket, the fabric littered with bullet holes. "I gotta get with Tony about getting me a uniform or something. Buying new clothes so often has really gotten old fast." Looking around the lobby he'd walked into, he sighed down at the man at his feet, the barely conscious man trying to crawl away, his left leg and arm clearly broken. Calmly, he took a heavy step on the soldier's crooked kneecap, causing him to cry out in pure anguish. Walking over and past him, he made sure to also step over the cluster of soldiers that had crossed his path, all of them down from various injuries. Leaving the lobby and entering a random hallway, he raised an eyebrow at the dozen armed men loitering the hall. "Oh, well, hello," he greeted with a lazy wave, noticing the group of men and women lined up against the wall, the lot of them being prepared for what looked like a mass execution. "Don't move and surrender now," ordered the closest man, pointing his assault rifle at the lackadaisical blonde. Naruto blinked, tilting his head in confusion. "Why?" The soldiers and hostages blinked. The soldier that spoke before asked, "What?" The blonde shrugged. "Why should I?" "Be because." The soldier reasoned, clearly confused. "We'll kill you if you don't." "Obviously." "Look," Naruto drawled out. "Well, if that's the case." Raising up his hand, he quickly activated his magnet release. Every single person in the room, other than the blonde, gawked as all the guns in the soldiers' hands began to move on their own, shifting over from either the blonde or the hostages to one of the many soldiers in the room. Some, clearly smarter than the others, let go of their guns in an attempt to drop them. However, the guns remained upright, hovering in midair. "What the foo dash?" Bang! The head soldier was cut off by the thunderous applause of a dozen guns going off, dropping their owners like a morbid set of dominoes. Naruto looked to the now shell-shocked group of hostages. Smiling softly, he said, "Go, get out of here before more show up." Quickly creating a set of clones, he continued, "They'll lead you to safety and keep you safe." He didn't bother waiting for them to leave, instead continuing his trek through the building. Creating another set of clones, they quickly departed in search of any others in need of saving. Walking through a set of large double doors, he saw that he entered some kind of large laboratory. Stepping over a large clump of debris, he raised an eyebrow at the large hole in the hall heading outside and a random body lying in a pool of blood. But before he could investigate further, the sound of a large explosion boomed through the city, a large flash of fire spiking up over the buildings on the horizon. The explosion was followed by 3 more, all of them happening in what Naruto recognized as key areas in the city. It was the last, though, that froze the blonde. As the sounds of people screaming filled the air, sweat began to build along his forehead as the memories of all his clones around Ileana came in, showing that she had been in the area of that last explosion. No! No, 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 no! Naruto yelled to himself. "Naruto, calm down! I'm sure she's fine dash." But Naruto ignored his partner, growing more frantic by the second as he sprinted through the hole in the wall. "Not again! Not again! I can't lose another one! I won't lose another one!" he said to himself, jumping to the rooftops as he sped towards the hotel he and Ileana were staying. Moments earlier, Ileana bolted up at the sound of gunfire entering her hotel room. Jumping out of bed, she pushed away the curtains covering the window to see the flickering flashes of gunfire in the streets below. Shit! She cursed aloud. Quickly throwing on her clothes and a pair of shoes, she opened a portal that led outside the hotel as she summoned an eldritch Talmandala in her right hand. Jumping through, she looked around as chaos reigned around her. People screaming, running frantically as they tried to avoid the attackers storming the city. Trying to pick the attackers out of the crowd, she spotted two opening fire into a crowd of fleeing people. Following their line of sight, she quickly opened a large portal a few feet in front of them, a second portal opening up in a random direction pointed upward. As they continued to shoot into the crowd, the bullets were cut off by the first portal, exiting the second in an upward direction. The confused soldiers weren't able to think too long on what happened, as a third portal opened at their feet, causing them to fall into it with startled yelps, the portal then closing up after them. As she looked for more soldiers, the sound of a car's horn blaring was heard, coming her way. Looking over, she gasps as a white van came barreling towards her, hitting anyone in the crowd that crossed its path. Acting quickly, she summoned a portal just in front of the incoming van, the front of the vehicle beginning to fall into it, only for Ileana to cut it off, severing the hood of the car that was outside of the portal, the van coming to skidding stop. Slowly, she went for the car, her mandala powered up acting as a shield just in case. It was as she got closer that she heard a faint beeping noise coming from the inside of the car. It was then that she noticed the man sitting in the driver's seat. The man's eyes were closed, seemingly asleep. Opening his eyes, he didn't react to her, only looking back to what was in front of him, closing his eyes as he took a smooth, calming breath. Throwing open the van's side door, she gasped at the large bomb sitting inside, a large timer ticking down with only 4 seconds remaining. As she backed away from the man opened his eyes, looking up at the star-crossed night sky one last time. Boom! Naruto dropped down to the crater that had once been a bustling city street, diving into the billowing wall of smoke as he landed in a crouch, crying out as he did, "Ileana! Ileana!" Summoning up a gust of wind, he dispersed the smoke to reveal the destroyed block. The buildings caught in the area had collapsed in on themselves, the streets caved and cracked apart, and people blown away. Wandering through the newly cleared street, he looked for his blonde friend, ignoring his clones as they helped the wounded and looked for trapped survivors. It was his frantic search that helped him ignore the horror before him, though at the same time it was this chaos that made his search all the more desperate. From the dead bodies lying in pieces on the street, to the screams of those trapped in the rubble, to the crying people as they held their wounded loved ones. Stumbling past a man that clutched his fresh stump, looking around for his blown limb, he called out again, "Ileana! Where are you? Naruto! Naruto, I know you're worried, but you've got to calm down!" Kurama screamed in his head. But Naruto ignored him, walking quickly as he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Iloyne!" That scream seemed to stop all other noise around him, though for only a moment. That moment was all Naruto needed to hear a muffled voice calling out from a few buildings over. Rushing forward, he ran towards the source of the voice, a building with one of its walls having collapsed from the blast. Climbing the pile of rubble that had once been a wall, he reached the top to see Ileana kneeling down next to someone, her hands pressing up against his stomach, clearly trying to stop the blood that was streaming out. "Naruto!" she called out. "Naruto, help me! Help me, please!" Rushing down, he kneeled down next to her, eyeing her up and down looking for injuries. Are you alright?" he asked, slowly calming down from his panic. I'm fine, Dash, I thought you were dead." Naruto breathed out, clearly relieved. "I thought I'd let you die just like everyone else, Dash. Naruto, please!" She interrupted. "Please, I think he's going to bleed out." Blinking, he looked down at the boy lying next to him. Taking him in, he saw what looked like a piece of shrapnel lodged in his abdomen, blood caking his shirt and pooling onto the ground beneath him. Acting quickly, he activated his 6 paths chakra, covering his left arm in a yellow flame. Pressing his hand on top of the boy's abdomen, right next to the wound, he channeled his special chakra into him. Barely a second later, the boy grunted in clear discomfort as the shrapnel popped out, the wound closing up barely a couple seconds after. "There, he should be fine now," Naruto muttered, watching as the kid blacked out. As Naruto took care of the boy, Ileana backed away, wringing her hands as she said, "What's going on, Naruto?" The blonde sighed. "It looks like someone's attacking the city. I knew something was going to happen, but I had no clue it'd be like this. These explosions were a clear distraction though. I'm pretty sure they were aiming for someone in the royal family dash. It was as he was talking that he noticed that Ileana's hands were shaking violently. Why? Why would anyone do this? She muttered, tears rolling down her cheeks. All these innocent people killed, for what? Naruto placed a hand on the girl's arm. I'm sorry, he said, frowning deeply. What? She asked, both confused and surprised. If I'd have known this would escalate like it has, I'd have sent you home a long time ago. You weren't ready for this. I made you run before you learned to crawl. Ileana looked at him disbelievingly, wiping her tears away. You're sending me home? She asked. Yes, no, she said firmly, shocking the ninja. No, I'm not just going to leave. I want my chunk of flesh off these bastards just as much as you do. This, you and me, is a team. I'm not going to let you duck and run. I just need a second. Naruto stuttered for a moment. Swallowing the lump in his throat, he said, I just don't want to lose anyone else. I can't fail like that again. Ileana stood up, her face firm. You told me you can't do what you need to do by yourself. You asked for my help? Well, you don't get to take it back. We're in this together. We're a team. You have my back, and I have yours. We won't let each other die. Forming a portal, she held her hand out for him, the woman no longer shaking uncontrollably. Now, let's go. Naruto hesitated for only a second before smirking. A team, huh? Grabbing her hand, he got up. All right then, after you. The woman smiled back before jumping through the portal, quickly followed by her teammate. Shuri blinked away the flashing dots that swarmed her vision as the wool bag was pulled off her head. Her eyes finally focusing, she glared up at the group of men gathered around her. It was the one in the center of the five that had her attention though. Or, more specifically, his gruelingly wide smile. Where am I? Shuri choked out. Do you have any idea of who I am? She demanded, trying her best to sound brave. The man with the demented smile stepped forward. Of course we know who you are, Princess Shuri of Wakanda. You being who you are is the entire reason you're here after all. Well, who are you then? Shuri demanded. Where am I? With a nod of his head, the man motioned for everyone else to leave the tent, all four of them wordlessly filing out. The two now alone, the man kneeled down in front of Shuri, his voice soft as he said, You're a few dozen miles outside Wakanda's border, in a camp with over 5,000 soldiers ready to fight. My father and brother will raze this camp to the ground. Shuri warned. But that doesn't have to happen. You can save all 5,000 of those men, and yourself. All you have to do is let me go. The man smirked. Shan was right, you are intelligent. For a girl so young to try able bargain for her life the way you truly are his daughter. Sighing, the man continued, Your father won't risk exposure sending a military force outside of Wakanda, which is what he'll need considering my men are armed with vibranium-tipped artillery. The fight for you will cause a stir and Wakanda will be revealed for what they are. And sure, your brother could probably sneak into the camp and extract you with his skills and suit. But I'm sad to inform you that your brother has become a non-issue. Non-issue? Shuri asked, a sinking feeling overcoming her. Don't worry, princess, your brother is alive. He is, however, in my custody. The man placated, patting the girl on the head as a relieved look crossed her face. Who are you? Shuri asked. My name is Achebe. I am the second in command of the militia here. Achebe answered. I want to speak to the one in charge. Shuri demanded, trying to throw as much of her royal weight into her tone as possible. Achebe chuckled. You really are so much like your father. And Daki is resting for the night. Maybe tomorrow before you leave. Like my father? Shuri asked. How do you know my father? Somehow, Achebe's smile grew a little wider. Yes, I know your father. You're Wakandan? No, I'm Gadazan, born and raised. Then how? How do you know my father, or know about Wakanda? No one knows about Wakanda. Shuri argued, clearly confused by the man in front of her. You'd be surprised how many people know about your country's secret. The difference between myself and them, however, is that I'm not satisfied with this status quo this world has found itself in. Achebe explained. So that's what this is all about. Shuri demanded, flabbergasted by the revelation. You kidnapped me and my brother to reveal Wakandan secrets? How cliché is that? You're no better than a James Bond villain. Achebe chuckled. Do not presume to know me, princess. I already know all I need to know just from talking to you. Do you have any idea what will happen if it is revealed what we are? The world will change, for better and worse. But no, of course you don't know, or care dash. Shuri was cut off by a wicked slap streaking her face, stunning her on the spot. Grabbing her by the face, Achebe pulled so she was face to face with him, growling in a low timbre. That's exactly what we want. Once the world knows what Wakanda is, your empire will be forced to make a decision. Survive or fall. Either way, no one will come out of it the same. The status quo will be gone, eradicated. Your father's greatest fears will be realized. My Baba doesn't fear anything. Shuri forced out in a muffled voice. If you really think that, then your Baba isn't the man you think he is. Achebe shot back, roughly releasing her face from his grasp. Your brother will be here in a few hours. We're holding him in a compound at the border so we can acquire his suit. If you behave, he can keep you company. If not, we can always go with the alternative route. Chala groaned as he slowly regained consciousness. Out of instinct, the prince tried to wipe the sweat that had begun to build along his face, only to find his hands were bound to the arms of the chair he was sitting in. Giving the bindings a few good tugs, he noticed they didn't budge, even with his enhanced strength. It was as he tugged and pulled at the bindings holding his arms that he noticed he was completely naked. Looking around, he saw that the room was rather bare, the only thing other than him and a chair being the swinging light bulb that barely lit the room in a yellow haze. Jumping at attention as the door in front of him swung open slowly, Chala watched as 3 men walked into the room, 2 pushed in a large rack, each shelf loaded with bits and pieces of his Black Panther armor. Where am I? Asked Chala. A familiar voice answered the captured prince. You're in a compound just outside the border. We had to take off your armor after all. I think I might have done too good of a job designing its dead man switch though. It was quite the pain to get around. As he answered, Shen examined the helmet piece with care. What did you do to me, back at the lab? Chala asked, doing his best to keep his stoic facade as another man walked in with a cart full of various instruments, all of them of the painful variety. Oh that? Shen asked before answering nonchalantly. Back when I designed this suit, I placed a few fail-safes inside. A few were for you, such as the dead man's switch. Others were for me. Like neural destabilizers set up throughout the entire suit, or a switch that could blow you to Kingdom Come whenever I wanted to. How? When? Chala asked in disbelief. Shen shrugged. You'd be surprised by the amount of things the lead researcher can get away with unsupervised. Tampering with the Black Panther armor, creating vibranium-tipped bullets, explosives that could be snuck into and set off in any Wakandan city, or creating a glitch in the system that let an army of men sneak into a Bodo Aga undetected. It's especially easy when you put all the attention on a certain genius we all know and love. Smiling, Shen handed the helmet to one of the other men in the room. See, I told you I'd explain everything. You know, you try and avoid being a cliché, but where's the fun in that, huh? You're obviously very pleased with yourself, Chala observed. Now I assume you're going to give me your whole backstory? What's there to tell that can't be guessed already? Shen asked as he scratched his chin. Wakanda needs to share what we have with the world. Sure, it may get messy for a while, but I know in my heart that Wakanda will be the catalyst for the next great age in history. Sure, the man I've allied myself with is a raving lunatic who'd munch on a bag of popcorn as he watched the world burn, but he's a means to an end. You're going to destroy our country, don't you understand that? Or do you just not care dash? Shen broke his calm facade as he slammed his fist into Chala's temple. No one loves their country more than me. Everything I do is for Wakanda. We've been stagnant for nearly 100 years, and it won't be long before the rest of the world catches up. Then what? What excuse can we use to hide from the world's problems? How long before our sense of superiority bites us in the ass? We need change. And what happens when the world turns against us? Chala argued back. What happens when the world doesn't change for the better? You have no idea what can happen, the consequences of it all. You're bargaining on millions of lives. Can you really shoulder that? Knowing that you're the reason for that loss of life? I can, knowing there's a chance I am responsible for putting the world on track. Shan answered. Wakanda will be remembered as Troy is remembered, myself a legend in the vein of Aeneas. Chala shook his head in exasperation. You'd let the Wakanda burn if it meant you might be its savior? I'd let the world burn. Shan corrected calmly. Running his hand through his hair, he said, "Our debates have always amused me, cousin, so I'm saddened to say that this will more than likely be our last. Achebe has already sent out his demands. By the end of it all, Wakanda will be pulled from the shadows and into the light." Walking out of the room, he said to the man holding the Black Panther helmet, "Take special care of that armor, boys. If you try and play with it, you might not like the result." Slamming the door behind him and locking it with a clear click, T'Challa was left alone with the four men. Looking back and forth between the four of them, his eyes landed on the one holding his helmet. The man was rather large, definitely over 6 feet tall, with a muscular build that wasn't very well hidden thanks to the fact the only thing covering his torso was a simple military vest. Brushing a part of his thick cascading dreads out of his face, the man said, "I've got this, guys." One of the men asked, "You sure?" He chuckled nonchalantly. "Yeah, I can handle him while you guys get a drink or two, don't worry." The three chuckled as they made for the door. "You're the best, Ode. We owe you one once we get to base camp. If you want out, just knock twice, the guard outside will let you out," said the last one to leave the room, closing the door after him much like Chan had, locking the door after them. His eyes on the door, waiting to make sure the two of them were truly alone, Ode turned to T'Challa, his face scrunched up in thought. "So, you're the Black Panther?" T'Challa kept quiet, looking up calmly at the towering man. "Humph." Ode grunted out. "Strong silent type, huh?" Grabbing T'Challa by the top of his head, Ode drew his arm back before delivering a mighty punch into the prince's face. Repeating the process a few more times, Ode threw one more, knocking T'Challa over in his chair. Wiping the blood off his knuckles, Ode said, "I'd only just heard rumors, stuff I heard through the grapevine. They say the Black Panther is a great warrior, that only the best of the best of the best could hold the title. And I couldn't help but wonder how I'd stack up, if I could be worthy of the title." T'Challa spat out a glob of blood. "If you let me out of these bindings, maybe we can see Dash. Don't bother trying." Ode interrupted. "I'm not going to let you out, so don't bother." Walking back over to the helmet, Ode gave a once-over again, seemingly talking to himself now. "This really is a thing of beauty. If only I'd been born in Wakanda, the things I could have accomplished there." The prince looked up, eyeing the helmet as he said, "Just so you know, you don't win the mantle of Black Panther through trial by combat," he informed. Ode looked at the prince, an eyebrow raised out of curiosity. "Really? How then?" Grunting as he shifted his position to get a better look at Ode, he answered, "It was more of a spiritual test, to see if you were truly worthy of being the Black Panther." "What kind of test?" Ode asked. "Was it difficult?" "More difficult than you can possibly imagine," T'Challa answered. "And you're holding the test in your hands." "My hands?" the militiaman asked. "You mean the mask?" T'Challa nodded. "Yes. Every Black Panther helmet is blessed by Bast. If you put it on and live, you've been chosen as her avatar, a carrier of her will. But if you fail, you die," Ode concluded, looking down at the helmet with slight skepticism. "If I live, I get all of the powers of legend too, right?" "Correct. The statistic that you're actually worthy is about 1 in a billion. 1 in a billion, huh?" Ode muttered to himself. His face now determined, he lifted the mask over his head. T'Challa looked up in shock. "Hey, wait a minute. Seriously, don't put on that helmet." Ode didn't listen, slowly sliding the mask over his head. The metallic helmet stretched around his head surprisingly well, fitting perfectly in place. His voice muffled, Ode began to say, "Well, I'm not dead. But I don't feel any diffier Dash." The man was cut off by sound of a sharp beeping noise coming from the mask, the white eyes pieces flashing red. Not long after, a violent zapping noise came soon after, smoke coming off the helmet. And then, with a sickening thud, Ode dropped to the ground lifelessly. T'Challa lied there for a few seconds, making sure the man was down for good before he shifted himself so that he was standing, though he was hunched over thanks to still being strapped to the chair. Giving several deep breaths in preparation, he began to slam himself into the wall as hard as he could. Over and over he did this, driving himself and the chair into the concrete wall. After a minute of this, a cracking noise began to come from the chair. Stopping, he gave a mighty roar as he broke it the rest of the way with brute strength. Catching his breath, T'Challa shimmied the bindings off. Walking over and then kneeling down next to Ode's corpse, the prince whispered, "I guess you weren't worthy." Taking off the mask, looked down at the now lifeless face below him. As he looked at his armor, he jumped at the sound of gunfire ringing through the base. Looking back down at Ode, he frowned as he easily came to the conclusion that the man's clothes wouldn't fit him. Getting up, he walked over to the door, pressing his body flat against the wall next to it as he gave 2 heavy knocks. A couple seconds ticked by before the clicking of the door being unlocked was heard, not long before it swung open slowly. Ode, come on and hurry up, there's someone attacking the base, we gotta go! Called out the guard, peeking his head through the crack in the doorway. His only response was a swift jab in the jaw, courtesy of Chala, dropping him with a single punch. Pulling him into the room, the prince smirked at seeing that the guard was close to his size. Stripping him of his clothes, Chala quickly got dressed, grabbing the guard's hunting knife while he was at it. Exiting the room, Chala raised an eyebrow as a duo of very similar-looking blonde men beating into several militiamen. Uzumaki? He asked aloud. The 2 clones looked up at the same time, simultaneously asking, "Who's asking?" Only to blink when they realized who had said their name. Straightening up quickly, they animatedly pointed at the man. "Prince!" Popping in dual puffs of smoke, the prince found himself alone. Shrugging, he darted down the hall, joining in on the chaos. Naruto smirked as several sets of memories came flooding in. "Found him," he stated, ducking as a man took a swing at him with a knife. "2nd floor, he's heading our way." Jabbing upwards at the extended arm, he punched into the man's tricep, forcing him to let go of the knife. Catching it midair, Naruto swung it into the man's side. Ignoring him as he screamed in pain, the blonde pulled out the knife before throwing it at another man nearby, the knife embedding itself in the back of his head. Ileana nodded, using her mandala to block a wave of bullets before summoning an eldritch whip, snapping the fiery whip around the shooter's throat before pulling him down with all her might, slamming his head into the concrete floor, knocking him out. "So, what's the plan?" The blonde shrugged. "To be honest, I've been improvising ever since these guys attacked the city. I think I've got this under control, though." Looking around as a dozen other Narutos ran around the building, taking down anyone that crossed their paths, she asked, "You call this under control?" Summoning an eldritch sword, she parried against another militiaman's machete. Swiping the man's blade away, she quickly dug her sword into his foot before slamming her mandala into his face, knocking him off his feet. "Well, yeah?" Naruto answered weakly. Looking around the room, the ninjas saw that every one of the militiamen had been killed or knocked out. Deciding he and Ileana could handle the rest, he expelled his clones, ignoring the headache that came afterwards as he said, "Come on, let's go find the prince before he runs off." Wiping the sweat off her brow as she caught her breath, Ileana nodded as she breathed out. "Yeah, let's move." Naruto raised an eyebrow at the woman. "Are you sure you can keep going? There's nothing wrong with taking a breather, I can handle the prince." "No," Magic said firmly. "I told you, I can handle it." "All right." The blonde conceded. "But if it looks like you're falling behind, I'm having a clone take you home." Seeing she was about to argue, he finished. "No exceptions," he said firmly, his eyes firm as he stared her down. It was Ileana's turn to concede. "Fine. All right, follow me. This is a big compound, so stay close." Chala quickly realized that the compound he'd been taken to was impressively large. Room after room, hallway after hallway, the prince could admit to himself to being lost. It didn't help that he seemed to run into either a group of random militiamen, or a group of random Narutos every 30 seconds. Either way, he was quick to dispatch them with the knife he had borrowed, along with a few guns that were conveniently left behind by them. Sadly, none of them could or would tell him where Shan was. And any time a clone came across him, they'd pop in a puff of smoke. Turning a corner, he ducked as bullets came flying overhead. Backpedaling for some cover, he inched his head just enough to see a soldier crouched and waiting by a set of stairs. Sighing at the inconvenience of not having armor, he began taking pot shots with his pistol, hoping to maybe get a lucky hit in. His gun clicking empty, he grunted in annoyance before throwing it away. Deciding he had no other choice, he decided to make a break for it, sprinting from his spot down the hall towards the shooter. As he began to duck away from where the man was aiming, he heard the distinct sound of a gun clicking empty. Smirking, he sprinted full speed, catching the shooter off balance as he tried to reload. Barreling into him with his shoulder, the man was sent flying down the set of stairs, tumbling down one step after another. Climbing down after him, Chala kneeled down next to his practically broken form. "Where's Shan?" he demanded. Gone," he stuttered out, his breathing ragged and broken. "Gone where?" "PPLA," the man began, blood seeping out his mouth. "Plane." Nodding, Chala silently drove his knife into the man's throat, ending his misery with a soft gurgle. Wiping the blood off the blade, the prince almost didn't hear the sound of an engine running outside. Looking outside the window within the stairway, he scowled as he saw Shan and two others running towards a light propeller-driven airplane. Growling, he grabbed the dead man's assault rifle. Finishing what he had started as he reloaded the clip, Chala opened fire on the window, blowing out the glass in a flurry of bullets. Tossing the gun away, the prince took a few steps back before sprinting towards the window, jumping through it as he tucked his body inward. Quickly reaching the field below, he rolled with his landing, stopping in a crouch as he yelled with all his might. "Traitor!" As Naruto and Ileana began up the stairway, they came to a halt as the window several feet in front of them was shot out by a wave of gunfire. Not long after, the man they were looking for jumped through it. A few seconds of silence followed before they both heard him dramatically yell the word traitor. Slowly, he and Ileana looked at each other. "That was him, wasn't it?" she asked. "Yup," he said with a sigh. "Should we go after him?" "Probably." Opening a portal, she said. "Well, you first." Smirking, he jumped through before landing on the other side, blasting off after the sprinting Chala, who was now right on top of the three men. Chala growled as he maneuvered to the side as the two men next to Chen opened fire. Grabbing the second pistol he borrowed, he began to fire back, hitting the second man in the knee, dropping him to the ground. Sliding behind a tree, he took a breather as the remaining man fired after him. As he was about to jump out from behind cover, he blinked as a blur shot past him. Not soon after, the gunfire came to a stop. Looking past the tree, he saw that Naruto had rammed his fist through the man's torso, his hand covered by what looked like lightning. Getting over his shock at the sight, he quickly got up when he saw Naruto turned his attention to Chen. "No!" he called out. Naruto stopped, his eyebrow raised as he looked at the prince from across the field. "What?" Chala began to run forward. "He's mine!" he called out. Chen scoffed, pulling out a handgun as he took aim for Chala, the man growing closer and closer. "Don't think I don't have the stomach to kill you while you're handicapped like this, cousin. You can't brush off a bullet without my armor." Bang! Even as the bullet shot through his shoulder, Chala's momentum didn't stop. If anything, he pushed himself harder in his charge towards Chan. Said man scowled as his cousin didn't stop, seemingly brushing off the bullet like it was nothing. Bang! Bang! This time he aimed a little lower, hitting Chala in his left side and thigh. This time, he staggered for a moment. But even then, he maintained motion. Pushing past his pain, the prince limped forward as fast as he possibly could. Shan grunted in fury. "Why won't you stop? I'll kill you, cousin, don't think I won't!" Bang! The bullet ricocheted off the ground barely an inch from Chala's feet, the prince having picked up the pace once again, now just 4 feet away from Shan. A metallic clicking coming from the now shaking gun, the man hesitated as his sights landed on his cousin's head. That hesitation proved fatal, as Chala grabbed the gun, pulling it out of Chan's hands before throwing a punch into his face. Sent flying to the ground, he was barely able to blink the haze away before he felt a weight drop on his torso, followed by a pair of hands wrapping around his neck. Gagging as he felt his airway practically collapse, he blinked the tears away as he looked up Chala's face, his face scrunched up in a purple rage. His air cut off completely, black splotches began form around the corners of his eyes, encroaching on his vision more and more as he began to struggle for life, kicking his legs and flailing his arms desperately. Chala ignored the violent reaction, all his attention on watching the life leave Shan's eyes. Naruto watched, eyes solemn, as Shan slowly grew still, his soft choking growing quieter and quieter. And then, finally, he grew still. Walking up to Chala, he rested a hand on his shoulder. "It's over. He's gone." Chala blinked, his face relaxing as he released his grasp on Shan's neck. Catching his ragged breath, he brushed off Naruto's hand, getting up as he said, "What are you doing here?" "I came for you," Naruto answered. Chala didn't take his eyes off his cousin, his mind clearly a million miles away. The blonde was about to talk again when he heard the faint sound of someone shifting on the grass behind next to them. Looking to his right, he saw that the man Chala had kneecapped earlier was getting up behind Chala, his gun pointed at the unsuspecting prince. Out of pure instinct, Naruto jumped in front of Chala, knowing his sage mode would help him block the bullet from hitting either him or the Wakandan. Time slowed to a crawl as he moved in front of Chala just when the gun was fired, making it a race between Naruto and the speeding bullet. Of course, Naruto won hands down. Bang! Chala jumped into action at the sound of the gun, turning around to see Naruto standing in between him and the man that he had thought was incapacitated. As he was about to pounce on the man, a silver portal opened up behind the man, a hand emerging with a fiery sword in hand. The man grunted as the blade was shoved through his torso like a hot knife through butter, dropping his gun before going slack. The sword in hand disappearing back into the portal followed soon after, allowing the man to drop lifelessly. "Naruto!" called out Ileana, her eldritch sword dispersing before she ran towards the ninja. The Black Panther's attention went from the Ileana back to Naruto, his eyes widening as the man began to stumble. Catching him as he fell, he was quick to put pressure on the bullet wound located on the right side of his chest. Another portal forming next to him, he watched in wonder as Ileana jumped out, kneeling next to him and Naruto as she asked, "How did the bullet hurt him like that? They've always just bounced off him like nothing every other time." Chala turned his attention back on the wounded blonde, blood soaking his shirt clean through. "These soldiers us bullets tipped with vibranium. I doubt whatever your friend uses to stop normal bullets wouldn't be enough to stop one of those." Turning him over, he saw that the bullet hadn't gone clean through. "Still, whatever it is must be incredibly tough to stop it halfway through. I doubt even my suit could manage that." Ileana watched as the blonde grew increasingly pale, his breathing kicking up several degrees. "What's happening to him?" "He's going into shock," Chala said calmly. "The man lying next to us grabbed the beaded bracelet on his wrist." "Hurry," he ordered, motioning with his head to Chan. "What?" Ileana asked weakly. "The beads." "Now!" Chala ordered, keeping his attention on Naruto. Ileana nodded quickly, grabbing the beads off the corpse as fast as she could before making her way back to the prince and blonde. Chala took the bracelet, detaching one of the beads before gently pressing it up against the wound. "What are you doing?" Ileana asked, watching as Naruto began to calm down, having passed out as she was getting the beads, stabilizing the wound. Chala muttered. Looking to the woman, he asked, "What were you two doing here?" "We were in Abodo Aga during the attack," she answered. "And you came to rescue me?" Seeing her nod, he asked, "Why?" She looked at the blonde, worry written all over her face. "Him." "Why?" Chala asked again. "Because he's just that kind of guy. He saw you needed help, so he helped you. He's not a very complex person," she answered, shrugging at the end. Chala grunted as he looked down at the unconscious blonde, sighing as he said, "Can you carry him?" Ileana blinked in confusion. "What?" "I need you to carry him to the plane," Chala explained as he got up with a pained groan. "Why?" she asked, confused. Chala motioned to his wounds. No, I mean, why are you helping us?" she clarified. The prince remained quiet for a moment, eyeing the blonde beneath him before he turned to walk towards the plane. "I guess your friend and I have more in common than I thought." Ileana pushed past her confusion, summoning a mandala to act as a gurney, carrying the blonde to the plane. "Can you really fly that plane?" "I'm adequate." "Wake up, you fucking fool." Naruto's eyes shot open, finding himself inside his seal, Kurama glaring down at him. "Kurama?" said Biju growled. "Has it come back to you, brat?" The blonde nodded, looking down at his torso, feeling around to see that he wasn't wounded while in the mindscape. Yeah, it's come back." "Fuck, what the hell, what the bullet made of? You almost got yourself killed, imbecile." "You almost got me killed," Kurama growled out as he admonished the blonde. "You could have used your magnet release to stop the bullet, or the gun. You could have pushed the prince and yourself out of the way. You could have intercepted the gunman. But no. Instead, you throw yourself in front of the bullet, expecting to survive. Gambling on your superiority over these monkeys. When will you stop trying to be the self-sacrificial hero? Because your stupidity isn't just risking your life, but my life as well." Naruto sighed, rubbing the back of his head. "I'm sorry, Kurama. You have to admit, though, that a bullet should never be able to penetrate my nature chakra-enhanced skin. It never has before anyway. This isn't normal circumstance here. I heard Prince Chala say that the men we fought used vibranium-tipped artillery. But even then, it didn't penetrate your skin completely. Your enhancement acted as a good enough buffer to slow the bullet down halfway. It's currently lodged in one of your lungs. Eventually, your healing factor will push the bullet out, and you'll heal like normal, but at the rate you were bleeding, I had to give it a little more of a kick. In short, you won't die. especially since the prince is taking you and the woman to his home," Kurama stated. Looking around, Naruto muttered, "Well, thanks for the assist, Kurama. Why am I here though? I brought you here, obviously. I didn't want to have to wait for you to wake up before I could jump your stupid ass. Fucking idiot." Naruto. Naruto jumped at the voice that echoed through room, looking around in search of the source as he said, "Did you hear that?" "Hear what? Did all that blood loss make you stupider than normal or something? There's no one here except you and me." "Fucking idiot," Kurama grumbled. "No, seriously," I heard a voice. Naruto explained himself, still looking around. "Naruto, there!" Naruto shouted. "Don't tell me you didn't hear that." "Naruto." Kurama started, giving his container a look. "I'm not hearing anything." "You sure you're fine, Dash?" Yeah, I'm fine, Kurama." The blonde reassured, beginning to walk towards the exiting corridor. "Where are you going?" The Biju muttered tiredly, resting his head on his paws. "I'm gonna find the voice, I guess." "Why exactly?" "If I'm gonna be in here, I'm not just gonna sit around here and watch you nap." The Biju grumbled. For your loss," Kurama said with a shrug, closing his eyes as he shifted into a comfortable position. Naruto stopped, looking back at his partner. "Kurama, I really am sorry." Kurama smirked, his eyes still closed. "All is forgiven, idiot. Though maybe next time don't follow your instinct. Let your brain do some of the work." The blonde nodded. "I'll keep that in mind, partner." Giving a parting wave, he exited the cage, walking down the hallway. Having never bothered to walk these halls since he'd first entered the seal, he'd yet to notice that they had changed along with the rest of the interior of the seal. Rather than the dank sewer decal from before, it was a smooth blood red, with golden highlights tracing the edges all throughout. Sadly, it was still filled ankle-deep with water, though the blonde had grown used to it after so long. He didn't know how long he'd been walking, all he knew was that he'd never bothered walking in this direction before. Hell, he'd never considered exploring this place until the Ancient One had recommended it. Why would he? As far as he knew, Kurama was the only interesting thing down here, and he always just appeared in front of his cage nowadays. Finally, after what felt like half an hour of walking, he'd reached the end of the hallway. There, sitting at the end of the hallway, was an average-looking wooden door, which, if anything, made it stick out very strangely in the all-red hallway filled with ankle-deep water. Reaching for the doorknob, Naruto slowly gave it a turn before pushing the door open, only to sigh when he saw that only darkness greeted him on the other side. Swinging the door open all the way, he stepped into the vast darkness, immediately noticing the shift in temperature as his breath began to fog. As he stepped fully past the doorway, he jumped as the door suddenly slammed shut. Turning around, his shoulders slumped when he saw that the door had disappeared. "Great," he muttered, scratching his scalp. "That wasn't freaky or strange at all. No, totally normal. Hey, let's go exploring, let's find the voice." Idiot. Having expected to find himself in total darkness, he was surprised to see a flickering orange light on the horizon. Deciding that that was where he needed to go, he began his trek towards the light. As he walked, he noticed that he wasn't walking through a pool of water anymore, the ground strangely smooth like marble. Growing closer and closer to the light, he realized that it was a campfire, an orangish haze looming over the small blaze. Finally reaching the campfire, his eyes roamed over to the form crouching over it, their form hidden by ebony-colored cloak. Their hooded head turning to him, he was shocked to see the purple-colored face of the Shinigami, his red horns poking out from beneath the hood. "Shinigami?" Naruto asked. "Or are you Death?" "It's hard to tell," he observed. The Shinigami smiled, his sharp teeth gleaming in the darkness. "Do you find my current form confusing, beloved? I thought you'd prefer a more familiar face." Tilting his head inquisitively, he asked, "Perhaps you'd like an even more familiar appearance?" Naruto's face grew blank as the Shinigami's face began to morph, his white hair shortening and taking on a pink color, his face shrinking and becoming effeminate. And, as a final touch, her eyes shifted to a sharp emerald color. The blonde's eyes narrowed. "Change. Now." The woman before him smiled. "Do you not like this form? From your memories, I thought you were fond of this woman? Perhaps this would be better." Her eyes changing from green to a pupilless faint lavender, her hair quickly followed suit, growing longer and shifting to a dark blue. "Stop," Naruto demanded. "Just stop." His voice cracking. The woman shrugged before her hair changed to a dark blonde, shortening to just above her shoulders. Her face began to change as well, now a bit leaner, while her lips became a bit more full and plump. Darting her now hazel eyes to the still upset blonde, she asked, "They're better?" Naruto walked closer before taking a seat next to the woman. "Hello, Death." Death smiled softly. "Such a morbid name, don't you think? I think I'd prefer you to call me something a bit more familiar." Having finally calmed himself, Naruto shrugged. "Well, what do you want me to call you? How about Freya?" she asked. "I think that's a bit more fitting, don't you?" "How's that?" "Freya, a name given to the Lady of Love, Beauty, and Death," Freya recited. "Appropriate, don't you think?" "If you think so," Naruto said with a shrug. "What's going on, Freya? What is this place?" The embodiment of death closed her eyes, savoring the blonde using her new name. "This is my little corner in your seal. And I guided you here, beloved. Why do you call me that?" the blonde demanded. Freya didn't answer at first, simply looking into the small campfire, the flames reflecting off her eyes with a sharp gleam. Smiling softly, she said, "I have existed since life was given breath by my brother, Eternity. Because of my existence, I am connected to everyone. I watch over the universe, making sure that everyone follows their destined path towards my embrace. And in that moment, I am finally able to be with them, if for only a moment. And that has been my existence. My purpose. I had accepted eons ago that this was my stake in it all, that I would only be allowed those fleeting moments. And I've made sure to cherish those times. All of them. But then you came along. And for the first time in all my everlasting life, I've been with someone. I was connected to you. You weren't a god claiming my name to boost your status. You were just an insignificant speck in the universe. But it's because of our connection, this seal, that I've been able to watch you." Suddenly, the fire grew brighter, causing Naruto to look into the flames, only to be shocked to see him, as a small child, sitting alone at some random playground as he watched a group of children play, their parents standing in the background, giving him looks of warning. Their message was simple. Stay away. The flames flickered, the image disappearing like it had never existed. "I watched your life, all of it. The good." Freya continued, this time the flames flickering to an image of Naruto sitting at a campfire, the third Hokage next to him, the two of them laughing and enjoying the other's company. "And the bad." The fire glimmered again, changing to a vision of the small blonde sitting alone at a kitchen table, the boy blowing out the candle on a store-bought piece of birthday cake, a deep frown marring his face as the fire was whipped away, softly singing a birthday song to himself. "I've seen you triumphs," she went on, the flames image morphing to a still of a 12-year-old Naruto crawling towards an equally battered Gaara, a look of pure determination on his face. "And your failures." The next was a vision of heavily bandaged Naruto looking down in shame as he apologized to Sakura for breaking his promise to her. "I've seen your highs." The fire changed again, the image being Naruto as he was celebrated as Konoha's hero, the blonde being thrown in the air by a crowd of cheering villagers. "And your lows." Finally, a montage of images paused through the flames. Mizuki's betrayal. The death of the third Hokage. His defeat at Sasuke's hands. His fight with Orochimaru. Jiraiya's death. Konoha's destruction. Hinata being cut down by pain. Sasuke's fall into insanity. Niji's sacrifice. His eviction to Earth. The death of Charles. Natasha's betrayal. All of these flashed by before landing on an image of Naruto carving his fallen comrades' names into the memorial stone. You are the living embodiment of pain and hardship. And yet you are unbroken, you hold yourself together with pure will. You persevere, pushing on in life to find the next adventure. You make new bonds. New friends. New family. Here, in this seal, I have been able to sit here front row and center to the greatest show of human triumph that has ever been and likely will ever be. How can't I fall in love with someone like that?" Freya asked, looking Naruto in the eye as finished. "I call you my beloved because that is what you are. Simple as that." "Wow." Naruto blurted out. If I've flustered you, I apologize. It's just that this is a novel experience for me. I can't tell you how long it's been since I've talked to someone that wasn't one of my siblings." Freya admitted. "So, you know everything about me, huh?" Naruto asked, trying to change the topic. "Oh yes. I know everything that's ever happened to you. Any thought that's fluttered through your mind. Even that little plan of yours. Lady Death stated, a knowing look on her face. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Plan? Freya's smile grew a little bigger. Don't bother playing stupid with me, beloved. What did I tell you the first time we met? You can't hide such things from me? You might be able to hide it from Kurama, but I'm not so easy to deceive. The blonde shrugged. I don't know what you're talking about. And not that I would, but I can't hide anything from Kurama. The embodiment of death nodded. All right then, beloved, if you want to continue to play your game, I understand. But just know that you're not the only one seeking to break the laws my siblings and myself put in place. The flame flickered again, shifting to a man Naruto immediately recognized. Thanos? He asked. Freya nodded. The two of you are practically one and the same. Two sides of the same coin. Both faced incredible hardships due to the makings of their birth. Both are the last of their kind. Both hold the will to break or build galaxies. Both wish to subvert eternity and death in one fell swoop. The only thing that separates you is that when you came face to face with your failures, one of you moved forward to find a way to keep it from never happening again. The other moved forward to keep it from never happening at all. Naruto looked into the fire for a long time, staring into the face of the man people called the most powerful being in the universe. Getting up, he willed the door to appear next to him. Not bothering to look at the woman of death as he opened the door, he said, If what you're saying is true, then the difference between him and me is that I'd never follow through with a plan like that. Freya smiled again, watching her beloved step into the open doorway. Then that leaves the question, who has the greater will? The one that can carry out something like that, or the one that can but chooses not to? Naruto didn't bother answering, stepping into the light, heading towards consciousness. His eyes creaking open, he grunted as the flash of natural dazed his pupils, forcing him to squint as he tried to get up. Feeling a hand try and press him back to a lying position, he cleared out the specks of light from his eyes to see a man he didn't recognize standing over him. The man of African descent was bald-headed, a thick black goatee wrapped around his jaw and mouth. He didn't look like a doctor, his casual-looking purple tribal shirt not fitting the bill. His crinkled face scrunched up in concern, he said, I would recommend you lie still. It's a miracle you're awake at all. It's no miracle. Naruto mumbled, lying back down as he asked, How long was I out? The man backed off from Naruto as he said, Not long, you only slept through the night. It's daybreak now. Where am I? All will be told when I am allowed to tell you. Until then, rest. The man ordered. Naruto began to get up again, pushing past the pain in the man's helping hand. Yeah, can't do that. Got too many questions. Like where I am, or where my friend is. His bare feet touching the stone floor as he swooped over to the side of the bed, he asked. My name's Dash. I know who you are. The man interrupted. You are the colonizer that's been running rampant the last few days. Bowing, he said. My name is Zuri, Naruto Uzumaki. Now, please lay back down. I'd prefer it that a fight not break out here. We are on sacred ground after all. Sacred ground? Naruto asked. Zuri nodded. King Chaka thought it best to keep you out of the palace while you recovered. I volunteered to watch over you in one of the shrines within the city while we wait. As for your friend, she is being kept outside the palace in a separate area. She is safe, you have my word. Naruto felt out Zuri's emotions, detecting no lies coming from the man. Well, I'm fine. Tell whoever you need to tell that I want to talk to your king. That will prove difficult, I'm afraid, Zuri said, a grave look on his face. The blonde tilted his head in confusion. Why? The princess was taken and being held for ransom by the gang of militants you and the prince had fought. The king and prince are currently holding a council meeting to decide what to do. While that is going on, no one can enter. Not even myself, the head shaman explained. What's to discuss? Aren't they going to save her? Naruto asked. Zuri sighed. It's a bit more complicated than that. Patting him on the shoulder, he said. Come, let's get something to eat. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Aren't you supposed to keep me here? Zuri smiled. They said to keep watch over you while you healed. You've healed, I'm hungry. Let's eat. Naruto smiled back. I think I'm beginning to like you, old man. If Zuri was offended by the name, he didn't show it, instead leading the blonde-haired man out of the room. Come, I know a place with great kachumbari not far from here. Naruto sighed in satisfaction as he finished his meal, wiping his mouth of any possible excess food with his napkin. Damn, that was pretty good. The blonde was now wearing a white long-sleeved shirt with blue tribal designs etched in and a pair of black pants and sandals. Smiling from across Naruto, Zuri said, "It's one of my favorite dishes. I've been coming here since I was a boy." Looking around, the blonde smiled as he took in the scenery. They were eating at a small little shop, their eating area out in the open of the downtown area, allowing you to be a part of the moving people. The area was busy, everyone going from one place to the other, happily going about their days seemingly without a care in the world. Every person that he could pick out of a crowd was distinct in their way of dress. From large disc-like lip rings that sat in the mouths, to flowing tribal dresses, to colorful vibranium-woven articles of clothing that were in league of their own in design. Chuckling, he said, "This place reminds me of home." Zuri looked at Naruto in interest. "Where are you from?" "Not from here," Naruto offered. "I know you're not from Waka-. No, not from here as in Earth," the blonde clarified. The shaman studied Naruto for a moment before asking, "Why are you telling me this? Surely you know I'll tell my king?" Naruto shrugged. "I figure it'll get out eventually. Why not just cut to the chase?" "I suppose I shouldn't be surprised," Zuri offered. "I've seen the videos of you fighting, and I can attest to it being unhuman." He shrugged again. "I never wanted to fight anyone here, if it makes you feel better." Zuri looked him up and down once again as he asked, "Why does Burning Zana remind you of your home?" "I guess it's the people," Naruto guessed. "The feel of it all. This place is extraordinary compared to anywhere else on Earth. Nowhere else on Earth, or even off of Earth, could remind me of the feel of Konoha. Nowhere but here," he chuckled. "That, and we were considered a secret village, with a group of super soldiers and elite fighters protecting its borders. Though we weren't anywhere near as secretive as you are. Most if not every major village knew where we were. But they knew better than to try and find us with the first Hokage's forest protecting us." "The first Hokage's forest?" Zuri asked. Naruto nodded. "It was the forest that surrounded our village that was created by our first Hokage. It was thick, and we had a way of knowing when someone entered or left the forest at any time. Attacking us head-on was never an option for most villages because of that. It allowed us to dictate any fight that came our way." "Your village sounds very formidable," Zuri said, taking in the many comparisons his village had with Burning Zana. It was. The two of them sat at their table, enjoying the comfortable silence that washed over them before Zuri decided to cut in. "Well, I suppose we should head back now." As Zuri got up from his seat, Naruto rubbed the back of his head. "Yeah, that'll prove difficult, I'm afraid." "Why?" Zuri asked, his face wrinkled with confusion. "I'm a clone." The shadow clone smiled apologetically. "The boss swapped out with me after we left the shrine." Zuri sighed with exasperation. "I told you that you can't get in. The king is in the council chambers. Tensions are already high. Do you really think it's a good idea to push their buttons?" "Oh, you mean the whole princess thing?" "Yeah, boss has a plan for that," the clone reassured. Giving a two-fingered salute, he said, "It was good meeting you, Zuri. We should do this again sometime." With that, the clone popped in a puff of smoke. "What an aggravating man," Zuri muttered, getting up before beginning his trek towards the Golden Palace. King Chaka rubbed his brow as he listened to Ransom Note be read aloud again by his son, Prince Chala, reading it himself for the first time since recovering from his injuries. "Dear King, by now you have realized that both your son and daughter are in my custody. And, as I'm sure you've realized, one of your own has betrayed you, giving us weapons that can stand against you and a means to enter your cities undetected. But do not confuse this for a thirst for war. That is not what I want. What I want is your technology. Because I have your son, we can reverse engineer your Black Panther armor. Because we have your daughter, we can create our own weapons using her intelligence, and reveal whatever they know to the public. But it doesn't have to be this way. Reveal yourselves to the world, agree to share your knowledge, and I will free them as a sign of thanks. You have by nightfall." After Chala finished the note, the head of the border tribe said, "That was sent to us after the attack on Jidaka village. Luckily you have returned, and our war dogs retrieved the Black Panther armor, but the princess is still in their hands." The border tribe leader was square-jawed, a blue robe wrapped around his body, keeping his arms and torso hidden. "If they manage to get her to help them, these dogs will become even more of a danger to Wakanda." Chala narrowed his eyes at the man. "Shuri would never help those men." "Not willingly, no," the river tribe elder spoke. The slim man wearing a turquoise-themed suit, a massive disc filling in his lower lip. But there is no telling what they will do to her when we refuse their demands. When? The prince questioned. She is your princess. There is no other option but to save her. The merchant tribe elder scoffed, the wrinkled woman dressed in an elegant black and gold gown and headpiece. We are well aware of who she is. However, these are strenuous circumstances. We can't just attack these people. It will lead to open warfare, something that hasn't been done outside of Wakandan borders since its founding. So, what would you suggest? Asked the leader of the mining tribe, a middle-aged woman with red and brown dressings. If we refuse, they will take our princess away. That is unacceptable. Not only would this be a slap in the face to our country's pride, but she is a child. Something must be done. Are you seriously suggesting a rescue operation? The river tribe elder asked. Have you forgotten that our Black Panther is useless against these thugs? They've incapacitated him before, who's to say it can't be done again? And even if we were to agree to let him go, they are an army of thousands with weapons that can penetrate our defenses. To send a small party of people into that hyena's nest would be sending them to their deaths. I'm sorry, but I'm not willing to risk my people for such a suicide mission. Then don't send a party. Chala offered. Just send me. No. The prince turned to his father, surprise on his face. What? Baba, I can do it. You know I can dash. I have already lost one child today. I won't lose another. Chaka interrupted. Chala looked at his father, flabbergasted. Baba, you haven't lost anyone. We will get her back. And for the first time in his life, Chala could see his father's age. Chaka looked his son in the eye as he said, Read the bottom of the note. Confused, Chala looked down to the bottom right corner of the note, a name cleanly scrawled in. Who is Achebi? Chaka released a slow breath out. A mistake from the past. The border tribe elder continued. Achebi is an outsider your father brought back here to be healed, much like the colonizer you brought with you last night. Chala looked to his father. Why did you bring this man into Wakanda? Chaka shifted in his seat, clasping his hands together, resting his chin upon them. Several decades ago, I had been running a mission in Gadaza as the Black Panther. Myself and a squad of Dora Milaje were assisting a war dog in extracting a target within a small bandit group that had begun overtaking several cities. The mission had gone horribly wrong. The target was killed in a car bombing that set off a conflict between the bandits and the local military. It was a bloodbath. We tried to assist the town in getting rid of the bandits, and because of that the fighting only lasted 2 days. Performing a sweep of the area, we came across a priest that had been stabbed a few dozen times. It was a miracle that he was still alive. Had I done nothing, he would have been the only civilian death. My guilt getting the better of me, I took him to Wakanda and had healed him of his wounds. But in doing so he brought a monster to our doorsteps. The mining tribe added. When he awoke, we immediately knew something was wrong. We'd catch him, talking to himself, referring to himself by a second name. Daki. The merchant tribe elder recalled, getting nods from the other tribe leaders. His awareness that we existed only made it worse. Chaka continued. He couldn't understand why we had kept ourselves hidden for so long. He began begging me to open Wakanda to the world. At first I thought it was compassion that drove his want for openness. But I would later learn that perhaps it was something much darker. The border tribe leader took over for his king. After we refused his request, he asked to leave Wakanda. We agreed, sending him to America with the means to get an education and start a new life, with the understanding that he would tell no one of what he'd experienced here. We kept him under watch for nearly a decade, the man getting a doctorate in communication. Then, he disappeared off the face of the earth for several years, only to pop back up again in Gadaza. Our war dogs would later report the deaths of several men that had once been in that bandit group, all of them brutally stabbed to death. After that, he went quiet. This is the first time we'd heard of him in almost 15 years. He is not a stable man. But he is a smart one. Chaka said. He knows he needs Shuri alive if we refuse his demands. He can use her to show the world, at least partially, what we are, while keeping her to themselves to abuse her intelligence. Because of this, I know she is safe for now. If we attack them to rescue her, we risk exposure. If we try and call his bluff, we're partially exposed. If we agree, we're exposed completely. This is a no-win scenario. The group's conversation was kept from continuing by the sound of someone knocking on the large double doors that took up the front portion of the chambers. Figuring it to be the Dora Milaje outside, King Chaka bellowed. Enter. The doors creaked open, revealing a smiling Naruto as he gave a small wave in their direction. Yo! What are you doing here, boy? Called out the border tribe leader. The river tribe elder scoffed, throwing his arm up in Naruto's direction. Dora Milaje, take this colonizer away. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, if you're talking about the ladies outside, I'd put them under a small genjutsu. Don't worry, it's nothing too serious or anything since I kinda suck at anything above the beginner's moves. Genjutsu? The merchant tribe wondered. What is this nonsense? An illusion. Naruto clarified. All I did was make them think they're dreaming, that's all I swear. You dare? Started the mining tribe elder. Do you have any idea where you are? Yeah, I think I heard Zuri call it the Golden Palace or something. Naruto offered. And where is Zuri? Demanded the merchant tribe leader. He was supposed to inform us when you woke up, not let you wander around on your own. Oh, well, I kinda ditched him with a clone of mine. He's on his way though, shouldn't take more than 20 minutes. Naruto guessed. Eyeing the king, he stepped forward, ignoring the bracing movements of almost every elder in the room. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. We know who you are, boy. Why are you here? Asked the border tribe elder. Taking another step forward, Naruto said. Well, I couldn't help but overhear your little meeting, and I think I might have an answer to your problem. The river tribe elder tried to play dumb. What are you talking about, boy? Naruto kept his eyes on the king. I've been listening in for a while now. You're caught in an impossible situation, and you can't seem to find the right answer. Do you sacrifice your daughter, or the peace you've established for so long? And I assume you have a solution? King Chaka asked. Me. Chaka raised a brow. You. Yeah, me. I'm the solution. The room was silent for a few seconds before the 4 council members began to laugh in Naruto's face. Moving past his laughter first, the river tribe elder gasped out. How exactly are you the solution to our problem? Naruto raised his hands to form a cross-shaped hand sign. In a puff of smoke, another Naruto appeared. The counselors jumped in shock while Chala flew up from his seat ready to fight off the 2 blondes if necessary. However, the clone only gave a quick salute before disappearing in another puff of smoke. What kind of magic is this? Whispered the merchant tribe elder. Chala and Chaka, having seen the ability through their surveillance of the man, were less shocked at the sight. Coughing in his hand, the king said, While that is impressive, how exactly is that the answer? Naruto took another step forward, now just several feet from the king. Imagine that, but times 1,000. That would mean you can mass-produce an army. Scoffing, the river tribe leader said, Impossible. Impossible isn't in my vocabulary, Naruto insisted with narrowed eyes. Trust me, I can help you save your daughter. And why should we trust you? Naruto looked to Chala, the prince's calm demeanor in play as he looked over the blonde. Sighing, Naruto said, I know I haven't exactly made the best first impression. All I am is an outsider stepping on your toes. None of you like me, I can see that as clear as day. But you need my help. You don't want to admit it, you don't want anything to do with me for that matter. So, don't admit it. Don't like me. Cast me out. But I'm saving that girl. And if you want to send someone to tag along while I do it, feel free. Why do you insist on helping us? Asked the border tribe elder, clearly confused by his motives. It was Chala who answered. Because, he's just that kind of man. The room grew silent, everyone's eyes on the prince as he spoke. Chaka, studiously looking over at his son, asked, Do you vouch for this man, my son? Chala hesitated for a moment before answering. Yes, Baba. I will vouch for this man. Smiling, Chaka reached over and patted his son on the shoulder. Then it is decided. You will accompany this man on a rescue mission to save Shuri. You leave in half an hour. But my king, all of the suits designed for Chala were sabotaged by the traitor Shan. Sending him out using any of them is out of the question. Advised the border tribe elder. Speaking of the traitor, we've begun our sweep to decide just how much damage he'd done while in our ranks. And though we've only scratched the surface, it looks like he had his fingers dipped in a lot of different places. Who's to say there aren't others allied with him as well? Perhaps had the prince not decided to kill the traitor, we could have interrogated him for that kind of information. The river tribe elder grumbled, eyeing the prince. We'll discuss all of that later. King Chaka said firmly. For now, I feel our current issue is a bit more pressing. What do you want in return? Everyone looked over to the merchant elder, the wrinkled woman's attention solely on the blonde in the front of the room. Blinking, Naruto asked, "Excuse me? You are going to go fight a war for us, boy. Clearly, you'll want compensation for such a thing. So, what do you want?" clarified the elder. Naruto's answer was quick. "All I want is a private audience with the king." "Do you really think we'd let you dash everyone out?" King Chaka ordered firmly. The merchant elder looked to her king. "My king, surely you're not going to actual dash. If all he wants is to speak with me, then I shall accommodate him. Besides, I had planned to speak with him should the opportunity arise. Now leave," the king clarified. The counselors didn't need another hint, getting up slowly before passing Naruto on their way out of the chambers. Chala followed behind them, stopping next to the blonde. "I'll be waiting for you, Uzumaki." Naruto smiled. "Sure thing. Hey, could you get someone to send my friend? I'm sure she's getting antsy waiting around wherever she's at." Chala gave a calm nod before exiting the chambers, leaving Naruto and King Chaka alone. Seeing that the king was waiting for Naruto to speak first, the blonde coughed into his hand awkwardly. "To be honest, I didn't expect you to let me speak to you so soon. It's best to get it over with, I think," Chaka claimed, shifting in his throne. "Why did you come to Wakanda?" "The first time I came here, it was a clone of me. He was sent to place a sealing tag that would let me teleport to Jidaka village. I was doing that with every major capital or city on the planet, so don't think that I was picking you guys for any reason other than that." The clone was looking for a good spot to place the tag when the prince and his entourage tried to capture it for questioning. Seeing a guy dressed up as a cat and a group of heavily armored women take out one of my clones got my attention, Naruto explained. "I decided to do a little more reconnaissance after that." "By that, you mean attacking the general of my Dora Milaje?" Chaka accused. "You captured and interrogated her for information. That isn't the work of a benevolent man. To be fair, she attacked me," Naruto defended. "My interrogation was totally painless for her, and after I got what I needed I dropped her off right afterwards." "And what did you learn?" Chaka asked. Naruto took a deep breath before saying, "I learned that Wakanda is the most powerful country on the planet. You've gained that power through an extraterrestrial meteorite that's about the size of a small country, the hunk of rock buried underground. That said rock holds the strongest metal on Earth, maybe even several galaxies. Through centuries of research and trial by fire, you've discovered that it is also the most versatile metal on Earth as well. You use it for everything. Weapons, technology, clothes, infrastructure, you guys have mastered that element to a fine science. And I can also assume you learned about our traditions as well?" the king asked. When the blonde nodded, Chaka said, "After our ancestors discovered vibranium, we quickly learned what neighboring tribes and villages would do to get their hands on it. We knew that if we wanted to keep that advantage and avoid war, we'd have to pretend it didn't exist. We became reclusive, staying out of matters around us while we built our country from the ground up. Eventually, it became a way of life. We kept to ourselves, only concerned with making sure our people prospered and evolved year by year, decade by decade, century by century. And now you have to live with the consequences of that," Naruto said. "Excuse me?" Chaka wondered. Naruto folded his arms across his chest. "To be honest, at first I was a little pissed when I found out your little secret. You've stood by, letting countless atrocities happen in the name of isolation, but at the end of the day, I understand. This world is a primitive one. If you give them a bigger stick in the name of peace, they'll turn it around on you as a weapon. If you give them access to vibranium, you're asking for a bloodbath. Maybe not then and there, or a year or 5 from then. But it'll happen. I've seen that kind of war. It isn't something I want to see again." Chaka raised an eyebrow. "You speak as though you're not human." The blonde smiled. "Guilty as charged." After a moment, Chaka tilted his head back and laughed. "And to think, for a moment I thought you were just some superpowered American coming to my country to judge me and my people's ways of life with no real idea as to our perspective. But in reality, you're just some alien. An outsider looking in." Sighing, the king said, "My ancestors had to deal with European colonization, long before I took the reins of power. Back then, it took all there were not to instigate a war, throwing away our traditions to fight them away from this continent. But they held their hand, watching in horror to what was happening around them. Seeing you, I saw a physical manifestation of that time. You were a white man, barging into my country doing as you pleased. Even now, knowing what you are, I can't help but draw that conclusion. You claim to understand my ways, that you agree with our traditions. But I don't need your approval. We don't need your acceptance. My ancestors never enjoyed sitting by, watching as the people of Africa were taken away never to return, or the countless massacres that have occurred on that same soil, or the problems that plague the rest of the world. We see these things and we don't scoff or turn our nose. We cry tears of sorrow, because we know we're just as guilty for their pain. If you wish to ally with us, I will consider it. But don't question or ponder our ways. I do that enough myself every day. Naruto stood there, taking in the verbal beating. As the king's speech finished, he took a deep breath in before saying, "Clearly you're a proud man. I have no doubt that you are a good person, and probably an even better king. You look like a man that has sacrificed a lot for his country, and for that you have my respect. But I'm not going to agree to not question you. You look at me, and you see an image that just doesn't match up. I might look like the people that have plagued your land, but I'm not them." He narrowed his eyes. "I'm a self-contained maelstrom. A walking natural disaster. I came to see what you were doing, not out of some self-perceived sense of entitlement, but to see if you were just another group of monsters I had to destroy. Luckily, I see you for the people you are. You're a good people, with good intentions at heart. You have my support on that front. So, out of respect towards you, King Chaka, you don't want this maelstrom pointed at you. Because no amount of vibranium will protect you from me." The two glared at each other for a long time, a battle of wills going on between them. Neither blinked for the longest time, standing still until King Chaka threw his head back and roared in laughter. Getting up from his chair, the king stepped up to the blonde, patting him on the shoulder as he said, "You are a brave man, Naruto Uzumaki. You and my son will get along well, I know that for certain." Walking past him, he said, "Come, let's go meet with my son. I'm sure your friend is down with him by now." Chala stood next to the giant double doors used for exiting the Golden Palace. Standing next to him was a fidgeting Ileana, the woman looking rather nervous as she stood a few feet away from the prince, on high alert as she waited for Naruto to arrive. Checking his armor, he sighed as he felt the extra weight the outmoded suit held. Unlike his, which had a simple yet sleek black design, his father's was a bit more decorative and bulky. While still colored black, it was highlighted with golden decals, the chest piece more of a slim flak jacket, and the leggings more baggy and pants-like. Flexing his golden claws, he retracted them back into their place with a loud twang noise resound through the halls, causing Ileana to jump. Deciding to ignore her, he stood at attention when he heard his father's laugh echo through the halls, with Naruto's laugh mixed in as well. Turning the corner, the two walked almost shoulder to shoulder, the king having rested his hand on the blonde's shoulder as he tried to contain his laughter. "I wish I could have met this Jiraiya." Chaka coughed out as his laughter came to a stop. Naruto smiled. "Yeah, he'd have loved this place." "Baba!" Chala called out, causing the king to leave the blonde's side to come speak to his son. "How does it fit my son?" Chaka asked rhetorically, knowing that the suit was made to fit any size. "It fits perfectly, thank you," the prince answered with a bow of thanks. The king raised his son up. Grasping his shoulders with both hands, Chaka looked his son in the eye as he said, "Bring her back." "What of Achebe?" Chala asked. "The council wants us to bring him in alive end him, my son. He took my daughter, your sister. He turned Shan against us. His death is the only thing he can do to repay for those crimes against us. And don't worry about the council. They answered to me. I will deal with them." Chala nodded firmly. "Yes, Baba." Naruto walked over to Ileana, smiling as he asked, "Miss me?" "Yeah," she answered, giving a weak smile. Frowning, the ninja gave the woman a once-over, noticing that her eyes were sunken in and her hands had a slight shake to them. "Are you all right?" he asked in worry. "I'm fine," she said, trying to come off as strong but failing miserably. "After you'd been shot, she killed the gunman," Kurama said through the seal. Quickly getting what Kurama was saying, Naruto stepped a little closer, leaning in close as he whispered, "He was your first one, wasn't he?" Ileana looked at Naruto in shock, blinking rapidly as she tried to form a response. Finally, she answered, her eyes screwed shut as she said, "No." Hesitantly, he placed his hands on her arms, holding her. "Go home. I can Compton dash. Go home, get some rest. This isn't a discussion. You're no good to anyone like this," Naruto said firmly. Ileana looked down. "Oh, okay. she weakly whispered. As she opened the portal, Naruto asked, "Do you want a clone to keep you company? No?" Then, the portal closed behind her, leaving Naruto alone as he sighed heavily. "You'll have to talk to her, Naruto," Kurama advised. "I know," he thought. "After this." "Alright, let's go." Naruto turned to see a ready Chala looking at him in anticipation. Nodding, he said, "Yeah, I'm ready." Shuri struggled as she was pushed into a large tent, thrown through the flaps to the ground. Getting to her knees, she glared up at the two men that had led her to the tent. Hearing a cough, she turned her attention to the man sitting across from her. However, it was the hand puppet sitting on his hand that got her attention, flaring her confusion as she tried to get to her feet. Sitting behind his desk, Achebe smiled down at the girl as she got to her feet. "Hello Shuri, I hope your stay with us has been pleasurable. If by pleasurable you mean crappy food and worse company, then yes sure," she grumbled. "Well, if good company is what you want, allow me to introduce you to Daki," Achebe said, motioning to the hand puppet. "He's the leader?" Shuri asked incredulously. "You're kidding, right?" Achebe's hand moved forward, Daki looking down at the princess. "This is no joke, child. I am the one who wishes to bring your country to its knees. I suggest you show the proper respect. Shuri burst out in laughter, holding her side as she said, "By Bast, you're serious? That's hysterical." The puppet looked to the guard standing next to her, nodding slowly. The guard nodded back before shoving the butt of his gun into Shuri's temple, dropping the princess. Grunting as she hit the ground, she reached a shaky hand up to feel the blood that was dripping down her temple. "This is no joke," Daki repeated. "I'll allow that slip up this once. But if you haven't learned from this experience, I'll do to you what I do to everyone else who refuses to learn from past mistakes, understand?" Shuri shuffled back to her feet, her knees shaking slightly as she asked, "Why did you bring me here?" "We've been alerted that a Wakandan plane has landed a few miles outside our camp. More than likely, the king has sent a rescue party. Earlier today, I received the news that your brother was saved by a man with strange abilities. I wasn't given a description, but I can only assume he and your brother have come to rescue you. That can't happen. In 5 minutes the plane should be prepped and ready for takeoff. Just know that if you cause Achebe or my men any trouble, I'll make you regret it. I won't kill you, but you'll wish you were dead when my men are done with you. Understand?" "Yes," Shuri answered, though a gleam of defiance could be seen in her eyes. Daki chuckled before looking to Achebe. "I'm trusting you, my friend. Don't disappoint me." Achebe nodded earnestly. "Of course, Daki, I won't fail you." Good, good." Pulling out a small wooden case, Achebe opened it before carefully taking Daki off his hand, resting the puppet on the soft cushion inside. Achebe sighed in satisfaction. "Good night, my friend." Naruto gripped his Chikuto in his hands, looking it over as Chala activated the cloaking mechanism on the Wakandan ship that took them there. "So, what's the plan?" Chala placed his helmet over his head. "We'll need to figure out which tent they're keeping her. After that, you start the distraction, while I extract her and assassinate Achebe." "I've already got the recon covered," Naruto said. "I made a clone and had it transform into a bird. She was taken to the largest tent in the center of the campsite. Somehow they know we're here, and they're planning to take her to the plane that's sitting on the other side of the camp. So, I'm going to go in as hard as possible and get all their attention on me. It should be easy for you to get in after that." Chala nodded, adjusting his chest piece. "And what exactly are you planning to do?" Naruto smirked, his body being covered in a golden flame, his six-path sage mode taking form. "There's no way their vibranium bullets can get me while I'm like this. I've got some pent-up frustration I've been dying to release on these bastards." "Did anyone ever tell you that you're a show-off, Uzumaki?" the prince asked. Reaching into his back pouch, he pulled out a small black dot. Giving it to the blonde, he said, "We'll use these to communicate. Stick it to the back of your ear." Nodding, Naruto quickly did as the prince said. Flexing his fist, he grinned. "Alright, Chala, I'll see you in a bit." Activating his magnet release, he took off into the air, flying at top speed. Sighing as he took off for the camp, Chala muttered, "Why him? Of all people that it could have been, why him?" Naruto grinned widely as he came to a stop several hundred feet above the campsite. "Now, I've got to make a big entrance. What to do, what to do? Don't you think you're going a little overboard using this form?" Kurama asked. "These guys kidnapped a little girl and are trying to instigate a war. That, and they're the reason I got shot," Naruto argued. "I'm not gonna hold back against these guys. That, and I think it's time I sent a message. Not just to Wakanda, but the rest of the world." "What kind of message?" Kurama asked. "The don't fuck with me kind? Didn't you already do that?" "I did that with S.H.I.E.L.D. They usually covered up any destruction I caused. And no, not that kind of message." "What kind then?" "The I won't sit around and let things slide kind," Naruto answered. Kurama sighed. "You're an idiot." Grinning himself, the beast said, "Well, alright then, let's fuck some shit up." Releasing his magnet release, Naruto began to drop towards the ground, aiming himself so that he would land right at the front of the camp. Adjusting his body into an accelerated freefall, Naruto formed a truth-seeking ball, morphing the black chakra construct to surround him as a perfect sphere. Flipping through several hand signs, he thought to himself, "Lava style, magma rock fall." Emerging from the truth-seeking sphere wrapped around Naruto, a massive amount of molten magma erupted forward, shifting around the sphere to form a massive meteorite made of volatile magmatic rock. Then, as the giant meteorite grew close to the Earth's floor, Naruto began to channel lightning chakra through the truth-seeking sphere, breaking past the rock and wrapping around it in jagged white wisps of electricity. Sage Art, Wrath of the Six-Paths Sage. Boom! Achebe picked himself off the ground, rubble and ash rolling off his body as he looked up at the chaos before him. In all his life, he never thought he'd see the sight of a lightning-covered ball rock and lava smack right in front of his campsite. Luckily, he had begun to take Shuri to the plane parked on the other side of the camp, so other than being thrown off their feet, he and his group were relatively fine. "What the hell was that?" shrieked Shuri as she got up to her knees, watching in shock as a horde of blonde-haired men began to jump around the area on the other side of the camp, breathing fire and causing bursts of wind to pick men off the ground. "Get up!" ordered Achebe, picking her up by the arm. "Come on, move!" Pointing at the three men with them, he ordered. "We have to leave before they make their way over here." Shuri grunted in pain as the man began to drag her, her eyes wide in wonder as a wall of fire took out the east side of the campsite. "Fire style, great fire annihilation," thought Naruto as he breathed out a thick wall of fire towards the eastern side of the camp. Cutting off the jutsu, he watched as his troop of clones wreaked havoc on any poor militiamen that got in their way. Having created about 1,000 clones, he decided to keep them at his base form. So, the blonde-haired clones were still susceptible to gunfire. Oh well, clones could always be replaced. Thack thack thack, Naruto barely felt the bullets bounce off his six-paths chakra mode-covered torso, looking over lazily as a group of men opened fire on him. Hearing them complain that their vibranium-tipped bullets weren't working, he smirked as he shifted his foot on the ground, channeling earth chakra into the ground, forcing several spikes of earth to pop out into the men's bodies. Rushing towards another group of men, he quickly began his onslaught with his Chikudo, channeling wind chakra into the blade. Kicking the first man with a swift side kick, he felt the man's chest cave in from the power of the kick. Twirling the sword in a reverse grip, he jabbed backwards in order to stab the man that was trying to sneak up on him, the extended wind blade catching the man behind them both right in the chest. Pulling the blade out, Naruto quickly decapitated the last of the men coming after him. He was quick with his follow-up, slamming his hand on the ground. "Lava style, lava plume!" The ground splitting open, a thick pillar of lava erupted from the cracks of the earth, the lava slowly spreading through the western side of the camp. Dashing back towards the front part of the camp, he continued his attack. From body-destroying punches, crippling kicks, and deadly slashes and stabs, he carved a swath of death through the populace of militiamen. Feeling several sets of memories come flooding in, he fought the urge to stop at the memories of several hundred kids being found by some of his clones. Creating a few dozen more while he was on the move, he shouted, "Get those kids out of here! No dilly-dallying, understand?" The clones nodded before departing. Getting annoyed by several hundred clones that were getting shredded by the militiamen's gunfire in the front side of the camp, Naruto decided enough was enough. "You ready, partner?" Naruto asked. Kurama smirked in the seal. "Always. Let's keep it a little small thought, don't want to blow away the whole country, do we?" "Well, of course," Kurama answered sarcastically, his smirk growing savage. Kurama's ethereal head formed over Naruto's body, the Biju opened his maw wide. Purple and red chakra circulating and merging together into one massive sphere of pure chakra. Both partners called out their technique as it shot off like a rocket. Tailed Beast Bomb! Boom! the sound of the plane's whirling engine was cut off by the massive explosion that blasted through the area across from them. The aftermath of the explosion sending a white flash over them, the group flinched in pain as Shuri shrieked. "What the hell is going on?" Achabi growled in anger. "What kind of monster is capable of something like that?" Opening the plane's door, he ordered. "Get in, girl, get in now!" Looking for the man that was holding Daki, he shouted. "Give me the case, now dash!" However, as the man was about to give his leader the case, he jerked in pain, gasping out before he was thrown aside, revealing a crouching Black Panther behind him, his claws drawn out with blood dripping from the golden metal. "Brother!" Shuri shouted in relief, only to shriek as she was grabbed from behind, Achabi's arm wrapped around her neck. "Stay back! Stay back!" Achabi shouted, his permanent smile hiding his distress. "I'll kill her, I will!" Withdrawing his sidearm, he pointed the pistol at the girl's temple. Looking at the two other men, he shouted, "Get the case, now!" Chala remained calm, intercepting the two men from getting to the case, incapacitating them with quick strikes and slashes with his vibranium claws. Grabbing the case, he used his enhanced strength to pry open the case to reveal a hand puppet inside. "Drop him!" Achabi cried. "Drop him right fucking now!" However, before they could, the earth began to shake and crack open, every tent on the back end of the campsite being destroyed by a pillar or chasms that came from the earth as it was manipulated by the flaming man in the sky. The shift caused the three of them to almost fall. Taking advantage of it, Chala bum rushed Achabi, shoving him away from Shuri, grabbing his sister in a bridle hold. Dashing away, he spoke into his earpiece. "Uzumaki, destroy the plane now!" "Right," Naruto answered. Not long after, a ball of fire came rushing in towards the plane. Boom! Landing on the ground, Naruto walked over the rubble his earth jutsu had created, heading into the smoke as he looked for Chala and his sister. His clones finishing off any stragglers, he deactivated his 6 paths chakra mode. Channeling a good amount of wind chakra, he blew away the smoke that covered him and the area around him. His vision clear, he saw that Chala and Shuri were standing over a man, the man on his knees as he cradled something in his hands. Walking over slowly, he raised an eyebrow when he saw the man crying over a burnt-up hand puppet. "No, no, no. No," Achabi repeated, cradling Daki's crisp corpse. Chala looked down at his sister. "Look away, Shuri," he whispered. "What?" Shuri asked in a daze. His claws coming out with a loud thwang, Chala repeated. "Look away, Shuri. You don't want to see this." Blinking rapidly in shock, she nodded slowly before turning her head away, closing her eyes as well. As Chala took a step forward, Naruto called out quietly. "Chala, don't. He has to die, Uzumaki," Chala stated, taking another step forward, hovering over Achabi, his hand drawn back to deliver the final blow. As he was about to drive his claws into the prone man, he found a firm grip stopping him. He didn't bother turning his head to see who had stopped him. "Stop," Naruto said firmly. "Look at him. You can't just kill him like this. He's clearly not well." As they had this debate, Achabi's hand began to creep for something behind him. "Let go of me, Uzumaki. He's dying today," Chala argued, trying to pry his arm free but failing as the blonde's grip grew tighter. "My king has ordered his death. Stop keeping me from fulfilling my duty." Hearing that, Naruto sighed before releasing his grip, only to blink at the sound of a gun's hammer being drawn back. Looking down at Achabi, they saw that his gun was drawn on them. Before Chala or Naruto could disarm him, the gun shifted from their position to himself, the barrel now pressed up right against Achabi's temple. Looking at Shuri from the corner of his eye to make sure she was still looking away, he mumbled, "Shuri, cover your ears." The girl immediately did as her brother ordered, covering her ears with her hands. Achabi, his eyes on Daki, muttered to himself, "I failed you. I failed you." Closing his eyes as tears began to build and cascade, he whispered, "I'll be with you soon." Bang! Chapter 23, Rolling in the Deep. Location: CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Date: March 28, 2015. The faint hum of the vibrating fluorescent lights that were lined up one after another on the ceiling could be heard in the nearly vacant waiting room, giving a strange sense of comfort in the otherwise quiet space. The creak that came from Jessica Drew's shifting in her chair cut through that hum like a knife, the receptionist looking up from her computer to see what all the commotion was about. Clearing her throat, Jessica gave a slight nod that was ignored, the receptionist swerving her attention back to her task. Sighing to herself, Jessica fought the urge to pull out her phone to pass the time, knowing that being on her phone in such a place was frowned upon. It wasn't long before a new wave of silence hung in the air, the room's stifling climate making time move at a crawl. Finally, the silence was interrupted for a second time by the sharp ringing of the reception desk's telephone. Quickly swiping the phone off its dock, the receptionist needlessly nodded to what the person on the other side was saying as she muttered into the mouthpiece. Placing the phone back down, she looked up as she said, "You can go in now, Agent Drew." Jessica looked from the receptionist to the door right across from her, a golden plaque showcasing a title and name. Deputy Director of the CIA, Benjamin Hunt. Getting up, she flattened out her black two-button business jacket. "Thank you," she said curtly, her English accent prominent. Walking forward, Jessica reached out and grasped the brass doorknob, the old wooden door squeaking open as she stepped into the large office. Expensively furnished, she took in the smell of old pine as she looked at the two other occupants in the room. Standing just to her right was the Associate Deputy Director, Ethan Vargas. With his back ramrod straight, he stood nearly a foot taller than her, his basic black business pressed and pristine. His black hair was cropped short, with specks of gray loitered throughout. "Take a seat," Vargas ordered, opening one of the files in his hands as he did. Doing as her superior asked, she took a seat in front of the simple computer desk in front of her. Looking over at the man sitting across from her, she observed that he was a few decades older than Vargas, his white hair having long turned into a deep widow's peak. His wrinkled brow furrowed in thought, he simply stared her as he waited for his subordinate to begin. Clearing his throat to get Jessica's attention, Vargas began to read from the file. "Agent Jessica Drew, born October 19, 1983 to Doctors Jonathan and Miriam Drew. Graduated from Oxford at age 20, you joined the Royal Navy. Immediately after graduation, where you were deployed into the Iraq War. Your mission history there caught the attention of SHIELD Secretary Alexander Pierce. Graduating at the top of your class as a SHIELD trainee, you quickly began to move through SHIELD's ranks as a part of the Special Task Force dubbed SPEAR. After the agency's disbandment a year ago, you were transferred over to Langley, working within the Special Activities Division." Jessica could only sit and listen as Vargas read off her file. As he finished, she asked, "Am I being assigned a new mission, sir?" Vargas ignored her question, snapping the file shut as he said, "Your work in Budapest was quite remarkable. Your handler, Marcus, was very impressed with your abilities." "Thank you, sir," Jessica replied calmly. Folding his arms behind his back, he asked, "What was it they called you over at SHIELD again?" Fighting the urge to sigh, she answered, "Arachne." Shifting her body so that she could face Vargas, she asked, "Is there an assignment for me, sir?" "Yes, a long-term assignment, in fact," Vargas answered, now looking to Deputy Director Hunt. Folding his hands over his desk, Hunt spoke softly. "What can you tell me about the alien known as Naruto Uzumaki?" Jessica blinked. "Well, not much, to be honest." "You worked with him during your time in SHIELD, did you not?" the Deputy Director asked. "I had only worked with him on a single mission. Other than that, I only knew him in passing," Jessica admitted. "Tell me what you can then," Vargas offered, though his tone of voice came off as an order. Fighting the urge to shift in her chair, Jessica allowed herself a moment of thought before speaking. "If I could use one word, powerful. On our only mission we had together, my report detailed my belief that he was a walking weapon of mass destruction and espionage wrapped up into one tight bundle. He could slip into anywhere appearing as anyone, obliterate anything in his path, and act as his own mobile army. I gathered all of that in the 2 weeks I was assigned to work with him." Hunt nodded slowly. "Yes, we've gathered that ourselves. Is there anything you can say about his behavior? Are you asking me if he's dangerous?" she asked. "We already know for a fact that he is dangerous. It would be stupid of us not to," Vargas answered. "What are you asking of me then?" Hunt's sharp look held back Vargas's snappish answer, the older man reining himself in before he said, "I think we can all agree that his actions are very perplexing. He arrived here 7 years ago, where he is quickly requited into SHIELD. Sponsored by them, Uzumaki helped in the destruction of several Hydra bases of operation, most notably their weapons research facility in St. Georgian." Sighing to himself, he continued, "However, it quickly became apparent that his main focus was returning to his home, wherever that might be. In his search, he inadvertently found himself involved in the Simkarian revolt, killing off every head conspirator on the revolution's side, and helped in the crippling of the organization AIM, who was unbeknownst to anyone else escalating the situation. The body count he left behind that day was massive to say the least. I'm sorry, sir, but how is any of that perplexing behavior? He ended a conflict that would have cost thousands of more lives. Jessica asked. It's perplexing because the United States had invested interest in the Simkarian revolt. Vargas answered. Jessica blinked. You wanted the revolution to succeed? Hunt nodded. And Uzumaki turned that plan on its head. Do you think that Uzumaki did it on purpose? Do you honestly think that he would interfere with our interests? She asked in exasperation. Seeing their shared look, she continued. Why? What would he possibly gain from that? Why would he destroy an encampment of African militants in and outside the border of Wakanda? Hunt asked back. Wakanda is completely isolated from the world. However, from what we can discern, something rather disastrous occurred, and the country decided to involve themselves with Uzumaki in a bid to fix it. What that event was, who else was involved, any other bits of information really, is a total mystery. Vargas stepped in, opening the files back up as he pulled out a few sets of photographs. Here he is in Manhattan, with a private investigator by the name of Jessica Jones. Slapping down the photo, he waited as Jessica picked it up to see Uzumaki walking down Manhattan streets with an attractive woman. Pulling out the next photo, Vargas continued. Only 4 hours later, these were taken. Halfway across the world. Taking the second photo, Jessica raised an eyebrow at what looked like a meteor made of lava and lightning falling from the sky. Where was this taken? Ethiopia. Hunt answered. The third picture was an aerial photograph, showcasing what looked like a massive brawl between several dozen Naruto Uzumakis and an imposing force of militiamen. After the event, a satellite picked up the ensuing fight. Not long after we managed to pick it up, though, we were hacked by an unknown source, preventing us from seeing any more of the skirmish. So you assume that he has aligned himself with Wakanda? Jessica asked. And how exactly is that a bad thing? Wakanda is the definition of a neutral party. Uzumaki is the descendant of the atomic bomb in the sense that whoever has him under their control holds all the cards. They transcend the world's superpowers. Hunt spoke. As we speak, Director Norris is meeting with the White House to discuss the eventual meeting with Naruto Uzumaki, who is currently being sponsored by Tony Stark and Captain Steve Rogers. They believe that we need to keep an eye on him, until we can convince him that siding with the United States is in his best interests. Realization dawning on her, Jessica sat forward in her chair as she asked. And you want me to watch him, don't you? Deputy Director Hunt nodded. From what Stark has told us, Uzumaki is forming his own team similar to the Avengers. Stark assures us his intentions are good, though he refuses to outright say why the man is forming a team of his own rather than working with the Avengers to begin with. Our intention is for you to act as our liaison within the group, using your abilities as a way to convince him allow you to join. Sir, you overestimate my abilities, she began, only to be cut off by Hunt. Your superiors within S.H.I.E.L.D. claimed that you were one of their top agents. The only thing that kept you out of the Avengers initiative was your own refusal to join. Hunt spoke softly. However, unlike Director Fury, I'm not giving you much of an option. You are to take this assignment, understood? Jessica fought every instinct she had to show her distaste for the situation, instead keeping a straight face as she said, Yes, sir, I understand. Good. Chala grunted as he was thrown onto his back, the sound of his skin smacking against the practice mat echoing through the room. Flipping himself onto his hands and knees, he reached out and grabbed Naruto's knee. Pulling back and tripping up the blonde, he tackled the downed man, attempting to grapple himself into a proper chokehold. That proved practically impossible, as Naruto easily kept himself out of Chala's grip with almost cocky swatting. A cough interrupted their wrestling match, the two looking up to see Okoye staring down at them with a raised eyebrow. My prince, Nakia wishes to speak with you, she said promptly. Grunting, the Prince of Wakanda threw the blonde off of him. Tell her I'll be there in a moment, he muttered, getting up as he wiped away the sweat that had begun to drip down his brow. Scowling, Okoye said, I am your general, my prince. Not your messenger. Naruto chuckled at the prince's look of annoyance. Looking over at the general, he said, Don't take his shitty mood personally, he's just mad that he was losing is all. I wasn't losing, Uzumaki. Chala shot back. I'm still convinced you are breaking our agreement. Hey, when I agreed to not use my powers if you agreed to not use your fancy metal gadgets, I meant it. I don't break promises, Naruto said with a scowl of his own. Pulling on the shirt the royal family had loaned him, Naruto straightened the dark blue fabric. Pulling on his own royal purple shirt, Chala spoke. Perhaps we should duel with swords then? So we can find you cut to bits? Okoye asked. No, I think this is enough. You don't believe in my ability, General? The prince asked defensively. Okoye shook her head. It's not that I don't trust your ability, but rather that I don't trust him. She finished with her eyes drilling into Naruto's skull. Okoye, Chala drawled out. Uzumaki is an honored guest here by order of my father, your king. And if he is to stay here, he is to at least be made useful. Naruto gave a lazy wave. Right here, guys, he said, not appreciating the two of them talking as though he weren't present. He was ignored, however. Your father neglects to remember how dangerous he is, Okoye stated. And you neglect to remember that he saved my sister. Chala shot back. And you neglect to remember what he did to me, Okoye returned. He defiled my mind, looked into memories that didn't belong to him. Hey! Naruto shouted, clearly offended. I didn't defile anything. I kept out of your memories. I only looked for information on Wakanda. If you're offended, I don't get offended, Okoye said harshly, getting nose to nose with the blonde. I am the greatest warrior in Wakanda, Black Panther or no. What I am is someone who respects privacy. Both for myself and my country. Clearly you don't respect either of those things. With that, Okoye stalked off in a huff. The room now quiet, Chala looked to the dumbfounded blonde. I don't think you'll find a friend in her, Uzumaki. Sighing, Naruto looked to the prince with a smile. And what about you? Chala gave a small smile in return. I'm usually not one for friends, Uzumaki. Patting him on the shoulder, the prince began to walk away. I'll be seeing you then. Smiling after the man, Naruto asked. How about comrade then? Companion maybe? I was thinking of something more like a jester. Chala called back as he turned the corner, ending the conversation much to the blonde's annoyance. Naruto looked down at the bustling city, the blonde perched over a railing within the main palace. Smiling fondly, he watched as the citizens of Wakanda went about their daily routine, all of them 100% oblivious to the goings-on of the outside world. Not bothering to look behind him, Naruto called out. You can come out now. Peeking out from behind the corner several feet away, Shuri cursed to herself. Knowing there was no point in hiding any longer, the girl slowly stepped out into the open. Hesitantly, she began to walk towards the imposing blonde-haired man, clutching the bundle in her hand tightly. Swallowing the saliva that had begun to gather in her throat, she asked, Do you know who I am? Turning around, the shinobi answered, Of course I do. You're the princess. Shuri, right? Shuri nodded. And you're the man that saved me, she declared. That's right. The princess shifted on her feet for a moment. You're not human, are you? The princess asked. Naruto blinked. What makes you say that? I saw the footage, what you did when you and my brother came for me. What you did, there's no way you are human. Shuri said softly. What am I then? He asked, both joking and curious of her answer. Shuri hesitated for a moment. Something of a worldly angel, I suppose. Naruto's smile grew a little bigger. Your father told me you were smart. The girl blinked. My father talked to you about me? We've talked a lot in the few days I've stayed here. You came up a few times. Naruto revealed. He's a very proud father. Shuri, without realizing it, had walked over onto the balcony, the girl standing right next to the blonde-haired man. Silently, she enjoyed the view of several hundred lively Wakandans going about the daily routine. Giving the man a side glance, the girl asked, Why are you still here? Does my presence here offend you? He asked. Your general, Okoye, doesn't seem to want me here. Not that I can blame her. No, Shuri blurted out. Calming herself as she mentally cursed her outburst, she said, No, it doesn't. I'm just curious is all. His gaze hovering over the people of Wakanda, Naruto answered. I guess you could say I like your home, the city. Why? Because it reminds me of my home, he admitted. Shuri tilted her head in curiosity. Really? Naruto nodded. It's kind of eerie, really, how similar Wakanda is to Konoha. The people, the culture, it's all bringing a lot back for me. Sighing, he continued. I hate this feeling, if I'm being honest. Why? The princess wondered. The ninja shrugged. I don't know, it just reminds me of my childhood, more than anything else. Was it bad? She asked. Looking down at the young girl, Naruto said, I'm not exactly proud of my childhood. I'm not proud of my fellow villagers either, or myself and how I handled my situation. Chuckling to himself, he muttered, I was a bit of an asshole as a kid, not that anyone else around me was much better. Well, you seem like a good person now, Shuri said. You're like a knight, or something. Naruto snorted in amusement. A knight? Shuri huffed in offense. Well, you saved me, didn't you? I'm a princess. When you save a princess, you become a knight. That's just common sense. So that makes me your knight then, huh? Naruto asked with a knowing smile. Turning to face away from the smirking blonde, Shuri muttered, I never said anything like that. Chuckling to himself, Naruto finally took notice of the bundle in her hands. What you got there? Swallowing down her embarrassment, Shuri turned to face the much taller Naruto. I'm not like any of those silly fairy tale princesses or whatever. I don't like leaving a debt unsettled. So here. Shoving the clothed bundle into the curious blonde's hands, she said, This is my thanks to you. Looking down at the mystery object in his hands, Naruto slowly unraveled the brown fabric wrapped around it, revealing a metallic cylinder that was a little over a foot long. Lifting a curious eyebrow, Naruto asked, What is it? It's a vibranium spear, a modified version of the weapons used by the Dora Milaje, to be specific. Shuri answered. Go on then, whip it out, she said encouragingly. Ignoring how the girl decided to phrase that sentence, Naruto took a few steps back before slinging the cylinder with a sharp swing. Mid-swing, the sound of metal being unsheathed rung throughout the balcony, followed by Naruto's appreciative, Whoa! The weapon was clearly designed to resemble a naginata, though the staff and blade were straight rather than having a slight curve, and it was missing any kind of guard. Around 5 feet long, the staff covered around 2/5 of the weapon, leaving the rest to the dangerously sharp single-edged blade. Giving the weapon a testing swirl, Naruto felt a great amount of satisfaction at hearing the vibranium sing as it cut through the air. I named her Nakama, Shuri said, smiling at seeing that Naruto liked the gift. Though you can change it if you want. No, it's perfect, Naruto said, smiling down at the girl softly. Retracting Nakama back to her base form, he channeled chakra into the storage seal at the palm of his hand, summoning one of his father's Hiraishin kunai. Flipping the weapon in his hand so he was holding the center blade, the blonde handed the weapon over to the girl. What is this? Shuri asked, inspecting the strange-looking knife in her hands, careful not to cut herself on the razor-sharp edges. This weapon once belonged to my father, Naruto told her, getting a surprised reaction from the young princess. It has a special power that lets me travel to it instantly, no matter how far away from each other we may happen to be. Whether it be hours, countries, or planets away. All you have to do is stab it into something, and I'll know you want to summon me. Grabbing her hands, he guided them so that they were holding the kunai correctly. Shuri looked away from the man, avoiding eye contact as his hands touched hers. You're kinda ruining the whole repaying my debt thing, you know that, right? Naruto chuckled. No, I don't think so. Back in the day, my father would hand these out to the people he wanted to protect. Both as a way to get to them quickly, and to give them a sense of security in knowing that he was always watching out for them. So, consider this a symbolic gesture of our friendship. Thank you? Shuri muttered out. About to speak, Naruto was interrupted by the sound of someone's muffled cough into their hand. Turning, the two were surprised to find Queen Romanda standing in the balcony door frame in all her glory. Standing in a luxurious black gown, her neck and torso covered by elegant neckpiece, she was the definition of royalty. For once she had let her hair down, showing off her snow-white hair. Taking several graceful steps forward, she calmly said, Shuri, your father wishes to speak with you. Shuri nodded. Okay, Mama. Giving Naruto and his gift to her one last look, she gave him a parting nod before walking past her mother back into the grand halls of the Golden Palace. Romanda kept her eyes on Naruto the entire time, eyeing him with scrutiny as her daughter left the two of them alone. Finally, she said, My daughter has taken quite a liking to you, Uzumaki. Naruto tried to give his most carefree smile. You can call me Naruto, if you want. No, I think Uzumaki will do for now, the queen said back. I never did get to say thank you for what you did for my family, what with all the funerals and all. The blonde immediately knew what she was talking about, referencing the many funerals that had taken place at the beginning of his visit. Naruto had declined to attend, feeling very out of place in what he knew would be a somber event. The only reason he'd stayed at all was because King Chaka had invited him to stay within the palace as his guest. He knew not to refuse such an open invite, for fear of insulting the royal family, but it didn't help the awkward air that hung in the palace that first day, especially when members of the Jabari tribe had come to take the body of a man named Baba home. Apparently, his brother was the leader of the tribe, a man named Mbaku. It was needless to say that Mbaku had plenty to say to both Chala and the king, his angry yells echoing through the entire palace. "There's no need to thank me," Naruto assured. "If there's a need for it or not, I still do," Romanda returned. "You saved my daughter from a situation I helped put her in. If it weren't for you, her fate would have been laid to bear on my shoulders." Turning away, she finished. "You can accept my thanks or you can ignore it. All the same, I am indebted to you." Following after the now walking queen, Naruto said, "Well, I accept your thanks." Hearing the fluttering of wings, he turned as he exited the balcony. A large, one-eyed raven perched near where he'd been standing. Its single eye glowing a strange green, Naruto blinked at the strange animal before turning his attention back to the monarch. Romanda nodded at the blonde's words. "Much like my daughter felt the need to reimburse her debt, I do as well. That is why I have convinced the council to allow my husband to assist you, in the very limited way he can." Realizing they were heading towards the council's chambers, Naruto asked, "Really?" The queen nodded. "My husband will explain." The two then walked in silence, Romanda keeping her stoic gaze while Naruto looked at her inquisitively. Shrugging to himself, Naruto decided to follow after the elegant woman. Walking through the large council chamber doors, the two were greeted by the king, his children, and a squad of Dora Milaje led by Okoye. "Naruto, welcome!" King Chaka bellowed out, ignoring the look his wife gave him as she strolled over to his side. Naruto inclined his head. "King Chaka, how are you?" I'm fine. I have some news for you, regarding your request," the ruler of Wakanda informed, leaning forward in his throne. The ninja nodded along, recognizing that the king was referring to his request that Wakanda be a part of Infinity Watch, in any capacity. "Yeah, Queen Romanda mentioned the council had finally let up a bit," he said, ignoring the queen's indignant look. "We've come to an agreement, yes." Eyeing his wife, Chaka smiled. Romanda's argument was very inspiring. Romanda ignored her husband, keeping a straight face as she said, "Get to it, dear." "Of course, dear," placated the king to his wife. "The council and I have come to an agreement concerning your request for assistance from Wakanda." Naruto nodded along to the king, waiting patiently for the older man to get to it. Chaka shifted in his seat, running his right hand through his beard. "I'm sorry to say that I can't allow Wakanda to invest any kind of military manpower. I'm sure you can understand why. As far as my son joining your group's ranks, that's his decision, not mine." All eyes turned to Chala, the stoic prince stepping forward. "I'll have to decline the offer. Despite what you've told me of these Infinity Gems stones," Naruto corrected, though his interruption was ignored by the warrior prince. "And as far as your group goes, the few of you there are, I can't pledge myself to something outside of Wakanda," the prince finished. The blonde frowned at the man across from him, but shrugged nonetheless. "I understand." The king of Wakanda cut in. "While my eldest is staunch in his refusal, my youngest has a proposal for you." Chaka looked to his daughter, who seemed to almost shrink into herself when all eyes turned over to her. "Go ahead, Shuri." "Right," Shuri mumbled, stepping forward like her brother had. "Well, the idea was that I join Infinity Watch instead of my brother." "Really?" Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow, surprised that the younger girl would want to join his band of merry men. Yeah?" Shuri said back. "Well, it wouldn't be full-time." "Oh, so you want to be a part-time watcher then?" Naruto teased with a smile. Shuri shook her head. "I'm offering my services to you and your crew, that includes funding. We can more than afford to bankroll you guys." Both of Naruto's eyebrows were raised now. "So, if I make you a quasi-watcher, you'll give me tech and funding?" Shuri scoffed a little. "I was thinking that I'd be your quartermaster, actually. I'd be based in Wakanda, but I'll be on call, if you need me," Shuri explained, her confidence showing the more she talked. Chaka decided to cut in. "I think I should inform the both of you that I can't allow Shuri's extracurricular activities interfere with her duties to Wakanda." Romanda spoke next, a proud smile on her face. "Shuri is to take over as head of Wakanda's R&D. Naruto eyed the princess for a moment before walking up to her at a slow pace, ignoring the aggressive stance many of the Dora Milaje made towards him. This sounds great, awesome in fact. But it sounds like I'm the only one getting anything out of this. So, what's in it for you? I'm honestly down to haggle. Shuri looked up at him in confusion. What are you talking about? I don't want anything. I just want to be a part of your team. Why is that magic woman on the team? What does she get out of it? The blonde smiled down at the bright young girl. Touché. He extended his hand out. Deal, welcome to Infinity Watch. The girl smirked in victory, grabbing his hand to seal the deal. The handshake over, she looked around at everyone around her as she said, If I'm honest, I thought this moment would be a bit cooler with like fireworks or a parade or something. The leader of Infinity Watch chuckled. I'll work on it. The next day location, New York City, New York. Naruto stumbled slightly as he hira-shined into Ileana's apartment using the kunai he'd given her. The stumble was caused by Naruto's landing being right on top of a bottle, nearly tripping over himself before regaining his balance. Looking around to make sure no one spotted that slip-up, he coughed as he collected himself. Bending over, he picked up the bottle that nearly made him fall on his ass. Recognizing it as a wine bottle, he read the label. Brotherhood Cabernet Sauvignon? Setting the bottle back down, he looked around the apartment for Ileana. Taking notice of the now unkempt living room, he frowned at the empty pizza box and various other forms of garbage. Ileana? Naruto called out, walking into the hallway. Ileana, you home? Getting no response, he pulled out his cell phone and quickly selected her contact info. Pressing the phone to his ear. Several ringtones later, Ileana finally answered, though her voice was strangely muffled. What? She blurted out over the phone. Hey, I was just wondering where you were. Naruto asked. I'm back. From Wakanda, I mean. She was quiet for a few moments before answering. I'm down by the pool. Naruto blinked. You have a pool? Not in so many words. Ileana slurred. The blonde ninja sighed. I'm coming down. Heading down to the apartment's lobby, Naruto spotted an employee hovering by the exit. Waving to him, Naruto asked, Hey, can you tell me where the pool is? The employee gave Naruto a confused look. Sir, we don't have a pool here. What? Really? Are you sure? He asked, looking around. Nodding, the man said, I'm sure, sir. Oh. Naruto scratched his scalp. Where's the nearest one then? There's a hotel 2 blocks away. It has a pool, I think. But it's only for people who have a room. Right, thanks. Naruto said with a salute. Walking out of the building, he began his trek towards the hotel pool. Walking past the fountain that was stationed in front of the apartment's forecourt garden, he blinked when he noticed that several people had stopped what they were doing to look at said fountain. Deciding to bend under the will of peer pressure, Naruto looked to see what was so entertaining, only to catch himself gasping at who he saw lying in the shallow fountain water. Ileana? He asked aloud, cutting through the crowd towards the woman. Looking around at the gathered crowd, he sighed as he asked, What are you doing? Ileana shrugged in the water as she brought a bottle of vodka to her lips, visibly wincing as she took a swig. Gulping it down, she slurred. I told you, I'm at the pool. Taking stock of the fact she was wearing a black 2-piece bikini, he said, This isn't a pool, Anna. The woman paused at the name, scoffing as she mumbled, Don't call me that. Grunting, the blonde stepped over the hem of the fountain, flinching at the cold water as he waded over to the unmoving woman. Come on, let's get you inside. She groaned. I'm not done yet. I know. Naruto said, pulling off his jacket and wrapping around the wet and scantily clad woman's shoulders. But this isn't a pool, people are looking at you. He looked around at the crowd of people, some of the younger ones having pulled their phones out to record them. Ileana blinked. This isn't a pool? No. Oh shit. She began to laugh. That's hilarious. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle as well as he lifted her up to her feet. Leave the bottle, you've had enough. Looking down at the bottle in her hand, she gave its contents a quick look before saying, It's nearly empty anyway. Naruto grunted as he sat Ileana down on her couch. Picking up the pizza box that was sitting on the cushion, he threw it onto the coffee table as he lifted her legs up so she was lying down. Shifting her on her side, he asked, Do you have a small trash can or something? Ileana nodded, lying on her back as she rested the back of her hand on her forehead. In the bathroom, down the hall. Grabbing her shoulder, he said, Lay on your side like this. Pulling forward, he made her lie on her side. Going off to get the trash can, he came back to find her up on her feet. "What are you doing?" Scratching her head, she said. "I was gonna get us something to drink. I swear I still had something over here. I think you drank it all." Naruto muttered. Grabbing her gently, he put her back on the couch in the same position as before. "Why did you need my trash can again?" Ileana drawled weakly. Holding onto her shoulders, the ninja answered. "Because you're probably gonna need it after a while." "Oh." Though Naruto guessed that she didn't really get why. The two sat in silence for several minutes, Naruto gently rubbing her shoulder, as she seemed to be in her own world, staring off into the corner of the room. Deciding to break the quiet, Naruto asked, "Why are you doing this?" His answer came in the form of a muffled snore, causing his to sigh in annoyance. Moving the pillow in a way that her head wouldn't move in her sleep, Naruto got up and created a clone. Looking to his copy, he said, "Go over to Jessica's apartment and tell the clone to pop. I'm sure she'll want to talk to me even though I'll know what happened, so stick around and answer any questions she has that we'd want to be answered." The clone nodded, an annoyed look on his face. "You know you don't have to tell me that, right? I'm your clone, I know what you want me to do as soon as you make me, idiot." His eye twitching, the original muttered, "Just do what you're told before I pop you and have another shadow clone do it instead. You act like I'm scared of Dash." "Poof," Naruto scoffed as he made another clone, said copy, cutting off his creator before he could speak. "I know what you're about to say, and how about we skip it and I just go do what I was created for?" The shadow clone didn't wait for an answer from the original, instead Hira shining to Jessica's apartment in a slick yellow flash. "Sage, I'm an asshole. Jesus Christ!" That was the first thing that the Naruto clone processed before ducking down to avoid the coffee cup that went flying where his head had once been. Bringing his arms up in a defensive gesture, the clone shouted, Hey! What's the big deal?" Jessica huffed as she flung her hair out of her face, ignoring the other Naruto in the room who was looking at the situation with a large, amused smile. "You don't just appear in someone's home like that. 1 second you're not there, then you just are. It's creepy as shit, you fucker." "Sorry," he apologized, now glaring at his brother clone. "What are you smirking at? It's just fun to see her yelling at someone else for a change," the other clone admitted. Jessica and the second clone both gave him a deadpan. "You're the same person," Jessica drawled. "Still," the clone insisted with a shrug. Sighing, the newer clone said, "The boss wanted me to tell you to pop." The older of the two raised an eyebrow. "He had to send you to tell me that? He knows that Jessica wanted to talk to me afterwards. Why didn't he just come himself?" Jessica asked. The shadow clone shrugged. "He's got his hands full." "Of course he does," she muttered, folding her arms under her chest. The older copy gave the patented Naruto smile as he said, "Well, it's B-dash," only to cut off by a right hook from Jessica, quickly exploding in a cloud of smoke from the force of the punch. The remaining Naruto clone raised an eyebrow, nodding appraisingly. "Wow, that was a reinforced clone. It's pretty impressive that you busted him with just a punch." Jessica shook her hand, a red mark now running along her knuckles. "It felt like I was punching a wall, before I could punch through him." As she said that, a massive wave of memories came flooding in, the clone stumbling from the sudden intake. "Wow," he muttered as he steadied himself. "What was that?" the private investigator asked. The clone groaned a bit as a headache began to pound along his skull. Too many memories at once. "I don't usually let clones last that long." Jessica nodded along. "So, you know what we found out then? About that client?" He shrugged. "It's there, but I think for right now it'd be better if you just told me about it. It'll help the memories settle quicker." "Fine." She relented with a slight roll of her eyes. Walking over to her desk, she pulled out a folder from one of the drawers. Flipping it open, she began. "The client's name, you might remember, is Gloria Cartwright. Her husband, Jason, went missing several days ago. Mr. Cartwright worked as an on-call consultant for Confederated Global Investments. The last time Mrs. Cartwright saw her husband was when he left for work the morning he disappeared. According to Mrs. Cartwright, he's never without his phone due to the nature of his position, as he's on call 24/7. So, when he didn't come home later in the night, she called to see what was keeping him, only to get no answer. That being an immediate red flag for her, the client called several more times in worry, with still no answer. She later called the police to look into it, But they said unless she had a legitimate reason for filing a missing persons, there was nothing they could do. Sounds reasonable. The shadow clone observed. That's why I didn't want to take the job. Jessica admitted, guilt-free. Most of the time in a case like this the spouse is off fucking some dude. So what did she say when you went to talk to her? Naruto and I. Stopping herself, she sighed. I'm going to call the clone I was with Naruto, for simplicity's sake. God, this is a mindfuck of a conversation. Yup. The clone chirped happily. Naruto and I showed up at her house and she told us about how she'd remembered that she'd installed a GPS tracker in her husband's car, without her husband knowing, of course. Why? Back when she did it she thought he was cheating on her, so she put that tracker in his car to see where he went when he said he was out on business. Turned out she was just being paranoid. Anyway, we used the tracker and saw that his car was parked in a McDonald's parking lot in Manhattan and that it had been parked there since 3 in the morning. So Naruto and I drove up to take a look. Pulling into the parking lot we saw that the driver's side window had been smashed in, the door was ajar, blood and glass was on the ground next to the car, and tire marks could be seen exiting the parking lot. Well shit. Yeah. Jessica muttered, pulling out her flask from her pocket to take a quick sip. Putting it back in place she said. We called the police after that. After we talked with them, we tracked down where Mr. Cartwright had been earlier that day. While the police were focused on finding out what happened in the parking lot, Naruto and I decided to go through his entire GPS history from the beginning to see where he was, what he did, and for how long. First place was a bar, the bar we went to in fact. The clone blinked. Spooky. Coincidence is more like it, Jessica said, annoyed at the pointless interruption. He was there for about 20 minutes before he drove off to a warehouse in Queens, where the car was parked for nearly 3 hours. After that he drove to a diner where we assume he ate for 20 minutes before departing for a neighborhood in Harlem. He was there for 5 hours. Do you know why he was at that warehouse and neighborhood for so long? The copy asked. I was getting to that. Jessica snipped. We did some digging. The warehouse is owned by Confederated Global Investments. Well, it's owned by a subsidiary within a subsidiary of theirs anyway, so it's pretty easy to assume that was his business call, if one were to question why he'd go there. So there was nothing really all that fishy about that. The neighborhood, on the other hand, well, that was a whole other thing. The memory of why came to the clone, causing his brow to furrow. A family in that neighborhood had been brutally executed that same night, around the time his GPS said he was there. Exactly, Jessica said with a nod. That isn't a coincidence. Naruto shook his head. So, the theory is that Mr. Cartwright is a murderer? My original thought was that he was a serial killer using his job as an excuse to go out and do whatever it is that he does. Jessica reasoned. But after some digging we found that the family he killed, the husband to be exact, was heavily connected to the New York drug ring. With you concluding that Mr. Cartwright was working for a faction of a New York crime syndicate and had been hired to kill that family. Naruto continued for her, the memories finally coming together. And that his disappearance was related to that hit. Jessica concluded. A hitman getting justice. Naruto nodded. That is until you got the call from Gloria telling you that Mr. Cartwright had been found, the man killed in some kind of cultic ritual. Jessica flipped through the folder, pulling out several pictures she'd taken. They were pictures of another set of pictures from the police department. We went to the police, where they told us that Mr. Cartwright's case was similar to several other cases that had begun to spring up around New York in the past 2 years, him being the 12th victim in that time frame. Sliding the pictures over to get a closer look, the clone frowned at the pictures that were captured. They were autopsy photos, each and every one of the victims having been burned to the point of being unrecognizable. Each of the men found were similar in almost every way: male, young in age, blonde hair and blue eyes, and physically fit. Autopsies showed that some of the victims had been mutilated post-mortem, 3 horizontal cuts on each cheek. The clone felt himself getting nauseous. Sage, help me, he muttered, bringing his hand to his lips in thought. When the media dubbed these guys the Cult of Maelstrom last year, they left a note on their next victim calling themselves Heavenly Fire. Jessica informed softly, watching the now pale blonde in front of her carefully. Other than that, they haven't given an official statement. Swallowing the bile in his throat, the shadow clone gagged out. Why would they do something like this? Jessica shrugged. It's hard to tell with these kinds of things. It's impossible to know if they're doing it in honor or to spite you. Either way, they're fascinated by you. But why though? he asked. What have I done to deserve this kind of? I don't even know what to call this. Frown in place, Jessica said. You're more than just a regular person here, Naruto. If you just walk outside and stand around, you'd be swarmed by people wanting to know who and what you are. They don't know whether to call you a man, a messiah, or just a flat-out god. The news, after the incident, was filled with speculation. Stepping around the desk so that she was close to the blonde clone, she continued. And you want to know why? Because you do all this crazy shit, like fly and walk on water, turn yourself into a being of fire, and all other kinds of things that should be make-believe bullshit. You did all of this and leave it at that. You don't say who you are, what you're doing here. You just show up, do something insane, then disappear. So, of course people are going to make assumptions of what you are and what you represent. And out of all those theories, all of those assumptions, one or two of them is going to be fucking insane. Because that's just how this world works. Naruto looked at the woman in awe. What should I do then? Just do what I do, she offered. Deal with it when it pops up, then continue your stride. The clone gave her an annoyed look. That's not exactly my style. Jessica shrugged. You're lost then. Taking another step closer, she said. Tell the original that if he wants to drop by, don't just, whatever it is you call that thing you do, it's rude. She didn't give the clone time to respond, throwing an uppercut into his abdomen and causing it to combust into a wispy cloud of smoke. Naruto blinked as his shadow clone's memories came flooding in, frowning at the news. Heavenly inferno. He muttered, rubbing his chin. Naruto scowled as he realized he needed a shave. Then again, he didn't like hinging nonstop while on Earth. He pulled of a beard pretty well, maybe it was time to make it a permanent thing. His train of thought was cut off by the sound of Ileana groaning next to him. In the short time she'd been asleep, he'd decided to heal away her intoxication, his chakra getting rid of the excess alcohol in her system. Enough to keep her from getting sick but stopping there to make sure she'd feel some of the hangover when she woke up. Gotta love the mulligan that is chakra. Continuing her silent groaning, Ileana made to get up, only to wince when a headache came rushing in. Blinking her eyes open, she spotted Naruto standing a few feet away from her. Naruto? She muttered. Looking around she asked. What time is it? Nearly 4 in the afternoon. Naruto answered. Can I get a glass of water? And a painkiller? Ileana murmured. The ninja nodded. Sure. As Naruto walked into the kitchen area, Ileana grunted as she slowly sat up in her seat, softly massaging her scalp. She asked. What happened exactly? I think I blacked out. Naruto's voice echoed from the kitchen along with the sound of the faucet running and filling up a glass. Oh, you definitely blacked out. When I found you, you had pretty much polished off a bottle of vodka by yourself. Found me? She asked confusedly. You were out in front of the building, swimming. He answered, coming back into the room with a glass filled with water and a bottle of painkillers. There isn't a swimming pool in front of my building. Yup. As realization crept in, Ileana finally took stock of what she was wearing. Blushing, she pulled Naruto's jacket tighter around her frame. Oh God. Naruto smiled weakly as he handed her the glass. Yup. Ileana brought the glass up to her lips, hiding the blush that had begun to build. I can't believe, were there people there? No. Naruto lied, deciding to show the girl some pity. She sighed in relief at that. Oh, thank God. As she reached for the bottle of pills in his hand, Naruto pulled them back so they were out of her reach. No, I think I'm going to hold on to these for a sec. Come on, Naruto, please dash. Why were you drinking yourself to death? Naruto cut in, his voice in order to make her realize he was serious. Ileana verbally stopped in her tracks, blinking in surprise at the question before turning her head in what Naruto assumed was shame. I don't know. You know I have the ability to know when someone's lying, right? As she continued to look away, he continued. But I don't need to turn it on when you're lying that badly. You're officially the second worst liar I know. Who's the first? Though he recognized the attempt to change the conversation, Naruto answered anyway. A woman named Gamora. The two sat in silence for a moment, before Ileana finally gave a heavy sigh. Looking Naruto in the eye, she whispered, I think you know why. Naruto's eyes softened. I want you to tell me. Her sigh now agitated, she said. It was my first kill. In Wakanda. Naruto kept quiet, knowing that the issue was boiling up to the breaking point. I know that I did the right thing. I mean, he nearly killed you. I keep replaying it in my head, and every time I can't see an alternate route where he didn't have to die and you'd be safe. It's not even the act of it. I thought that would be the worst part, living with the fact that I had ended a person's existence, that his future was gone. But it doesn't. And that's what scares me. Ileana was rambling now, the emotions that had built up over the last few days now powering out. Why doesn't it bother me, Naruto? She pleaded, tears cascading down her cheeks. Naruto scooted up close to her, sitting down right next to her, as he said softly. When I was 14, I was on a trip with my master. He had taken me out of the village so that I could learn how to control the power inside of me and not hurt anyone while doing it. In order to make money and test my growing skills while away, the leader of my village would send us missions to complete once a month. On one mission, we'd been sent to confront a group of enemy ninjas stationed just along our borders who had gotten too close to our side. When we got there, the ninjas we were supposed to kill had been attacked, killed by a missing ninja who had happened to cross paths with them. But one of them was still alive, but he was barely clinging to life. He was in so much pain. Catching his breath, Naruto quickly collected himself before continuing. My master ordered me to kill him, out of mercy. It was hard, but in the end I forced myself to do it. At first, I couldn't understand why he'd make me do such a thing, but afterwards he told me that it was to both show me how to be merciful and how to be ruthless, and that I needed both to be Hokage. That was my first real kill, where I'd done it with my bare hands and watched the life leave their eyes. Was it hard? Ileana asked. Naruto shook his head. Not as much as I thought it would. You always think that it will, that it'll stick with you forever. But it doesn't. You move on, because you have to. That's how we stay sane, I think. Smiling sadly, he muttered. It's when someone you love dies that it sticks to you. Those never go away, ever. Then why do I feel this way? Because you're a good person. Naruto answered. You hold life in high regard, murder disgusts you. But you'll move past it, because you're strong. Tears still spilling, Ileana hiccuped. I'm not as strong as you think I am. Then I'll help you. Naruto insisted. If you can't carry the burden, I'll take the leftover weight with a smile on my face. What are friends for? Opening the bottle of painkillers, he reached out and opened her palm. Spilling a couple pills into her hand, he said, Take these, you'll feel better. Thank you? She whispered. No problem. Naruto soothed, running his thumb under her eyes to clear the tears away. I got us a new member, by the way. Enjoying the change in subject, Ileana asked. Who, Chala? Naruto shook his head. No, he straight up refused. It's his sister, Shuri. The one you saved? Seeing his nod, she asked. Why? What does she bring to the table? She's offered to be our quartermaster. That means tech and funding and stuff. Naruto informed. Oh, well, we definitely need stuff. Ileana admitted. The man smirked. That's what I was thinking. Ileana smiled along. Having finally calmed down, she said, Thank you, Naruto. No problem, Ana. Flinching, Ileana forced a smile. The reaction leaving as quick as it came, she said, I'm sorry for earlier. Naruto chuckled. Just don't do it again, alright? Or if you do, invite me along so that you're not one of those weirdos that drinks alone. Naruto began to remove his hand from her face, her tears now cleared, only for her own to shoot up and softly clasp on, keeping his hand in place. Blinking at the gesture, he looked the woman in the eyes, his question visible in his expression. Ileana, her hand still holding his, fought to keep eye contact, refusing to break away. Leaning in slowly, she didn't stop until their noses were practically touching before hesitating, coming to a stop as she stared her into her reflection coming from Naruto's bright blue eyes. Pulling back, Naruto broke their stare as he pried his hand free. Coughing into his now free hand, Naruto muttered, Sorry. No, Ileana replied. I shouldn't, I'm sorry. He chuckled again, though it lacked any real humor. Well, let's both be sorry and call it even then. Naruto, I dash. Getting up, Naruto cut her off. Do you want to dash? No! Ileana interrupted. Well, I don't really know. Naruto shifted back and forth on his feet awkwardly. I just don't think it would be a good idea. I know. She agreed immediately. Then why dash? I don't know. Ileana answering slowly this time, looking up at him, her eyes quivering. Naruto hummed to himself. I don't have the greatest experience with this kind of stuff. I never have been dash. He was cut off as Ileana rushed forward, dipping into him and planting her lips onto his. While the action was forceful, the kiss was soft. Naruto, taken aback, could only stand there as his friend pressed herself into him. Needing air, his lips parted out of instinct. Mistaking this as a sign that he wanted more, Ileana slipped her tongue in between their lips. Unable to fight it anymore as his eyes began to close, Naruto slowly reached up and grasped her hips, pulling her in even closer. Pulling apart, the two huffed as they eyed each other up and down. Naruto quickly cut their break short, bringing his lips back onto hers, picking her up before pressing her down on the couch next to them. As their tongues began to wrestle, Naruto pulled off his jacket from her shoulders, leaving her in her bikini. Wanting to reciprocate, Ileana tugged at his shirt, pulling it up and over his head before throwing it away in a random direction. Running her hands up his abdomen, she felt a strange delight at feeling him shiver at her touch. Running his hand up and down her leg, Naruto pulled back for a moment, the two breathing excessively due to lack of air. Catching her breath, Ileana mumbled, "We should stop, right?" "Probably." Naruto shrugged. The two seemed to think it over for a moment before continuing their previous action, only this time Naruto had placed his other hand along her waist, the hand slowly crawling up as their lips danced together. "Should I go to him now?" asked a feminine voice. After some thought, a deep voice throttled out, "No, not yet. We can give him a little more time, we still have 3 years before she arrives after all. But wouldn't it be better to get it over with? It would be a weight lifted from your shoulders. Don't you want that before you pass over?" the woman asked. "My sins will stick with me no matter what, in life or death, my child," the elder answered. "If you say so," she retorted weakly. The second voice paused and thought. "Patience, child, we will contact him soon enough." "Of course, my king." Naruto stirred, awaking to find himself in his mindscape. More specifically, the darkened corner of the seal harboring the presence of the Mistress of Death, or Freya as she preferred. Spotting the small campfire sitting in the middle of an otherwise endless darkness, Naruto walked towards the light at a calm pace, taking his time to reach the homely campfire. Spotting the woman sitting down in the same spot he'd left her, Naruto slowly sat down across from her, getting comfortable as he stared through the fire at the enchantingly beautiful woman. "Hello, beloved," she called out softly, smiling at the man she claimed to love. "You've been productive." "Is that a joke, Freya?" Naruto muttered. "Not at all." Giving a teasing smile, Freya asked. "It looked like you were enjoying yourself, though." Naruto sighed. "That was a mistake." Freya tiled her head in curiosity. Gathering her thoughts, she asked, "Why?" It just was," Naruto stuttered. "I can't explain why, it just didn't feel right to me." "Do you really not care for Ileana?" she asked, though the question seemed rhetorical. Naruto shook his head. "No, I do. She's important to me." Freya smiled. "Then why are you feeling this way?" Scratching his head, he shook his head. "You tell me," he said jokingly. "Okay." Freya conceded, much to Naruto's surprise. Getting up, she practically glided over to him. Resting her hand atop his head, she ran her fingers along his hair. "Your entire life, you've never really been able to let people go. Positive or negative, if someone left an impression, it stayed with you. That's how your friendships were made. But it's also been a major source of heartache. Sasuke being the best example. Even after the bond between you was broken, you refused to let go." "What are you saying?" Naruto breathed out, looking up at her as he tried to ignore the soothing feeling she gave him. "I'm saying that a part of you still hasn't let go of what you and Natasha had. Even though you've severed it, that lonely child who grew up with no one to love refuses to let go of the one woman who's ever truly loved you," Freya explained. "But you need to realize that the feelings you have for Ileana could become something just as genuine. You need to let go, so that you can have that kind of love again. Do you understand?" At that, the two stayed in strange but comfortable silence, one in thought, the other out of courtesy. Clearing his throat, Naruto asked, "Why are you telling me this stuff? Don't you love me? Shouldn't you be upset that I feel this way?" Freya gave a small laugh. "I'm doing this because I love you. For the first time in my existence, I have the opportunity to put someone else's needs above my own. It's a liberating feeling." "You've never loved anyone else before?" asked a curious Naruto. "Not before you," she admitted, Naruto seeing a flicker of he recognized a sadness in her eyes. Naruto frowned, I'm sorry. Freya looked at Naruto in confusion. Why are you sorry? Because you had to have been lonely, and I know how that feels. And well, I'm sorry that you've lived like that until now, he offered. His words caused Freya to look away. You don't need to apologize. Still, Naruto muttered. After some thought, he said, I can't promise that I'll ever feel the same way you do. Freya frowned softly. I know. But I can promise to be your friend. Surprised, the embodiment of death looked towards the man she loved, looking him in the eye for confirmation. Her frown morphing into a small, but truly happy smile, she whispered, I can accept that for now. The two shared a smile as a bright light filled the area, swallowing Naruto whole. Slowly, Naruto's eyes creaked open as he felt something next to him pressing hard into his shoulder. Lifting his head up slowly, he took a quick look around Ileana's bedroom, her sheets haphazardly thrown over them. Shifting slowly, he looked over to see Ileana resting her head on his shoulder, her mouth open as she breathed softly. Smiling down at her, Naruto decided to keep still as much as possible, allowing her to sleep obliviously as he gazed at her unblemished features. What are you doing, Naruto? Naruto fought back the sigh from escaping his lips. I'm just going with it, he thought. Kurama scowled. Is that really the smartest thing to do? I don't know. You're supposed to work with her, aren't you? What happens when this falls apart? The Biju asked. It was Naruto's turn to scowl. What makes you automatically think something like that? Why can't this just happen? I'm just looking out for you, partner. Without thinking, Naruto spoke aloud. I'm tired of being alone. As Ileana stirred from the volume of his voice, Kurama muttered. You never are. Her eyes peeling open, Ileana yawned as she looked up. Seeming noticing she was practically laying on top of someone, Naruto felt her jolt slightly as she looked over at him. Several emotions swept across her face that Naruto immediately recognized. Surprise, recognition, and then regret. Hey, he said weakly. Hey, she said back, forcing herself up and off of him so with her hands as support. What time is it? Looking over at the alarm clock stationed on her nightstand next to him, Naruto read. 7 in the morning? It's morning? When he nodded along, she muttered. Jesus. The two sat there, Ileana pulling up the blanket thrown around them to cover herself. Trying to fight off the uncomfortableness of their silence, Naruto asked. Did you like it? I mean, you know. Only to flinch at the stupid question. Yeah, I did. Oh. Naruto muttered awkwardly. Good. Ileana squirmed. This was a mistake, right? Glancing over at her, Naruto shrugged. I don't really know, to be honest. Yeah, she said slowly. What do you think? He offered. I'm still trying to process that it happened, I think. She chuckled quietly. Naruto laughed along. I know what you mean. Their laughter contagious, Ileana said. We are so stupid. I mean, what were we thinking? Naruto continued light-heartedly. That's the problem, I don't think we were. She finished, using her hand to move her hair out of her face. The laughter subsiding, a new silence came, this own more comfortable. Leaning forward, Naruto scratched his bed-ridden hair. Can I tell you something? Sure. Ileana answered, curious. I know that this was probably stupid. I know that we have a really cool thing going, and if you don't want to complicate it, I understand. I just keep getting in my own head, trying to think up a reason for why this is wrong and stupid, and why it just shouldn't happen. But no matter how many reasons I think of, I still don't really care. You know, pausing, Naruto said. When I was a kid, I would throw around the label precious person to anyone who didn't outright hate me. But after coming here, it got really hard to call anyone that. It still is. Ileana sat there, listening to the blonde as he spoke his mind. Looking her in the eye, he finished his thought. But I can with you. Soaking in his words, Ileana placed her hand on his. You're important to me too. As Naruto began to smile, he was cut off by a soft. But. Taking a shaky breath in as she squeezed his hand tighter, she continued. But I can't be the kind of person you want me to be. You're smart, and handsome, and brave, and sweet. But you're also broken. Every time you look at me, I don't feel like you're looking at me. I feel like I'm a reflection or something, of somebody you knew. You do it without even meaning to. I know that you're going to look to me to fix you, and I know that I can't do that. I'm not capable of filling this hole you have. Naruto looked down. A feeling he'd grown to understand came up from his stomach and into his throat. Rejection. Nodding, he said, "Okay." As though trying to comfort him, her hands squeezed even tighter around his. And strangely, it worked. If only a little. "That doesn't mean I don't want to be your friend, or your partner." Smiling sadly, Naruto chuckled. "I meant what I said about you being precious to me. That kind of thing doesn't go away, so I'm told." "I'm sorry." "Me too."